Copyright Web Novel Chapter 1, A New Life in Westeros. Third-person POV. The boy woke with a start, his head throbbing as if a blacksmith were hammering his skull. He blinked, squinting against the dim light filtering through a cracked wooden shutter. The air smelled of stale ale, sweat, and something faintly metallic. He sat up, the rough straw mattress crackling beneath him, and froze. His hands, they weren't his hands. They were larger, calloused, with long fingers that didn't belong to the scrawny, overworked kid he'd been. His heart raced as he touched his face, feeling sharp cheekbones and a jawline that wasn't his own. A lock of black hair fell into his eyes, and when he caught his reflection in a nearby tarnished mirror, yellow eyes stared back. "Where the hell?" he muttered, his voice deeper than he remembered. He was tall now, at least 5 feet 10 inches, and his body felt strong, wiry. He looked around the room, a small, dingy chamber with a sagging bed, a rickety table, and a single chair. This wasn't his cramped apartment in the city, nor the alley where he'd sometimes slept when money ran dry. This was a tavern. The walls were rough-hewn wood, the floor strewn with straw, and the faint sound of raucous laughter drifted up from below. He pressed his hands to his temples, trying to piece together how he got here. His last memory was crossing a busy street, the screech of tires, a blinding light, and then nothing. His headache flared, and fragments of memory flooded back, the grind of his life as an orphan, the endless hustle for a corporate job that never materialized, the exhaustion of scraping by. And then, Truck Kun. He shouted the name aloud, the absurdity of it echoing in the small room. "You've got to be kidding me!" he groaned, rubbing his face. "Sky. Of course." He'd read enough manga and web novels to know the trope, but he never thought he'd be the one flattened by the infamous truck. His life hadn't been great, orphaned young, bouncing between foster homes, working dead-end jobs, but this was something else entirely. His gaze drifted to the table beside the bed. A small glass vial sat there, its contents swirling with rainbow-colored liquid that shimmered unnaturally. Beneath it was a folded piece of parchment. He picked up the vial, turning it over in his hand. It felt warm, almost alive. He unfolded the note, his eyes narrowing as he read the elegant, looping script. "Dear mortal, my deepest apologies for my grandson's mistake. He was not meant to end your life so abruptly. As compensation, I have reincarnated you into the world of Westeros, you know from the TV series A Game of Thrones. You are now in a new body, one suited to this harsh world. As a gift, drink the vial. It will grant you a power to aid your journey. Choose wisely, and may you find purpose in this new life. A very sorry God." He stared at the note, rereading it twice. Westeros? Essos? Game of Thrones? He'd watched the series enough to know it was a brutal world of backstabbing nobles, dragons, and endless wars. And now he was in it. He glanced at the vial, its rainbow glow casting flecks of color across the room. "No other option, hey," he muttered. With a deep breath, he uncorked the vial and downed its contents. It tasted like honey and lightning, buzzing down his throat. He closed his eyes, waiting for something to happen. A warmth spread through his chest, then a sharp jolt, like static electricity. When he opened his eyes, a translucent screen hovered in front of him, glowing with faint blue light. Words scrolled across it, "Welcome to the Gacha system. Player name, not assigned. Please name yourself to continue." He blinked, his mind racing. A Gacha system? Like in those mobile games he'd wasted pocket change on? "Dominic Augustus," he said aloud. The screen flickered. Player name, Dominic Augustus. System initialized. Gacha system rules: earn 1 Gacha point, GP, per day. 3 GP required for a single roll. Purchase 100 GP monthly for 1 dragon, currency of this world. Roll 10 times consecutively to guarantee at least 1 rare card. Gacha contains character cards, items, and powers from all fictional universes. Dominic's jaw dropped. This wasn't just a second chance, it was a cheat code. A gacha system that could pull from any fictional universe? That was insane. He leaned back, mind spinning with possibilities. What should he do first? Explore? Fight? Figure out where he was? The screen shifted, displaying his status, name, Dominic Augustus race, human age, 15 character assimilation, fully assimilated, new body, powers, none equipment, none gacha points, GP 100 points, he exclaimed. That was enough for 33 single rolls or 310 rolls with guaranteed rares. He grinned, the headache fading as excitement took over. Let's see what this thing can do. He navigated the glowing interface, selecting a 10 roll. The screen flashed, and a slot machine-like animation spun, images of swords, glowing orbs, and shadowy figures blurring past. When it stopped, a list of rewards appeared. Item: standard steel sword, a well-crafted but unremarkable blade. Item: leather boots, durable, slightly worn. Item: water skin, holds enough water for a day. Item: iron dagger, small, sharp, good for close encounters. Character card: Toph Bafong, Avatar, The Last Airbender, can be assimilated to gain her earthbending abilities. Item: rope, 10 feet, sturdy hemp rope. Item: flint and steel for starting fires. Item: plain cloak, keeps out the rain. Item: small pouch, can hold small items. Item: bread loaf, freshly baked, slightly stale by tomorrow. Dominic stared at the list. Toph Bafong? Earthbending? That was huge. The rest were basic, but a sword, dagger, and survival gear weren't bad for a start. He glanced around the room, wondering where the items had gone. A pile of gear had appeared by the bed: a sword in a simple scabbard, a pair of boots, a folded cloak, and the rest neatly stacked. The Toph card, a shimmering piece of parchment with her image, glowed faintly in his hand. He rummaged through the room, hoping for more clues. Under the bed, he found a small sack containing 30 gold dragons, heavy, gleaming coins stamped with a dragon's head. Not bad, he murmured, tucking the sack into his belt. He slipped on the boots, slung the cloak over his shoulders, and strapped the sword to his waist. The dagger went into his boot, and the rest of the items fit into the pouch. Stepping outside, the humid air hit him like a wave. The tavern was in a bustling market street, lined with stalls selling spices, silks, and roasted meat. Voices haggled in a language he somehow understood. Valyrian, maybe? He caught snippets of conversation. The Dothraki are moving west, the price of slaves is up. Essos, definitely. But where exactly? He wandered back to the tavern's common room, the smell of stew and ale thick in the air. He ordered a meal: bread, cheese, and a bowl of lamb stew, and sat near a grizzled man in a patched cloak. "Excuse me," Dominic said, keeping his voice casual. "Where exactly am I?" The man raised an eyebrow, chewing on a piece of bread. "Pentos, lad." "Where else?" "Pentos." "Okay, that was a start." "And, who's sitting on the Iron Throne these days?" The man snorted. "Robert Baratheon, the fat old stag. Been king for nigh on 13 years. "What year is it?" Dominic asked, trying not to sound too ignorant. 296 after Aegon's conquest, the man said, giving him a strange look. "You been living under a rock?" Dominic forced a laugh. "Something like that." He finished his meal, his mind racing. 296 AC meant Robert was still king, Ned Stark was probably still alive, and Daenerys was out there somewhere with her brother Viserys. He was early in the Game of Thrones timeline, plenty of time to carve out a place for himself. Night fell, and after another meal, Dominic returned to his room. He sat on the bed, holding the Toph Bafong card. Assimilating it would give him earthbending, a power that could make him unstoppable in this world. But what would it mean to assimilate? Would he lose himself? The system said he was already fully assimilated into this body, so maybe it was safe. He took a deep breath and pressed the card to his chest, willing it to activate. A surge of energy coursed through him, like roots burrowing into his bones. His senses sharpened. He could feel the stone floor beneath him, the vibrations of footsteps downstairs, the pulse of the earth itself. He stomped his foot, and the floor trembled, a small crack spider webbing across it. "Holy shit," he whispered, grinning. "Tofa's powers are mine." The system screen reappeared, updating his status: name, Dominic Augustus, race, human, age, 15, character assimilation, Tof Bafong, earthbending, seismic sense, 10%. Powers, earthbending, beginner, seismic sense, beginner, equipment, standard steel sword, iron dagger, leather boots, plain cloak, water skin, rope, 10 feet, flint and steel, small pouch, bread loaf. Gacha points, GP 70. He flexed his hands, feeling the earth's rhythm through his feet. Seismic sense was like a second sight. He could see the shapes of people moving in the tavern below, their footsteps painting a picture in his mind. This was power, real power. But he needed to be smart. Essos was dangerous, and Westeros was worse. He had 70 GP left, enough for more rolls, but he decided to save them. He needed to understand this world better before gambling on more pulls. Lying back on the bed, Dominic stared at the ceiling. He was no longer the orphan scraping by in a world that didn't care. He was Dominic Augustus, earthbender, gacha wielder, and maybe, just maybe, a player in the Game of Thrones. Tomorrow, he'd explore Pentos, learn the lay of the land, and figure out his next move. For now, he closed his eyes, the hum of the earth lulling him to sleep. The next morning, Dominic woke to the system's chime. Daily GP earned, +1. Total GP, 91. He smirked, slow but steady. He spent the day wandering Pentos, using his seismic sense to navigate crowded markets and avoid pickpockets. The city was vibrant but chaotic, full of merchants, sellswords, and whispers of war. He overheard talk of Daenerys Targaryen, still a minor player in Karth, and of unrest in Westeros. The gold dragons in his pouch bought him a proper meal, a map of Essos, and a cheap horse, a sturdy brown mare he named Ember. Over the next few days, he practiced earthbending in secret, raising small pillars of stone in abandoned alleys and honing his seismic sense. It was clumsy at first, knocking over crates, cracking walls, but he improved quickly. Tofa's instincts were part of him now, guiding his movements. He also rolled the gacha once more, spending 3 GP for a single pull. The result was a healing salve, a small jar that could mend minor wounds. Useful, but not game-changing. By the end of the week, Dominic had a plan. Pentos was a start, but he needed allies, resources, and a goal. Should he head to Westeros and meddle in the Stark-Lannister feud? Or carve out his own empire in Essos? The gacha system gave him endless possibilities, but he'd need to be strategic. For now, he'd stay in Pentos, gather information, and build his strength. A/N, give suggestions on gacha items. Chapter 2, The Invisible Heist. 296 AC, third-person POV. Pentos, the invisible heist. Dominic sat in his tavern room, the morning light filtering through the cracked shutter. A week in Pentos had burned through half his initial 30 gold dragons, 15 spent on sturdy clothes, hearty meals, and the tavern's rent. The room, though small, had been his training ground, where he honed Tof Bafong's earthbending and seismic sense. His assimilation with Tof had climbed to 40%, letting him manipulate larger chunks of earth and sense vibrations with greater clarity. He could now see the layout of rooms through walls or detect a guard's heartbeat from 20 paces. His gacha system had 74 points, accumulated from daily gains. After breakfast, bread, cheese, and a mug of weak ale, he decided to roll again, hoping for tools to secure his future in this brutal world. He activated the system, its glowing screen hovering before him, and selected a 10 roll, spending 30 GP. The screen spun, and the results materialized. Item: Spider-Man's Mask, Marvel, Mask from Spider-Man, 1, Tobey Maguire. Item: Naruto's Konoha Headband, a ninja village symbol, no special properties. Item: Bread loaf fresh, crusty. Item: Inventory, 1000mx1000m, a dimensional storage space, accessible only by the user. Item: Geralt's leather jacket, The Witcher, durable, stylish, minor protection. Item: Torch unlit, wooden. Item: Small pouch of herbs medicinal, for minor ailments. Item: Rope, 20 feet, stronger than his previous rope. Item: Iron key, unknown purpose. Item: Cloth bandages for wrapping wounds. The inventory was a godsend, a massive, invisible warehouse he could access with a thought. He slipped on the leather jacket, smirking at its rugged fit, and stored the rest in the inventory. With 44 GP left, he rolled again. Item: Captain America's shield, Marvel, vibranium, indestructible, ideal for defense and throwing. Item: Sokka's boomerang, Avatar, The Last Airbender, balanced, returns when thrown. Item: Flask of ale, decent SSC brew. Item: Wool blanket, warm, slightly scratchy. Item: Iron shovel, sturdy, for digging. Item: Candle, X3, basic wax candles. Item: Invisibility cloak, Harry Potter Deathly Hallows, renders the wearer completely invisible. Item: Small mirror, hand-sized, slightly cracked. Item: Leather gloves, improved grip, minor protection. Item: Salted fish, preserved food for a week. The shield's weight felt reassuring in his hands, its star emblem gleaming. The invisibility cloak was the real prize. Dominic draped it over his arm, watching his hand vanish. He stored all his new items in the inventory, keeping only the dagger in his boot and the leather gloves on. His gold was dwindling, only 15 dragons left, and Pentos was expensive. He needed a plan to secure wealth, and the cloak sparked a bold idea. The magisters of Pentos were filthy rich, their mansions brimming with gold dragons, jewels, and artifacts. With the invisibility cloak, he could slip in, take just enough to avoid suspicion, and amass a fortune. Over one night, he'd hit every major magister's mansion, scheming small amounts from their treasury. It was audacious, but the cloak and his seismic sense made it possible. That night, Dominic prepared meticulously. He wore Geralt's jacket, the leather gloves, and the belt, with the dagger tucked into his boot. The invisibility cloak stayed in his inventory, ready to be summoned. His seismic sense would map the mansions, and the shield would cover him if things went wrong. Pentos at night was a maze of shadows and torchlight. Using his seismic sense, Dominic avoided patrols, their heavy footsteps betraying their routes. The Magister's district was a cluster of opulent mansions, each behind high walls and guarded gates. He started with the smallest, working his way up to avoid drawing attention. Under the cloak's invisibility, he bent earthen ramps to scale walls, dissolving them behind him. His seismic sense guided him through lavish halls, past sleeping servants and patrolling guards. In each mansion, he targeted strongboxes, vaults, and hidden caches, using earthbending to quietly break locks or shift stone panels. He took only a fraction from each: 5,000 dragons here, 10,000 there, a handful of jewels, a silver chalice, or a gold-embossed book. The amounts were small enough that no single magister would notice, but they added up. By dawn, he'd hit 30 mansions, his inventory stuffed with 1.5 million gold dragons, plus assorted valuables, ruby rings, sapphire necklaces, gilded daggers, and a strange obsidian orb that pulsed faintly. He avoided anything too conspicuous, like unique heirlooms, to keep suspicion low. Back in his room, Dominic collapsed onto the bed, exhausted but triumphant. He summoned a handful of gold dragons from his inventory, their weight reassuring in his palm. He'd never have to worry about money again. The system updated his status: name, Dominic Augustus, race, human, age, 15, character assimilation, Toph Bafong, earthbending, seismic sense 40%. Powers: earthbending, intermediate, seismic sense, intermediate, equipment, Captain America's shield, invisibility cloak, Spider-Man's web shooters, Sokka's boomerang, standard steel sword, iron dagger, flint knife, Geralt's leather jacket, leather boots, plain cloak, water skin, rope, 20 feet, flint and steel, small pouch, bread loaf, flask of ale, wool blanket, iron shovel, candles, X3, fishing line, small mirror, leather gloves, salted fish, small pouch of spices, wooden bowl, cloth sash, ink and quill, leather belt, apples, X2, whetstone, copper coins, X10, Konoha headband, cloth bandages, small pouch of herbs, torch, inventory, 1000M X1000M, ruby rings, X3, sapphire necklaces, X2, gilded daggers, X2, gold embossed book currency, 2,500,015 gold dragons gacha points, GP 14 for now. He had wealth beyond imagination and tools to survive Essos' dangers. Dominic woke the next morning to the system's chime: daily GP earned, +1. Total GP, 15. Sunlight streamed through the shutter, and he sat up, his mind turning to the future. With his wealth, he could do anything: meddle in Westeros, or build something of his own. The idea hit him like a thunderbolt: a kingdom. His kingdom. A place where he could make the rules, free from the backstabbing of nobles or the chaos of Essos city-states. But where? Westeros was too entrenched, its lords too powerful. Essos offered more opportunity, but the free cities were crowded with magisters and warlords. After pacing the room, he settled on the disputed lands, a lawless stretch between Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh, where sell-sword companies and petty lords fought endlessly. It was chaotic, but chaos was opportunity. With his powers and wealth, he could carve out a stronghold, a foundation for his own realm. To do that, he needed an army. The Unsullied of Astapor were the answer: elite, disciplined, and loyal to their master. They weren't cheap, but with 1.5 million gold dragons, he could afford thousands. The journey to Astapor would be dangerous, but his earthbending, shield, and cloak made him a one-man army already. He just needed men to hold what he built. He spent the day preparing. At the market, he bought a better horse, a sleek black stallion he named Shadow, for 50 gold dragons. He stocked his inventory with provisions, dried meat, bread, water skins, and a map of Essos. He kept his gear light, relying on the inventory to carry everything. The obsidian orb and amulet stayed buried deep in storage, their strange energy unsettling. The next morning, Dominic paid his tavern bill, saddled Shadow, and rode south toward Astapor. The road was dusty, lined with olive groves and small villages. His seismic sense kept him alert for bandits, while the invisibility cloak stayed ready in case of trouble. The system. A/N, give suggestions on Gacha items. Chapter 3, A Kingdom in the Making. 296 AC. Dominic's POV. The first day of travel from Pentos was uneventful until evening. I'd set up camp in a small clearing, the fire crackling as Shadow grazed nearby. The air was warm, scented with dust and wild herbs. My inventory held 1.5 million gold dragons and a trove of artifacts, but I kept my gear simple: Geralt's leather jacket, leather gloves, and the iron dagger in my boot. The invisibility cloak and Captain America's shield stayed in storage, ready if needed. As I ate a piece of salted fish, the ground trembled. 5 sets of footsteps, moving fast. My seismic sense painted their outlines: mercenaries, armed with swords and axes, their armor clinking. They burst into the clearing, surrounding me, their faces hard and greedy. "Hand over your coin, boy," the leader growled, a scarred man with a patchy beard. No need to make this messy. I stood, keeping my hands visible. I don't have any money. Check if you want. The leader sneered, eyeing my clean tunic and Gerald's jacket. No need to lie. Those clothes are too fine for a pauper. I don't want trouble, I said, my voice calm but firm. They didn't listen. The leader stepped forward, sword drawn, and the others closed in. I sighed. So much for diplomacy. With a stomp, I summoned 5 stone spikes from the earth, each aimed between their legs. The ground obeyed, and in an instant, 4 spikes shot upward, piercing through armor, flesh, and bone, stopping just below their skulls. 4 bodies slumped, lifeless. The 5th man, quicker than the rest, dove aside, landing hard on the dirt. He scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with terror. "Fuck this," he yelled, sprinting away. I raised a hand, and the earth responded, forming a semicircular dome of stone around him. He skidded to a halt, trapped. Turning, he dropped his sword and fell to his knees. "Please, spare me. I'll do anything." I chuckled, crossing my arms. "Anything, hey?" "Yes," he stammered, sweat beading on his brow. "Anything you want, I swear." "Swear loyalty to me," I said, my yellow eyes glinting in the firelight. "But if I even suspect you'll betray me, your death will be worse than theirs." I gestured to the spiked corpses. He nodded frantically. "I swear. My loyalty is yours." "What's your name?" "Aaron Sand," he said, voice shaking. I lowered the dome, letting him stand. "All right, Aaron. You're with me now. Help me clean this up." We buried the bodies well. I used earth bending to sink them into the ground and broke camp. The next morning, we headed south toward Astapor, Shadow carrying me while Aaron trudged alongside, his fear slowly giving way to cautious respect. The journey to Astapor took 45 days, a grueling trek through Esso's vast landscapes. We passed the golden fields, their wheat swaying under the sun, V's Duthrak, its horse gates looming in the distance, the endless grasslands of the Dothraki Sea, Mirian's towering pyramids, Yunkai yellow brick walls, and finally, Astapor's red brick sprawl. The road was harsh, dusty trails, scorching days, and chilly nights. My inventory kept us fed and watered, with bread, apples, and salted fish to spare. We encountered Dothraki hordes 3 times, their hooves shaking the earth like thunder. Each time, I raised a stone dome around us, thick enough to withstand arrows and curious scouts. Aaron watched, awestruck, as the Dothraki passed, their war cries fading. "You're no ordinary man," he said once, but I only smirked. The Dothraki were a problem for another day. One day, I'd ensure no Khalasar roamed free, but for now, they could live. Aaron proved useful, sharing tales of Esso's politics and sellsword life. He was a Dornishman, a bastard who'd fled West Eros for adventure, only to end up a mercenary scraping by. His loyalty seemed genuine, born of fear and the promise of a better life. I kept my seismic sense on him, watching for any hint of betrayal. So far, he was clean. We reached Astapor at dusk, the city's red walls glowing under the setting sun. After resting in a cheap inn paid with a few copper coins from my inventory, we headed to the slave market the next morning. The air stank of sweat and iron, and the market buzzed with traders, overseers, and chained slaves. I approached a man in fine silks, clearly in charge. "I want to buy Unsullied," I said, my voice steady. He eyed me, then Aaron, his lip curling. "Come back tomorrow morning. I'll inform the good masters and arrange a meeting." The next day, we entered the training field, a dusty arena ringed by red brick walls. The good masters sat on a high platform, their silks fluttering, while thousands of Unsullied stood in silent ranks, spears gleaming. A young woman with dark skin and sharp eyes stood nearby, translating. She looked familiar, too familiar. What's your name? I asked her. Miss Sandai, she replied, her voice clear. I nodded, hiding my surprise. Miss Sandai from the show. And what do you do? I translate for the good masters, she said. I leaned in. Tell them I want 500 men, 500 women, 100 children, and 10,000 unsullied soldiers. Miss Sandai's eyes widened slightly, but she translated flawlessly. The good masters murmured, then one spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance. Miss Sandai translated, the price is 1 million gold dragons. Done, I said without hesitation. And throw in Miss Sandai as a gift. The masters conferred, then nodded. Miss Sandai's expression flickered fear, hope, I couldn't tell. The deal was set. That night, I transferred 1 million gold dragons from my inventory into 10 wooden chests, each heavy with coin. The next morning, I delivered them to the training field. The good masters inspected the gold, their greed palpable, and finalized the sale. The unsullied 10,000 strong, plus 500 men, 500 women, 100 children, and Miss Sandai were mine. That night, I struck again. Under the invisibility cloak, I slipped into the good master's palaces, my seismic sense guiding me past guards and traps. Their vaults were obscene piles of gold, gems, and artifacts. I took carefully, siphoning 2 million gold dragons across multiple estates, plus a handful of valuables, a ruby-encrusted scepter, a diamond tiara, and a strange bronze ring that hummed faintly. By dawn, Astapor's elite were none the wiser, their losses too small to notice immediately. With my new army, I headed to Astapor's port. The docks were chaotic, ships creaking under the weight of cargo and slaves. I approached a merchant with a fleet of 50 galleys, each sturdy enough for a long voyage. How much for all of them? I asked. He blinked, then named a price, 500,000 gold dragons. I paid from my inventory, the coins materializing in chests. The ships were mine, crewed by hired sailors and my unsullied. Miss Sandai, now free, stood by my side, her sharp mind already proving useful as she organized the civilians. Aaron, standing on the deck of the lead ship, turned to me as we prepared to sail. Where are we going, anyway? I looked out at the horizon, the wind tugging at my cloak. To create our own kingdom. He raised an eyebrow but didn't press. The unsullied loaded supplies, the civilians boarded, and the ships groaned as they filled. My inventory held 2.5 million gold dragons, enough to fund a nation. The disputed lands awaited a lawless expanse where I'd carve my empire. But first, I needed to train my army, master my powers, and roll the gacha for more tools. The system chimed, daily GP earned, +1. Total GP, 60. I smiled. The game was just beginning. My status updated as we set sail, name, Dominic Augustus race, human age, 15 character assimilation, Toph Bafong, earthbending, seismic sense 40%. Powers, earthbending, intermediate, seismic sense, intermediate, equipment, Captain America's shield, invisibility cloak, Spider-Man's web shooters, Sokka's boomerang, standard steel sword, iron dagger, flint knife, Geralt's leather jacket, leather boots, plain cloak, water skin, rope, 20 feet, flint and steel, small pouch, bread loaf, flask of ale, wool blanket, iron shovel, candles, X3, fishing line, small mirror, leather gloves, salted fish, small pouch of spices, wooden bowl, cloth sash. Ink and quill, leather belt, apples, X2, whetstone, copper coins, X10, Konoha headband, cloth bandages, small pouch of herbs, torch, inventory, 1000M X1000M, sapphire ring, pearl-encrusted goblet, silver dagger, gilded candelabra, jade statue, ruby-encrusted scepter, diamond tiara, strange bronze ring, obsidian orb, 2,500,000 gold dragons followers, Aaron Sand, Miss Sandai, 10,000 unsullied, 500 men, 500 women, 100 children assets, 50 galleys gacha points, GP 60. The sea stretched before me. And with it, my future. A kingdom of my own, built on earth and gold, was within reach. Chapter 4, Freedom and Power on the High Seas. 296 AC Dominic's POV. The high walls of Astapor faded into the horizon as our fleet of 50 ships cut through the waves. The sea stretched endless before us, a canvas of blue under a blazing sun. I stood at the prow of the lead galley, the wind whipping my black hair, my eyes fixed on the future. My army 10,000 unsullied, 500 men, 500 women, 100 children, and my allies Aaron Sand and Miss Sandai filled the ships behind me. 3 million gold dragons sat in my inventory, alongside artifacts like Captain America's shield and the invisibility cloak. The Gacha system had made me a force, but I wasn't here to play conqueror. Not yet. I wanted a kingdom, one built on loyalty, not chains. I turned to face the unsullied on my ship, their disciplined ranks staring back, spears gleaming. Unsullied! I shouted, my voice carrying over the creak of wood and crash of waves. My name is Dominic Augustus. I request your service to achieve my goal, a kingdom of our own. When it's done, you're free to leave. No chains, no masters. A murmur rippled through them, rare for men trained to silence. I pressed on. Who is your commander? One stepped forward, his face stoic, eyes sharp. I am, he said. Your name? I asked. Brown Leech, he replied. I nodded. From now on, you're Damon. Then I looked at the others. Choose a name that suits you, all of you. You're free from this day until your last. I don't own you, but I need your strength. You'll be paid for your service, handsomely. Are you with me? The unsullied raised their spears, slamming them against the deck in unison, a thunderous boom that echoed across the fleet. Agreement, without a word. I turned to the men, women, and children, former slaves, now free, crowded on the deck. The same goes for you. Work with me, and you'll have a home, coin, and freedom. Are you in? They cheered, ragged but heartfelt, some weeping. Miss Sandai, standing to my left, spoke softly. The good masters won't be pleased, my lord. I grinned. What can they do now? We're gone. Aaron Sand, leaning against the railing, scratched his neck. So, where are these ships sailing, lord? The disputed lands, I said. That's where we'll build our kingdom. His eyes widened, but he nodded, used to my surprises. The disputed lands, lawless, fought over by Mir, Liss, and Tyrosh, were perfect. Chaotic, unclaimed, a place where a man with power could rise. My power. The journey took 1 moon, 30 days of salt spray and rolling waves. Each day, the Gacha system chimed, daily GP earned, +1. I'd saved 61 points before leaving Astapor, and with 30 more, I had 89 to burn. Then I used gold dragons to buy more GP. I decided to roll big 150 times, using all 450 points. From the hall, the main rolls are: Item, Soul Contracts, X20, binds a person's loyalty, unbreakable. Character Card, Gellert Grindelwald, Harry Potter. Item, Super Soldier Serum, X6, Marvel, enhances strength, speed, and durability to Captain America levels. Item, Deadpool's Swords, Marvel, twin katanas, razor sharp, durable. Item, Mara Mara no Mi, One Piece, Devil Fruit, granting fire manipulation, weakness to water remains. Item, Weakness Removal, X3, eliminates 1 inherent weakness per use. Item, Random Pokemon egg hatches into an unknown Pokemon. Character Card, Taskmaster, Marvel, Character Card, Black Widow, Marvel, miscellaneous items, 141, food, bread, dried fruit, jerky, clothing, cloaks, tunics, tools, hammer, nails, rope, and minor valuables, silver rings, copper bracelets. The sole contracts were gold. Loyalty was hard to come by in Essos. Then I assimilated the Grindelwald card. The Super Soldier Serum was perfect for my allies, and the Taskmaster and Black Widow cards could make them unstoppable. The Mara no Mi was a OP fire powers in a world of swords and spears. Devastating is a small word. The Pokemon egg was a mystery, stored safely in my inventory. I called Aaron, Miss Sandai, and Damon to my cabin that night. Aaron, now used to my magic, watched calmly as I summoned 3 soul contracts from my inventory, glowing parchment with intricate runes. Miss Sandai and Damon flinched, their eyes wide. "What sorcery is this?" Damon asked, gripping his spear. "Not sorcery," I said. "A gift. These contracts bind your loyalty to me, unbreakable unless I say so. In return, I'll make you stronger than you can imagine." Aaron shrugged. "I swore already. Might as well make it official." Miss Sandai hesitated, then nodded. "I trust you, my lord." Damon studied me, then agreed. "I'll serve." I handed each a contract. They signed, the parchment flaring briefly before vanishing into motes of light. The system confirmed, soul contracts activated, Aaron Sand, Miss Sandai, Damon. Their loyalty was mine, no betrayal possible. Next, I pulled 3 vials of Super Soldier Serum, their blue liquid shimmering. "Drink," I said. "It'll make you faster, stronger, tougher." Aaron downed his without hesitation, grinning as his muscles tensed, his frame visibly sharpening. Miss Sandai sipped hers cautiously, gasping as energy surged through her. Damon drank last, his stoic face twitching as the serum took hold. They stood taller, their movements sharper, like predators unleashed. I wasn't done. "Damon, you're getting skills unparalleled to anyone in this world." I pressed the Taskmaster card to his chest, and it glowed, sinking into him. His eyes widened as new instincts flooded his mind: photographic reflexes, the ability to mimic any skill he saw. "Miss Sandai." I applied the card, and she swayed, her posture shifting to a deadly grace, her mind now sharp with espionage and combat knowledge. They stared at me, awestruck, except Aaron, who just chuckled. "You're a bloody wizard, Lord." "Something like that," I said, storing the remaining serums and contracts. I kept the Mara no Mi. The weakness removals I saved maybe for the Devil Fruit's water flaw. The Pokemon egg stayed in my inventory, its faint warmth a promise of something big. Over the moon at sea, I trained with my allies. Damon, now a super soldier with Taskmaster's skills, sparred with the 10 Unsullied at a time, copying their spear techniques flawlessly. Miss Sandai, enhanced by Black Widow's template, moved like a shadow, teaching the women stealth and knife work. Aaron, stronger and faster, took to Deadpool's swords, twirling them with surprising skill. I practiced magic, of Grindelwald, trying everything: transfiguration, charms, dark magic, etc. My assimilation with Toph hit 100%. Now I can bend metal. The Unsullied chose new names: Ruger, Varus, Tycho, shedding their slave titles. The men, women, and children trained too, learning basic combat or ship work, their spirits high with the promise of freedom. I paid them from my fortune, 100 gold dragons each, a pittance from my 3 million, but life-changing for them. The system chimed daily, but I saved my GP, now at 11 after the 150 rolls. After a moon, the disputed lands appeared on the horizon: rocky coasts, rolling hills, and scattered ruins from endless wars. My fleet anchored off a deserted stretch, its cliffs defensible, its plains fertile. Perfect for a stronghold. I gathered my forces on the lead ship, updating my status, name, Dominic Augustus race, human age, 15 character assimilation, Toph Bafong, earthbending, seismic sense 50%. Powers, earthbending, advanced, seismic sense, advanced, equipment, Captain America's shield, invisibility cloak, Spider-Man's web shooters, Sokka's boomerang, Deadpool's swords, Geralt's leather jacket, Mara Mara no Mi, weakness removal, X3, random Pokemon egg, soul contracts, X17, super soldier serum, X3 2,354,400 gold dragons gacha points, GP0 allies, Aaron Sand, soul contract, super soldier serum, Deadpool's swords, Miss Sandai, soul contract, super soldier serum, Black Widow. Template 30%, Damon, soul contract, super soldier serum, Taskmaster template 40%, 10,000 unsullied, 500 men, 500 women, 100 children assets, 50 ships. I stood on the shore, my army behind me, the cliffs rising like sentinels. This is it, I said to Aaron, Miss Sandai, and Damon. Our kingdom starts here. Miss Sandai's eyes gleamed with Black Widow's cunning. What's the first step, my lord? Build, I said. A fortress, a city, a home. I'll use my earthbending to raise walls, your skills to train our people, and our gold to draw allies. Damon nodded, his taskmaster reflexes already scanning the terrain. Defensible. Good choice. Aaron twirled a katana. Gonna be a fight, lord. The disputed lands don't stay quiet. Let them come, I said, stomping the ground. A stone pillar rose, towering over the beach. We're ready. The Pokemon egg pulsed in my inventory, the Mara Mara no Mi tempting me with fire. My kingdom was a dream, but with my powers, my allies, and my wealth, it was a dream I'd make real. The disputed lands would bow to Dominic Augustus. Chapter 5, Whispers of New Kingdom. Illyrio Mopetus's POV 298 AC, Pentos. The air in my manse hung heavy with the scent of spiced wine and incense, but it did little to soothe the unease gnawing at me. From the balcony overlooking Pentos's bustling streets, I awaited the arrival of Kuldrogo's Kalasar, 2 Targaryen siblings seated behind me, Viserys and Daenerys. My wealth, my influence, all rested on Varys's intricate plan for the Iron Throne. I hope your scheme holds, Varys, I thought, fingers tightening on the railing. The streets below teemed with merchants and carts, but my mind was elsewhere, tangled in rumors of a new power rising in the south. Lord Illyrio, Viserys' voice cut through, sharp and petulant, when is my army going to be here? I turned, forcing a practiced smile. The boy, barely a man, though he styled himself king, lounged on a cushioned chair, his silver hair gleaming under the torchlight, violet eyes narrowed with impatience. Soon, your grace, I said smoothly. We've heard the Khal is riding out with his band. They were last seen heading toward the new kingdom of Uruk. Gods help us if that fool attacked Uruk, I thought, my stomach twisting. My spies' reports were grim. Thousands had perished against Uruk's walls, their armies broken by stone and sorcery. The city was an enigma, a fortress risen from the disputed land's chaos, its king, Dominic Augustus, a name spoken in whispers of fear and reverence. Daenerys, seated quietly beside her brother, looked up, her violet eyes bright with curiosity. Can you tell me again about this Uruk, Lord Illyrio? Her voice was soft, laced with a hope that contrasted Viserys' arrogance. I leaned against the balcony, gathering the details my spies had painstakingly collected. The city lies on the coast south of here, in the heart of the disputed lands, near the entrance to what was once Old Valyria. It emerged after the sacking of Slavers' Bay, a free city where slavery is outlawed. No man, woman, or child wears chains there. Its king, Dominic Augustus, rules with a heavy hand against those who harm others. Such offenders are said to vanish, taken by the king himself or his unseen forces. I paused, noting the spark in Daenerys's eyes. The city is carved from the mountains, its walls unyielding against sand and sea. It gleams in the sunlight, so clean it seems unnatural. Some claim ancient guardians, beasts or spirits from old Valeria patrol its skies, striking down invaders. The people are cared for, fed, and housed, provided they contribute to the city's growth. It's a place of order amidst Essos' chaos, a beacon of freedom and strength. Daenerys' face lit up, her expression one of wonder, as if Uruk embodied the haven she dreamed of, a place free from fear, where she could thrive. But Viserys scoffed, shattering the moment. Utter nonsense, he spat, leaning forward. He is some upstart squatting in the ruins of better days. I've seen the Red Keep, the greatest seat in the world. To think I, the last dragon, the true king of Westeros, would care for this filth-ridden corner of Essos is laughable. Gods, this boy is insufferable, I thought, swallowing the retort. Instead, I said, yes, your grace. The Cole's party should arrive in a few days. Let us hope they come in peace. Viserys waved a dismissive hand, turning to his sister. Daenerys, be prepared. We must make you perfect for your new husband. He seized her chin, forcing her eyes to meet his. You must be flawless. We need his men to take back our rightful home. You can do that for me, can't you? You wouldn't want to wake the dragon, would you? Daenerys, barely 16, trembled under his grip, nodding frantically, fear etched into her young face. Good, Viserys said, releasing her. Be ready when he arrives. I won't have this deal ruined by your stupidity. I watched as servants ushered her out, her shoulders hunched, the weight of her brother's cruelty heavy on her. Varys, let your plan succeed, I thought, my heart sinking. All I want is Aegon on the Iron Throne. But the shadow of Uruk loomed large. My spies spoke of its king, Dominic Augustus, a young man wielding powers beyond comprehension, stone that moved at his will, sorcery that rivaled Valeria's lost arts. If Drogo's Khalasar had clashed with him, our plans could be crumbling already. The reports were consistent. Uruk had risen in 2 years, its walls carved from cliffs, its streets clean and sparkling. Slavery was abolished, enforced by a king who brooked no defiance. His army, thousands strong, included disciplined warriors unlike any in Essos, and his city drew refugees and sellswords, all swearing loyalty to a ruler who offered freedom and protection. Some claimed he commanded a dragon, not a Targaryen beast, but a creature that soared above Uruk, guarding it from attack. Others whispered of artifacts, shields that deflected any blow, cloaks that hid him from sight, and a wand that sparked with unnatural light. Viserys' arrogance blinded him to the threat, but I saw it clearly. Uruk was no myth. It was a power to rival the free cities, perhaps even Westeros. If Drogo's Khalasar had been foolish enough to challenge it, we might face a vengeful king instead of an ally. I poured myself a goblet of wine, the liquid trembling in my hand. The Targaryen siblings were my path to influence, but Uruk's rise changed the game. Dominic Augustus was a name I'd need to watch, perhaps to court, perhaps to fear. As Daenerys' footsteps faded down the hall, I turned back to the balcony, the distant hum of Pentos filling the silence. The Khalasar would arrive soon, and with it, the next move in Varys' grand design. But my thoughts lingered on Uruk, its gleaming walls, and the king who'd built a kingdom from nothing. What manner of man are you, Dominic Augustus? I wondered. And what would it mean for the Iron Throne if he turned his gaze north? No one's POV. King's Landing. The Red Keep mourned in silence, its halls draped in the shadow of Jon Arryn's death. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, strode through the corridors, his golden armor clinking softly, his face a mask of indifference hiding the weight of his thoughts. As he approached the small council chamber, Sir Barristan Selmy stood by the door, his white cloak pristine despite the somber air. Sir Jaime, Barristan greeted, his voice steady but heavy with the grief that hung over the court. Where is his grace? Jaime asked, already knowing King Robert Baratheon wouldn't be tangled in his usual vices, not today, not with his foster father dead. His Grace is overseeing preparations to send Lord Arryn's body back to the Eyrie, Barristan replied, his eyes scanning the hall as the small council members began to gather, their footsteps echoing on the cold stone. The council chamber was a tense affair, the air thick with unspoken rivalries and the sting of loss. Varys, the spy master, sat with his hands folded, his powdered face unreadable. Peter Baelish, master of coin, lounged with a smirk that never quite reached his eyes. Renly Baratheon, the king's youngest brother, looked restless, while Grand Maester Pycelle hunched over his notes, his chains clinking. Queen Cersei Baratheon, resplendent in crimson and gold, presided with an icy authority, her brother Jaime standing at her side. Varys spoke first, his voice soft yet cutting through the room's murmur. My lords, my little birds bring grave news from Essos. Reports of strange creatures, beasts not of this world, have surfaced again. This is the 10th such report in 2 years. Their nest, it seems, lies in the new kingdom of Uruk. The room stilled. Jaime's hand tightened on his sword hilt, a reflex born of unease. Uruk. The name had crept into their councils before, a whisper from across the narrow sea, growing louder with each passing moon. A city risen from nothing in the disputed lands, its King Dominic Augustus a figure shrouded in mystery and dread. Any update on Uruk itself? Peter Baelish asked, his tone light but his eyes sharp. His own spies, usually so reliable, had vanished without a trace in the disputed lands, a fact that gnawed at him. Unfortunately, no, Varys replied, his lips pursing. My birds sing of walls that gleam like polished stone, of a king who wields powers beyond mortal, stone that moves, fire that obeys his will. But details are scarce. Those who venture too close to Uruk, do not return. Cersei's emerald eyes flashed, her patience thin. Enough of these tales, she snapped. My husband grieves for Jon Arryn. We will not trouble him with more ill-fated news of some upstart in Essos. Of course, Your Grace, Varys said, bowing his head, though his eyes flickered with something unreadable. Renly Baratheon leaned forward, his voice laced with irritation. My brother wishes to name a new hand of the king. He's set on traveling the king's road to the north Winterfell, I presume, to drag Ned Stark into this mess. His Grace demands the council remain here, Grand Maester Pycelle added, his voice quavering as he clutched a raven's scroll. I've sent word to Winterfell, as he commanded. Jaime watched the exchange, his mind drifting to Cersei, of their children, of the fragile game they played in King's Landing. Baelish tapped his fingers on the table, his mind clearly working. This Dominic Augustus, if he's real, he's no mere warlord. A city that sparkles, creatures in the sky, armies that rival the free cities? We'd do well to learn more before he looks west. Varys nodded slightly. My birds will keep listening, Lord Baelish. But Uruk is a fortress of secrets. Its king does not welcome spies. Cersei's lips curled. Then let him keep his desert kingdom. Westeros is ours to rule. We have no time for myths and monsters. The council moved on to trade disputes and royal finances, but the spectre of Uruk lingered, a shadow cast across the narrow sea. As the meeting adjourned, Jaime lingered by the window, staring east. The Game of Thrones was shifting, and a new player had entered the board, one whose power might reshape the world. Chapter 6, The Golden King of Uruk, Third Person POV 298 AC Kingdom of Uruk. Uruk, the City of Dreams, stood as a beacon in the disputed lands, its white stone walls gleaming under the relentless Essos sun. To those who had once been slaves, it was the city of freedom, a sanctuary where chains were broken and hope flourished. To the outside world, it was a mystery, a fortress of wonders and terrors that repelled all who sought to harm it. Its glowing walls, paved streets, and fields of endless harvests baffled spies and invaders alike. The city had risen in a mere week. Within 3 months, it was a thriving hub, fields tilled, docks built, and homes raised, all under the watchful eye of its enigmatic king, Dominic Augustus. The people of Uruk, many former slaves, marveled at their new lives. Farm animals, cows, sheep, pigs, chickens appeared as if by magic, their origins unquestioned in gratitude for their king's generosity. Plumbing, a marvel as Dominic called it, replaced buckets and ditches with private latrines in every home and public bathhouses for cleanliness. No one asked where the water came from or where the waste went, it was enough that it worked, better than anything they'd known. Silks of the finest thread clothed the citizens, and trading ships docked at the port, bringing wealth and goods. The land itself seemed blessed, crops grew faster, people worked longer, their bodies stronger, though few noticed the subtle magic at play. Uruk's design was impregnable, its 3 concentric walls reminiscent of legends from distant lands. The outermost wall guarded the fields and outer districts, the second protected the bustling city proper, and the innermost encircled the heart of Uruk, where markets, homes, and forges thrived. At the southern edge, near the coast, stood the king's castle, a towering structure of pure white stone, positioned to repel naval invasions while its high walls defied land assaults. Gates and towers studded each wall, manned by disciplined warriors who moved with uncanny precision. In the morning light, Dominic Augustus stood on his castle's balcony, clad in a black silk robe, gazing over the city he'd built. The outer wall, facing the Dothraki Sea, loomed in the distance, a bulwark against the chaos of Essos. Behind him, Miss Sandai stirred in his bed, her voice soft with sleep. Why did you leave?" she murmured, missing his warmth. "I was looking out over the city," Dominic replied, his eyes tracing the horizon where the first rays of sun touched the walls. Miss Sandai rose, unabashed in her nakedness, and crossed to him. Let Drago Knight and Charizard handle those savages," she said, her hands sliding over his chest. "They've scared off plenty of Dothraki before. They can do it again." He hummed, feeling her lips brush his neck. At 6 feet 6 inches and a foot taller than her, he savored the effort she put into reaching him, a familiar dance they both loved. "Tides are changing," he said, leaning into her embrace. "We're going to be busy from now on." "Then the time has come to show the world," she replied, kissing his cheek. "As much as I'd like to keep you to myself, you're too influential." Her lips grazed his shoulder. "Too strong." She turned him, pushing him gently into the chair on the balcony. "Too important." Straddling him, she lowered herself onto his lap, guiding him inside her with a slow, deliberate motion. "And, as much as I'd hate to admit it, too insatiable to keep to myself." Dominic chuckled, hands resting on her hips. "You, my dear, are the insatiable one." He knew she was right. She'd passed out from their passionate night before, yet here she was, hungry for more. Miss Sandai moved slowly, panting, her kisses silencing his thoughts. He had magic to ensure no children would come from their union, a choice made to protect their path. She cried out, slamming herself down, her body trembling. "So full." "Miss Sandai," he groaned, feeling her tighten around him. "Love, please." She moved faster, lost in the rhythm, until they both reached their peak, her cries mingling with his grunt as he released, magic flaring to maintain their choice. As they held each other in the rising sun, bells tolled across Uruk, a warning Dominic had long anticipated. He lifted Miss Sandai, exhausted and glowing, and carried her to the bed. "Love, I must go," he said, kissing her deeply. "Be careful," she whispered, pulling him into a passionate kiss. "I always am," he murmured, resting his forehead against hers before stepping away. An hour later, Dominic soared above Uruk on Drago Knight, Charizard gliding beside him. The Pokémon, born from the Gacha's Pokémon eggs, had grown into fearsome guardians. Drago Knight, a dragon-type Pokémon, and Charizard, a fire Pokémon, were legends in their own right, their presence fueling tales of Uruk's ancient guardians. Below, a Dothraki Kalasar 40,000 strong churned the earth, their hooves a drumbeat detected by his seismic sense. This was not the first Dothraki assault in 2 years. Every Kalasar that passed tested Uruk's walls, only to be repelled by stone, fire, or Dominic's wrath. Most fled or negotiated, few survived defiance. He landed before the horde, Drago Knight and Charizard flanking him, their roars shaking the air. Dominic wore the golden armor of Gilgamesh from the Fate series, a Gacha pole, its gleaming plates radiating power. Whispers rippled through the Dothraki, the Golden King, they called him, a title born from his venture into Valeria's ruins, where he'd claimed this a lot of Valyrian armors, swords, and untold riches. The doomed city had yielded to him, the first man since its fall to return alive. Who is the leader of this Kalasar? Dominic called in Dothraki, his voice amplified by a flick of his wand. Who is Urkel? The horde trembled at the sight of his Pokémon, but some lowborn riders, eager for glory, charged. Charizard roared, unleashing a fire blast that incinerated them, leaving ash and screams. If your coward Urkel won't face me, I'll kill you all, Dominic declared, his tone icy. You dare call Urkel, leader of the greatest Kalasar, a coward, a blood rider shouted, stepping forward. I'll call him worse if he doesn't kneel, Dominic replied. Do we fight for command, per your code, or do I slaughter you all? You're no Dothraki, a KO, bellowed. Kill the feeble man. The horde surged, thousands strong, their screams filling the air. Dominic sighed, raising his wand he blasted fiend fire. And he also commanded Drago Knight, Charizard, fire blast. The Pokémon roared, flames erupting in a wave that consumed the front ranks. Thousands burned, their cries swallowed by the inferno. The horde froze, horror etched on their faces. Bring out Urkel. Dominic's voice boomed, enhanced by magic, carrying over the sea of ash and fear. A hulking figure emerged, the Urkel himself, his braid long and adorned with bells. You dare, he roared, striding forward. Finally showing yourself, worm, Dominic said, his wand steady. I am the greatest Urkel among the Dothraki. I am the Urkel's words cut off as Dominic slashed his wand, unleashing a sectum sempra. A blade of invisible force sliced through the air, severing the Urkel's head in a spray of blood. The body collapsed, bells jingling. You are dead, Dominic said coldly. He turned to the stunned Kalasar. Now, who's next? The Dothraki dropped to their knees, their weapons clattering to the ground. Dominic's golden armor gleamed, Drago Knight and Charizard looming behind him. Uruk's walls stood unbreached, its fields untouched. The horde's surrender was total, their will broken by a king who wielded earth, fire, and magic. Word of the massacre would spread, as it always did. Uruk's legend grew city of dreams, fortress of freedom, ruled by a king who could not be defied. In Pentos, Illyrio Mopetus would hear of this, his plans for the Targaryens shaken. In King's Landing, Varys's little birds would sing of the Golden King and his mystical creatures. But in Uruk, life continued, fields were tilled, silks were worn, and the people prospered, their faith in Dominic Augustus unshakable. The tides were changing, and the world would soon know the true power of Uruk. Status name, Dominic Augustus race, human age, 18 character assimilation, Toph Bafong, earthbending, seismic sense 100%. Gellert Grindelwald, dark magic, wand mastery 100%. Gold Roger, hacky, charisma 100%. Ted Mosby, architecture, storytelling 100%. Erwin Smith, leadership 30%. Powers, earthbending, seismic sense, master reshapes landscapes, detects vibrations. Dark magic, wand mastery, master casts powerful spells, wields elder wand. Hacky, master conquerors, observation, armament hacky. Architecture, storytelling, master designs flawless structures, inspires loyalty. Leadership, intermediate strategic command, developing. Equipment, Captain America's shield, invisibility cloak, elder wand, two-way mirror inu no mi, main no mi, tori no mi, mara no mi, no water weakness, weakness removal, x8, Pokemon eggs, x5, soul contracts, x100, lasso of truth, super soldier serum, x20, Deadpool's swords, Gilgamesh's golden armor, inventory, 10000m x10000m, it increased, 25,354,400 gold dragons gacha points, 200 allies, Aaron Sand, soul contract, super soldier serum, Deadpool's swords, Afro Samurai, 100%. Miss Sandai, soul contract, super soldier serum, Black Widow, 100%, Emma Frost, 100%. Damon, soul contract, super soldier serum, Taskmaster, 100%. Pokemon, Charizard, Dragonite, Rapidash, Gyarados, Altaria, Eevee, Celebi. Chapter 7, A Dragon's Hope. Daenerys's POV 298 AC. Pentos 2 weeks had passed since that tense conversation with my brother Viserys and Lord Illyrio Mopatis, and every moment since had been a whirlwind of preparation for this day. Servants fussed over me, pampering me after a bath to make me appear the princess I was born to be. That bath was wonderful, I thought, wincing slightly as a comb tugged through my silver hair. The water had been scalding, or so the servants claimed, but to me, it felt like any other bath, warm, comforting, unremarkable. Baths were a rare luxury in my life, and I savored them, even if I didn't understand why the heat never bothered me. The next 2 hours, however, were the most aggravating of my life. Viserys found fault with everything. My dress, a flowing lilac gown, didn't reveal enough of my body for his liking, and he demanded it changed. My makeup was too bold, then too plain, forcing me to scrub it off for a lighter touch. My hair, painstakingly braided, wasn't positioned to his satisfaction. His violet eyes burned with barely restrained fury, and I saw the threat of his hand in the way he loomed over me. He's so close to striking me, I thought, my heart racing. Thank the gods, scouts reported the Khal was near, sparing me his wrath for now. As the moment approached, my nerves frayed. Will the Khal like me? Will I face Viserys' dragon if I fail? The questions swirled, a storm in my mind. I watched my brother pace the hall, his silk cloak swishing with each step, his face twisted in irritation. How long does this savage expect us to wait? Viserys snapped, turning to Illyrio. I am a king, and this barbarian dares delay me. I do not know, Your Grace, Illyrio said, his plump face glistening with sweat as he glanced nervously toward the gates. The scouts said he would be here by now. Before Viserys could unleash another tirade, a man hurried to Illyrio's side. Lord, a Khal is here to speak with you. He and his party await in the garden. Finally, this savage has wasted enough of our time, Viserys growled, seizing my arm and pulling me toward the door. Oh no! This is it! My stomach churned as I walked between Viserys and Illyrio, my heart pounding. The garden tent loomed ahead, its silks fluttering in the breeze. This moment would change my life forever. Inside the tent stood the Khal, a figure of terrifying presence. As we approached, I glanced at his guards. These aren't the Dothraki I've heard of. Their metal armor gleamed, unlike the leather and bone of typical riders, and their discipline was unnerving. Then a woman emerged from the tent, and my breath caught. If she's near the Khal, what chance do I have? She was close to my age, her ebony hair silky, her round face framed by striking blue eyes. Her dusky skin glowed in a white dress that hugged her curves, exuding exotic beauty. Michael thanks you for your offer, she said, her voice clear and confident. However, the deal made with Khal Drogo is void, as he has been bested and slain. If you wish a new alliance, Michael will listen. I stared, speechless, my heart sinking. All of this, for nothing? Viserys' face reddened, but Illyrio spoke quickly. I am Illyrio Mopedus. We seek an alliance between your Khalasar and the Targaryens of Valyria, sealed by the marriage of Yrkul to Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. The woman retreated into the tent, speaking briefly, then returned. Michael is pleased with this deal. The alliance will proceed as planned. He wishes to rest before finalizing terms. Viserys bristled. I demand an audience. I am the rightful king of the Iron Throne. Illyrio. His words were cut off as the guards drew their blades, their movements swift and synchronized. You dare demand from our king, one growled. Fear gripped me. Viserys' arrogance would get us killed. Before the situation escalated, a deep voice boomed from the tent. Enough. Leave, or death follows. Bring the girl inside. My eyes widened. He wants me? Brother. I whispered, trembling. You will do everything to secure this deal, Viserys snarled, his grip bruising my arm. You will not wake the dragon if you fail. The guards pushed him back, and I stumbled toward the tent, my legs weak. Terrified didn't begin to describe it. The woman took my arm gently, whispering, Don't worry. The king wanted you away from your brother. Madness seems to have taken him. Her kindness steadied me as we entered the tent. You are as beautiful as the rumors say, a voice said. I looked up, startled, at a man unlike any I'd imagined. He wore a white shirt under an open red coat, black pants, and his raven black hair was tousled, begging to be touched. His golden eyes glowed, piercing yet warm. A Valyrian steel blade, its design unique, hung at his side. I bowed, my voice soft. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. He studied me, his presence commanding yet gentle. Are you okay with this marriage, Daenerys? Yes, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. He tilted his head. Are you saying that because your brother demands it, or are you truly okay with it? I hesitated, then met his gaze. I'm truly okay with it. And I meant it. Something about him felt safe, unlike Viserys' cruelty. He nodded, turning to a man at his side. Aaron, go speak with the beggar king. Tell him I'll take the bride, and he'll have the Khalasar. Aaron chuckled. Yeah, I'll make sure they accept. He left the tent, his swords glinting. Dominic gestured to a chair beside him. Sit, Daenerys. I obeyed, my hands trembling slightly. He poured me a drink, a golden liquid that fizzed. I sipped it, the sweet, buttery taste surprising me. I couldn't hide my delight, and he chuckled. Did you enjoy it? I nodded, smiling shyly. It's wonderful. It's a specialty of ours, he said, his voice warm. We call it butterbeer. We've just started exporting it. Curiosity overcame my nerves. How did you become Khal of the largest Khalasar? My brother said Khal Drogo was coming. Dominic leaned back, his golden eyes distant. Some Dothraki attacked my city. I learned they had a deal with Targaryens and one of the biggest Khalasars. By Dothraki law, I challenged Drogo to single combat. We fought, and now I'm here. You killed Khal Drogo? I asked, shocked. He nodded. Yes. Then he shifted, his tone gentle. But enough about me. Miss Sandai, please see to our guest, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. I hesitated, then asked, will you really help us? Daenerys, he said, and my heart fluttered at the way he said my name. I'll help you. Your brother, unfortunately, is a lost cause. Once Valyrian madness takes hold, little can stop it. But... I faltered, stunned. Missy, please, he said to the woman Miss Sandai. Have the staff help with her things. He turned to me. Your brother is part of the deal, I suppose. I'll ensure he has what he needs to live, but I can't help him take the 7 kingdoms now. But the people sing of our return, I pleaded. They wish for us. Dominic's eyes softened, but his words were firm. The people don't care, Daenerys. Only Dorne might, and that's for revenge, not loyalty. Go with Miss Sandai. She'll guide you. Don't dwell on this. Aeron will speak with Illyrio, and we'll plan what comes next. I nodded, my mind reeling, and followed Miss Sandai out. For the first time, I felt a flicker of hope not for Viserys' dreams, but for my own. This Cul, this king, was unlike any man I'd known. Perhaps with him, I could find a path to something greater than fear. Chapter 8, A Union Sealed in Fire. Third Person POV 298 AC, Pentos. 1 week later. This wretched week can finally end, Dominic Augustus thought, seated beside Daenerys Targaryen under a canopy in Illyrio Mopedus's garden, swarmed by gifts from the Dothraki and Pentoshi alike. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and roasted meat, but Dominic's mind was elsewhere. All I want is to be back in Uruk, planning my next move. Beside him, Daenerys, radiant in a lilac gown, accepted gifts with a shy smile, her silver hair catching the sunlight. Not that anything went as planned. Aeron Sand, his loyal guard and friend, grumbled nearby. Sorry, my friend, Dominic whispered, leaning toward him. This will be over soon. Aeron smirked, his super soldier enhanced frame relaxed but alert. Your new wife's quite beautiful, he teased, nodding at Daenerys. Stop teasing him, Miss Sandai chided, her dusky skin glowing in a white dress as she translated the Dothraki's words for Daenerys, her Black Widow and Emma Frost templates making her a vision of grace and cunning. Daenerys glanced at Dominic, her violet eyes wide. These people are all here for us. Kind of, Dominic replied, his voice low. The Khalasar follows the Khul. They're nomadic, but they tend to cause more trouble than they're worth. He was eager to leave their company, his mind on Uruk's gleaming walls. I still can't believe you're the king of Uruk, Daenerys said, her voice tinged with awe as another guest presented a woven rug. Is your city really made of gold? Dominic chuckled, shaking his head. No, but it shines like it. Stone, mostly, carved by my hand. You'll see it soon. His gaze shifted as Illyrio and Viserys approached, the latter's face twisted with impatience. Your Grace, Illyrio said, bowing slightly, his servant opening a chest. My gift for your wedding. May these fossilized eggs symbolize the joy of your life. Daenerys gasped, her eyes locked on the 3 dragon eggs, green, black, and gold. Are these dragon eggs? Yes, Illyrio said. Sadly, fossilized, unable to hatch. Dominic's magic stirred, Grindelwald's power pulsing through him. He channeled it subtly into the eggs, feeling a faint hum of life awaken within them. She'll hatch them in time, he thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Thank you, Daenerys said, mesmerized, her fingers brushing the green egg's scales. Miss Sandai leaned in, her voice formal. Michael, it is time to consummate the marriage. Dominic nodded, glancing at Aeron. Right, we'll be back. Keep the Khalasar in check. Don't let them wreak havoc. Of course, Aeron replied, his eyes scanning the crowd for trouble. Viserys grabbed Daenerys's arm, his voice venomous. You will give him the best time of his life. Ensure I get my army, or you'll face the dragon. Release my wife. Dominic's voice boomed, amplified by magic. He pulled Daenerys to him, his golden eyes flashing. Lifting her onto their horse, he murmured, Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. She curled into him, her trembling easing. They rode toward a secluded valley, Dominic ensuring everything is comfortable for her as they rode. After a short ride, they stopped at hills far from Pentos's noise. This should do, he muttered, dismounting. Daenerys watched him, curious. Drago Knight, Charizard, come out. Dominic called, his voice ringing. What are you? Daenerys began, then froze as Drago Knight and Charizard materialized, their massive forms looming. Dragonite's draconic aura and Charizard's fiery tail left her speechless. The one with the fiery tail is Charizard, Dominic explained. The other's Drago Knight. Meet Daenerys. Charizard growled, Char, while Drago Knight hummed, acknowledging her. Daenerys's eyes widened in wonder. How? She asked, stepping closer. Magic, Dominic said simply, his lips curling into a teasing grin. Like the kind that makes a Targaryen princess blush. Daenerys's cheeks flushed, and she looked away, shy. I don't blush that easily. Oh, I think you do, he teased, stepping closer, his towering frame casting a shadow. I bet I could make you blush brighter than Charizard's flame. She ducked her head, her silver hair falling over her face. Stop it, she mumbled, but a smile tugged at her lips. Dominic chuckled, leaning down to meet her eyes. What's wrong, Daenerys Stormborn? Afraidicle's charm is too much for you. Her shyness flickered, and a spark of defiance lit her violet eyes, the inner dragon awakening. You think you're charming, she shot back, stepping closer, her voice gaining strength. I've faced my brother's temper. A teasingcle is nothing. He raised an eyebrow, delighted. Oh, the dragon bites back. Good. I like a wife with fire. Daenerys crossed her arms, her blush fading as she held his gaze. You'll find I have plenty of fire, Cole. Don't test me. Test you. Dominic grinned, stepping so close she had to tilt her head to meet his eyes. I'm just warming you up, princess. Wait till you see what Uruk has in store. Her lips parted, a retort ready, but she faltered, her boldness softening. You're impossible, she said, her voice half laugh, half exasperation. And you're adorable when you try to keep up, he replied, winking. Come on, let's talk somewhere quieter. He led her to a shaded spot under a tree, the valley's breeze cooling the air. They sat, and he poured her another cup of butterbeer from his inventory. She sipped, her eyes lighting up again. This is incredible. You said it's from Uruk. Made it myself, he said, leaning back. Well, with a bit of magic. You'll love the city. No slaves, no filth. Just freedom and strength. Daenerys's expression softened, her fingers tracing the cup's rim. Freedom. I've never known it. Not truly. You will, Dominic said, his tone serious. With me, you'll be free. No one will hurt you, not Viserys, not anyone. She looked at him, her eyes searching. Why me? You're a king, Akal, with others. Why marry me? He tilted his head, teasing again. Maybe I just wanted a dragon princess to make my city shine brighter. She swatted his arm, her shyness returning. Stop that. I'm serious. So am I, he said, his voice softening. You're strong, Daenerys, even if you don't see it yet. I saw it in your eyes when you stood up to me just now. You're not just Viserys' sister. You're a queen in waiting. Her breath caught, and she looked away, her cheeks pink. I don't know if I can be that. You can, he said firmly. And I'll help you find out. But first. He grinned, leaning closer. You've got to survive me. She laughed, the sound bright and free, her inner dragon stirring again. You're awful, she said, shoving him playfully. But I'll survive you, Cole. Just watch. That's my girl, he said, standing and offering his hand. Come on. Let's make this official. Daenerys took his hand, her nervousness returning but tempered by excitement. Where are we going? Somewhere private, he said, his eyes glinting. A bed's better than a hillside, don't you think? Her face flushed scarlet, and she stammered, wait, what? He laughed, pulling her toward Dragonite. Relax, princess. I'll be gentle unless you bite back again. 2 hours later, no one POV lemon warning. Dominic Augustus lifted Daenerys off Dragonite, carrying her into a private magical tent he'd prepared, its silks shimmering in the valley's dusk. Where? She started, but he silenced her with a kiss, his lips claiming hers with a hunger that made her moan. His tongue explored her mouth, and she melted into him, her hands clutching his robes. He set her on the bed, his magic tearing her dress with a flick of his hand. You are mine, he said, climbing over her, his hands roaming her bare skin, igniting sparks of pleasure. Yes, she gasped, arching as his hand slid between her thighs, his fingers brushing her folds, thumb circling her clit. Does that feel good, my dragon queen? He murmured. Yes, she cried, hips bucking, craving more. Her nails dug into his shoulders, her sensitivity overwhelming. He teased her, fingers slow, drawing out her moans. Please, she begged, her body trembling with new sensations. Not yet, he said, smirking as she bit his shoulder, her nails raking his back. Just as she neared her peak, he paused, making her whimper. Please, don't stop, she pleaded, her voice desperate. He pressed his thumb harder, and she shattered, crying out as he sucked her breast, her pink nipple hard under his tongue. He pinched her other nipple, his fingers slipping into her folds, exploring her wetness. I think I'll taste you next, he said, kissing down her body. His tongue dipped into her folds, and Daenerys, still reeling from her first climax, gasped. What are? Her words dissolved into a scream. Gods. As he licked, her body shaking, liquid flooding his face. Her legs clamped around him, trapping him as he continued, her cries echoing for minutes. She gasped, vision clearing. Dominic rose, his golden eyes intense. Now for the main part, he said, easing her nerves with magic to dull any pain. He pushed in slowly, inch by inch, pausing at her barrier. Last chance to back out. Daenerys wrapped her legs around him, pulling him past it. Pain flared briefly, then stars burst in her vision as he filled her. He's so big, she thought, clamping down, overwhelmed. He moved slowly, then faster, her moans filling the tent. Your Grace, please. She gasped, lost in pleasure. Dom, he corrected, slowing briefly. Call me Dom. Dom, please, keep going, she begged, nearing another peak. He growled, you are mine, slamming into her, pushing her over the edge. Yours, she screamed, her climax hitting as he drove deep, his own release flooding her, triggering another wave of pleasure. Lemon and Dominic collapsed beside her, pulling the covers over them as she passed out, curling into him. First time was too much for her, he thought, holding her close. Next day, where are they? Viserys shouted, his face purple with rage as he stormed through Illyrio's courtyard, furious that Daenerys hadn't returned. I'm sure they're on their way, Illyrio said, watching the Khalasar prepare to depart. Dragonite and Charizard landed in the fields, their wings stirring dust. Dragons! Viserys exclaimed, eyes wild. With them, I could take the 7 kingdoms. Sorry I'm late, Dominic said, dismounting Dragonite, his red coat billowing. Are you ready to go home? About time, Aeron said, patting Dragonite. Been a good boy. Miss Sandai, ready to return? Dominic asked, ignoring Viserys. Yes, she began, but Viserys interrupted. Where is my sister? He demanded. Sleeping at home, Dominic said coolly. I've come for my guard and wife. You owe me an army. Viserys yelled, stepping closer. "You've taken my treasure. Uphold your bargain." Dominic raised an eyebrow. "You have your army. They're heading to the Dothraki Sea. Good luck being cool. I demand your dragons." Viserys shouted. "I'm a Targaryen. They're my birthright." Illyrio tried to intervene. "Your Grace. Dragons." Dominic stepped toward Viserys, towering over him. "They're not dragons. And don't talk to me of demands. You have your army. Fight your war." Turning to the Khalasar, he spoke in Dothraki. "I release my leadership to this man, the last dragon. You are free to choose your path. Never return to Uruk's walls." Facing Viserys one last time, he said, "You have your army. Do not come to Uruk. You're no longer needed in your sister's life." "What about my dragon?" Viserys called as Aeron urged Charizard skyward. "Find an egg and hatch it," Dominic shot back, settling behind Miss Missandei on Drago Knight. "I'm sure the last dragon can manage." "You've condemned him to death," Miss Missandei said, snuggling closer as they took flight. "Not my problem," Dominic replied. "Uruk and my wives are my concern. With Dany with us, and Jonaran's death stirring Westeros, we must prepare for war." Chapter 9, A New Dawn in Uruk. Third-person POV. 298 AC, Pentos Illyrio Mopedus stood in his lush garden, watching Dominic Augustus ascend into the sky atop Drago Knight, Charizard soaring beside him, with Miss Missandei and Aeron Sand in tow. The air thrummed with the beat of their wings, and Illyrio's mind reeled. Magical creatures. Honest to gods. Where had this man, this so-called Golden King, acquired such beasts? The implications for Varys's carefully laid plans were catastrophic. Beside him, Viserys Targaryen seated, his silver hair glinting in the sun as he shouted, "Illyrio, this is not our deal. I was not given my birthright. Those dragons are mine." Illyrio's patience frayed, but he kept his voice smooth. "Your Grace, I cannot alter the terms." The bride price was paid. He gestured to a figure emerging from the Khalasar. "Thankfully, we've secured you an advisor. You're a grizzled man in worn armor stepped forward, kneeling before Viserys. "Your Grace," he said, his voice steady despite the tension. "This is Sir Yoram Mormont," Illyrio explained. "He will guide you." Viserys' eyes narrowed. "Good enough for now, I suppose. I have an army. But I demand everything that man has." He spat in the face of the last dragon. He turned to Yora. "You'll help me claim what's rightfully mine." Illyrio watched Viserys stride toward the Khalasar's leaders, his arrogance a beacon. They follow Dominic's orders for now, Illyrio thought, but that boy's attitude will get him killed. He began drafting a message to Varys, his mind racing with new plans to salvage their scheme. Winterfell. Lord Eddard Stark stood before Winterfell's gates, the cold northern air biting as he awaited King Robert Baratheon. The rebellion was long over, yet Ned felt its weight. His family lost to the Mad King's cruelty, his nephew hidden as a bastard to shield him from harm. Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, bore names that tormented Catelyn, but Ned could never reveal the truth. "Better to take it to my grave," he thought as the royal guard's banners appeared. Robert got off his horse, grinning. "You got fat," he boomed, prompting a wry look from Ned. They laughed, embracing warmly. "Cat!" Robert called, hugging Catelyn, then greeting their children with praise for their traits. "Winterfell is yours," Ned said, welcoming his old friend. "Come, show me to the crypts," Robert said, ignoring Cersei's emergence from the carriage. "We've ridden all day, my love, surely the dead can wait." "Ned, come," Robert insisted, brushing past her. The Queen's children followed. Arya asks, "Where's the imp?" earning a glare from Cersei and her mother, then Cersei orders Jaime to fetch Tyrion. "Well, that could have gone better," Robb Stark muttered to Theon Greyjoy. You're telling me, Theon replied. If that's marriage, I'll stay single. In the crypts, Robert stood silent before Lyanna's statue for 20 minutes. Ned, he finally said, I need your help. Something's changing. The kingdoms are weak. Rob, the 7 kingdoms are loyal. No force can overtake us without dragons, Ned countered. I've read the reports, Robert said. A new player in Essos, dragon spawn making alliances. My family hates me. We'd be united if not for that Targaryen devil. Let it go, Ned urged. The Targaryens are across the sea, powerless. Lyanna wouldn't want you killing for her. But we both did, Robert shot back. I'm king of the 7 bloody kingdoms. I want you as hand of the king. Ned knelt. Your Grace, it's an honor, but my place is the north. You helped me take the throne. Help me protect it, Robert said, pinning the hand's badge on Ned's chest. That night, Catelyn fumed. This is bad, Ned. Tell him no. He's the king, Ned argued. And Lisa's letter about Jonaran's death, I must find the culprit. How long? She asked. A moon before we march south, Ned replied. A week later, Ned and Robert hunting in the Wolf's Wood when a messenger galloped up. My lord, an emergency. Jory Castle called. Ned raced to Winterfell, bursting into Bran's room. What happened? We found him at the tower's base, Jaime Lannister said, his face grim. I noticed him while returning from training. How did you see him? Ned asked, rage simmering. A wolf was growling in the bushes, Jaime explained. Then I saw your son. Ned exhaled, gratitude warring with grief. Thank you, Sir Jaime. If you need anything. No thanks necessary, Jaime said. I'm sorry it happened this way. Ned, we'll discuss what's to be done, Robert said. Jaime, find your sister and brother for prayers. Jaime left, his thoughts dark. He hadn't meant for Bran to fall only to protect his and Cersei's secret. At the whorehouse, he found Tyrion. Your presence is needed, Jaime called as a woman yelped, grabbing her clothes. Brother, must you interrupt? Tyrion groaned, sitting up. One of Stark's sons has fallen from the wall, Jaime said, tossing him his pants. Get up. Fallen? Tyrion asked, dressing. Yes, Jaime said, recounting the scene. Those wolves will be grumpy, Tyrion noted. Ah, yes, I'll be traveling to the wall, avoiding our brother-in-law and his son, yet, we need to move. You won't leave again until we do, Jaime said. Get our nephew first, Jaime said. I'll fetch Cersei. Tyrion said, giving Jaime a look. Speaking of our nephew, he's been a pain since we got here. You'll have to get him. I've been instructed to get Cersei, Jaime said, walking with his brother. Ah, always the evil uncle to discipline, Tyrion said, seeing the castle. We shouldn't keep his majesty waiting. I'll see you once you get our sister. At Cersei's door, Sir Meryn Trant blocked him. Her Grace said no one enters, Kingslayer. This is the king's command, Jaime replied, shoving past. Cersei. What's going on? Cersei demanded, startled. Bran Stark's injured, Jaime said. Robert wants us for prayers. You wouldn't be in this mess if you'd controlled yourself, Cersei hissed, dressing. You're as much to blame, Jaime whispered. The boy saw nothing. Our hands are clean. If he survives, we need a plan, Cersei said. We can stage it as an assassin from Uruk, then we could rally the kingdoms. You're vindictive, Jaime muttered as they neared Bran's room. Tyrion, meanwhile, entered the courtyard, dreading family gatherings. Joffrey accosted him, Sandor Clegane at his side. Whoring before we've settled in this dump. Joffrey sneered. Whores know the people best, Tyrion quipped. Heard a boy was hurt. Father's acting like it's an attack on him, Joffrey whined. Why go to them? It's expected, and you will go and offer your sympathies to them, Tyrion said. Joffrey tries to retort, but Tyrion smacks Joffrey. Offer condolences to the Starks. How dare you? Joffrey spat, silenced by another smack. Go, Tyrion ordered. Joffrey stormed off, Sandor warning, he'll remember this. If he forgets, be a good dog and make sure he remembers, Tyrion retorted, heading to castle. Uruk. Daenerys Targaryen had been in Uruk a week, awestruck by its pristine streets and public baths, affordable for all. Her silk dress, woven from magical spider silk, hugged her curves, a gift from Dominic. One night, lying with Dominic and Miss Sandai, he explained, Uruk's silk comes from giant spiders, regulated in their forest by magic. They sound intelligent, Daenerys said skeptically. They are, Dominic chuckled. The elder spiders keep order. Dragonite and Charizard ensure they behave. And occasionally me. What did you do? Daenerys asked, seeing Miss Sandai chuckle. He walked into their nest to protect us, Miss Sandai said, shaking her head. I've never seen such slaughter. It worked, Dominic said. They're allies now, especially after Slavers Bay's attack. Daenerys shivered, recalling rumors of an army vanishing. Uruk's people thrived, their clothes lightweight, their lives vibrant. Dominic had gifted her the Mara Mara no Mi, granting body made of fire and power to control it, and taught her Haki, awakening her inner strength. Miss Sandai became a kindred soul, though Daenerys initially wanted Dominic alone. Their passionate nights left her breathless, often unable to move, frustrating her. In a bathhouse, she vented to Miss Sandai. He's too much for one of us, Miss Sandai said, laughing. I'm glad you're here. I can avoid a cum-filled stupor. You were in my position? Daenerys asked, curious. 2 magical years, Miss Sandai said, blushing. His magic strengthens him. He built Uruk in a week. How strong is he? Daenerys asked, nervous. Insatiable, one time he took 5 girls to bed. The poor girls were delirious. Miss Sandai replied. Did it work? Daenerys asked, rubbing her thighs to hide her arousal. No, he was too much for 5 girls, Miss Sandai said, shuddering at the memory. He walked out, saw me, and pulled me in. It was my first time with another woman. Lemon warning. Miss Sandai's hands slid from Daenerys's hair to her shoulders, then neck. Want to feel exotic pleasure, she whispered, sucking Daenerys's earlobe. We can take him together. Daenerys moaned as Miss Sandai's hands grazed her breasts, her towel falling. Do you want me to continue? Miss Sandai teased, pinching a nipple. Yes. Daenerys gasped as Miss Sandai's fingers slipped between her legs, curling inside. Or my mouth. All of it, Daenerys moaned as Miss Sandai's tongue flicked her nipple, climbing atop her. Demonic treats you well, Miss Sandai said, lowering her mouth to Daenerys's core. Ah! Daenerys cried, climaxing as Miss Sandai lapped her juices. You taste delicious, Dany, Miss Sandai chuckled, kissing her, letting Daenerys taste herself. We have time to practice, Miss Sandai said, her hand slipping back down. Yes. Daenerys yielded, lost in pleasure. Lemon and later, Dominic found them entwined, chuckling. Daenerys bonded with Miss Sandai, exploring Uruk with her and Daemon, savoring cinnamon rolls and the city's vibrancy. Thoughts of Viserys lingered, though. Demonic, she said one morning, resisting the urge to pull him back to bed, have you heard about my brother? No, which is good, he said, pulling on his pants. He'd have hurt you if I'd left you with him. He's family, she said, recalling his slaps. I'll ensure he's cared for, but I can't stop his foolishness, Dominic said. He's cool now, but if he's not calm, he'll do something drastic. You don't think? Daenerys trailed off. He demanded Dragonite and Charizard like they're his, Dominic said. He'll come for them or your eggs if he knows they can hatch. They're not beasts. Daenerys said, stroking Evie, who'd scampered in, interrupting their moment. Dominic grumbled, just when it was getting good, Evie. Daenerys chuckled as Celebi joined, floating playfully. As they played with the Pokémon, Dominic asked, Dany, do you want the Iron Throne? We could take it in a day. She laughed. Why leave this peaceful life for a viper's pit? How about a visit, he suggested. To see where your mother grew up, where your family ruled. They'd recognize me instantly, she said. It'd start a war. I can change your hair and eye color with magic, he offered. Would you go then? Yes, she said, excited. Where first? The kings in Winterfell, he said. How about there? When? She asked, eyes sparkling. Tomorrow morning, he said. You, me, and Missy. Chapter 10, A Journey to Winterfell. Name, Dominic Augustus. Race, Human. Age, 18. Character assimilation, Toph Bafong, Earthbending, Seismic Sense 100%. Gellert Grindelwald, Dark Magic, Wand Mastery 100%. Gold Roger, Hacky, Charisma 100%. Ted Mosby, Architecture, Storytelling 100%. Erwin Smith, Leadership 40%. Equipment, Captain America's Shield, Invisibility Cloak, Elder Wand, Two-Way Mirror. Inu no Mi, Main no Mi, Tori no Mi, Weakness Removal, X7, Pokemon Eggs, X5, Soul Contracts, X100, Lasso of Truth, Super Soldier Serum, X19, Gilgamesh's Golden Armor, 25,354,400 Gold Dragons Gacha Points, 207 Allies, Aaron Sand, Soul Contract, Super Soldier Serum, Deadpool's Swords, Afro Samurai, 100%. Miss Sandai, Soul Contract, Super Soldier Serum, Black Widow, 100%, Emma Frost, 100%. Daenerys Targaryen, Soul Contract, Super Soldier Serum, Mara no Mi, Boa Hancock Template 20%, without Devil Fruit Powers, Daemon, Soul Contract, Super Soldier Serum, Taskmaster, 100%. Pokemon, Charizard, Dragonite, Rapidash, Gyarados, Altaria, Eevee, Celebi. A Secret Venture to Winterfell. Third-person POV 298 AC, Uruk. Morning. The garden of Dominic Augustus's castle in Uruk burst with vibrant blooms, a vivid contrast to the plain common folk clothes he, Daenerys, and Miss Sandai wore to avoid attention on their journey. Dominic donned a simple brown tunic and cloak. Daenerys and Miss Sandai, in modest woolen dresses, stood close, their excitement tinged with nervous anticipation. Aaron Sand, nearby in leather armor, adjusted his swords, preparing for his own journey. When are you leaving for Dorne, Aaron? Dominic asked, his voice low as he scanned the garden. Midday, Aaron replied, securing his gear. Our trade ship's heading there. I'll catch a ride. Dominic nodded, then turned to Daenerys, holding out a silver ring etched with faint runes. Dany, wear this. She slipped it onto her finger, gasping as her silver hair darkened to jet black and her violet eyes shifted to warm brown. She rushed to a nearby fountain, marveling at her reflection. It's incredible, she exclaimed, touching her altered hair. Dominic grinned, his elder wand tucked discreetly in his sleeve. Ready, both of you? Miss Sandai and Daenerys nodded, but Daenerys tilted her head. How are we getting there? He smirked, eyes twinkling with mischief. Magic. They chuckled, shaking their heads at his flair for drama. Of course, Miss Sandai said, rolling her eyes playfully. Give me your hands, Dominic instructed, taking one from each wife. His magic surged, and with a deep breath, he apparat, the trio vanishing from Uruk with a soft pop. Wintertown. They reappeared on the outskirts of Wintertown, the biting northern cold hitting them like a wall. Daenerys and Miss Sandai staggered, faces paling as they doubled over, vomiting from the squeezing sensation of their first apparition. Dominic, unfazed by the spell, rubbed their backs gently. "You'll get used to it," he said, chuckling. "First time's always rough." "Never again," Daenerys groaned, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, her brown eyes glaring at him. "Absolutely not," Miss Sandai muttered, shivering as a gust of wind whipped through. Dominic pulled 2 cloaks from his dimensional inventory, each enchanted with body-warming charms. "Here," he said, draping them over his wives. The cloaks radiated warmth, easing their shivers as they straightened, grateful. They trekked toward Wintertown, its bustling streets alive with merchants hawking wares and locals hurrying about. King Robert Baratheon's retinue had swelled the town, making the trio's arrival unremarkable. The market brimmed with Uruk's goods, spider silk fabrics shimmering in the light, polished tools crafted from Gacha blueprints, and vibrant produce grown from high-quality seeds Dominic had acquired through his system. For a year, Uruk's trade with the 7 kingdoms had flourished, its innovations spreading far. Daenerys and Miss Sandai paused at a flower stall, captivated by winter roses, their pale blue petals delicate yet resilient. "They're beautiful," Daenerys said, tucking one into her black hair, the contrast striking. "Want to see Winterfell?" Dominic asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Miss Sandai said eagerly, but Daenerys frowned. "How? There are guards everywhere." Dominic's lips curled into a sly grin as he waved his elder wand subtly. A disillusionment charm cloaked them, rendering them invisible to all but each other. "Follow me," he whispered, leading them toward Winterfell's gates. As they neared, they overheard guards muttering gravely. Bran Stark fell from a tower. "Hasn't woken up." Dominic's eyes narrowed. So it's happened. The timeline of Westeros was unfolding as he'd anticipated, the tragedy of Bran's fall a pivotal moment. They slipped through the gates, their charmed invisibility keeping them undetected. In the courtyard, they watched Robb Stark spar with Theon Greyjoy, wooden swords clacking rhythmically. Robb, tall and broad-shouldered, disarmed Theon with a swift move, earning a grin from his friend. "Not bad, Stark," Theon said, clapping his shoulder. Prince Joffrey Baratheon sauntered into the courtyard, his golden hair gleaming, a sneer on his face. "Boys playing war with wooden swords," he mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Robb bristled, stepping forward. "Care to try, Prince?" Joffrey's eyes gleamed with malice. "Spar with real steel, Stark. Or are you too craven?" "I'll do it," Robb said, his jaw set. Sir Roderick Castle, Winterfell's master-at-arms, intervened, his voice firm. "No, Your Grace. Blunted swords only. I'm the prince." Joffrey snapped, his face reddening. "We'll use real steel." "You're a prince, which is why I won't allow it," Roderick said, unyielding. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, loomed at Joffrey's side, his scarred face twisting. "He trains them like women," he growled. Roderick glared, stepping closer. "Mind your tongue, dog, or I'll have you muzzled." The argument escalated, voices rising, but Joffrey grew bored. "Come see me when you're older, Stark," he said, turning to leave with a dismissive wave. Dominic, invisible among the crowd, flicked his elder wand with a mischievous grin. A loud, unmistakable farting noise erupted from Joffrey, silencing the courtyard. The prince froze, his face turning scarlet as he glanced around, mortified. "Hound, follow me," he barked, storming toward the exit only for another fart to sound, louder than the first. Robb and Theon burst into laughter, clutching their sides. Stark soldiers, struggling to maintain composure, gave in, their guffaws echoing off the stone walls. Joffrey fled the courtyard, his face a mask of humiliated rage, the hound trailing silently. Dominic, Daenerys, and Miss Sandai, cloaked by a silencing charm, laughed uproariously, their voices inaudible to others. "Dom!" Daenerys gasped, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her sides. "You're terrible." "Had to humble the little brat," Dominic said, winking. "No one sneers like that and gets away with it." Miss Sandai wiped her eyes, still giggling. "You're going to get us in trouble one day." "Only if they catch us," Dominic replied, his grin widening. "Come on, let's see more of Winterfell." They moved deeper into the castle, their disillusionment charm keeping them hidden. The air grew heavier as they passed servants whispering about Bran's fall, their faces edged with worry. Daenerys's expression softened, her brown eyes altered by the ring glistening with empathy. "That poor boy," she murmured. "Can you do something?" Dominic's jaw tightened. "I can, but not now." He trailed off, his seismic sense subtly scanning the castle, detecting the faint vibrations of a boy's heartbeat in a distant room. "He's alive, at least." Miss Sandai squeezed Daenerys's hand. "Let's not dwell on it. We're here to see the North, not its sorrows." They slipped into the God's Wood, its ancient heart tree looming, its red leaves stark against the snow. Daenerys paused, awed by the carved face, its sap like blood. "This is where the Starks pray," she said softly. "It's sacred." Dominic nodded, his earth-bending instincts resonating with the deep roots beneath. "Old magic lives here. Not like mine, but strong." They lingered, the silence soothing, before moving to the great hall. Servants bustled, preparing for a feast, their chatter filled with tales of the king's arrival and Bran's accident. Dominic's eyes flicked to a corner where Arya Stark, a small girl with a fierce scowl, practiced with a wooden stick, mimicking her brother's sparring. "She's got spirit," he thought, amused. As they explored, Daenerys tugged Dominic's sleeve. "Dom, why are we really here?" "Just to see Winterfell." He glanced at her, his expression softening. "To show you the world you might have ruled. And to gauge the Seven Kingdoms. Things are shifting. Bran's fall, Jonnarin's death. Trouble's brewing." Miss Sandai frowned. "You think war's coming?" "Not yet," Dominic said, "but the pieces are moving. Robert's court is fractured, and Viserys." He shook his head. "Your brother's a wild card, Dany. If he thinks he can hatch your dragon eggs, he'll come for them or you." Daenerys paled, clutching the winter rose. "He wouldn't, would he?" "He demanded Dragonite and Charizard," Dominic said gently. "He'd see your dragons the same way." Miss Sandai wrapped an arm around Daenerys. "What is there to worry about? You can take him and his Khalsar all by yourself." Daenerys smiled weakly. "Thank you, Missy. And you, Dom. I wish he could be different." Dominic squeezed her shoulder. "We'll deal with him if he comes. For now, let's enjoy this." "Want to see the crypts?" Daenerys hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." They descended into Winterfell's crypts, the air cool and heavy with history. Statues of Stark kings lined the walls, their stone eyes solemn. Dominic's seismic sense traced the tunnels, detecting no threats. "Lyanna Stark's here," he murmured, pausing at her statue. "Her death started Robert's rebellion." Daenerys touched the statue, her fingers lingering. "Why did my brother kidnap her?" "It's a long story, I will tell you after we settle in Wintertown," Dominic said. They stood in silence, the weight of the past settling over them. Miss Sandai broke the quiet. "We should head back soon." Dominic nodded, guiding them out. As they exited the crypts, he cast a glance at Winterfell's towers, his mind racing. The game's begun. Uruk must be ready. Back in the courtyard, they watched Sansa Stark embroider with other ladies, her auburn hair catching the light. "She's so proper," Daenerys whispered. Nothing like Arya. Different strengths, Dominic said. Sansa's a dreamer. Arya's a fighter. Both will matter in what's coming. As they prepared to leave, Dominic flicked his wand, refreshing the disillusionment charm. Chapter 11, Secrets and Schemes in the North. Third-person POV 298 AC, outskirts of Wintertown. Evening. The chill of the northern dusk settled over the outskirts of Wintertown as Dominic Augustus waved his elder wand, conjuring a magical tent with a flourish. Then he places a Notice Me Not charm on the tent. The tent's exterior was plain canvas, but inside, it was a marvel of comfort, a spacious hall with plush couches, a fully equipped kitchen, 3 furnished bedrooms with connected bathrooms, each adorned with warm furnishings and enchanted lights. Dominic, Daenerys, and Miss Sandai, still cloaked in common folk garb, stepped inside, the warmth banishing the cold. They sank onto a couch in the hall, Daenerys's black hair altered by the rune-edged ring falling over her shoulders, her brown eyes bright with excitement. Miss Sandai, her dusky skin glowing in the soft light, leaned against Dominic, who stretched his 6 feet 6 inches frame, his brown tunic creased from the day's adventure. That was incredible, Daenerys said, clutching a winter rose from the market. Winterfell's so different from anything I've known. But Joffrey. She burst into giggles, recalling the prince's humiliation. Dom, you're awful for that farting charm. Dominic grinned, his golden eyes twinkling. The little brat deserved it. Sneering like he owns the north? Not on my watch. Miss Sandai laughed, nudging him. You're going to start a war with your pranks one day. I can't imagine Cersei's face after she hears it. Oh, Cersei, Daenerys said, her laughter fading. She looks so cold. Like she hated being there. And Robert Gods, he's nothing like the rebel king Viserys ranted about. Robert's a broken man, Dominic said, leaning back. He won a throne but lost his heart. Lyanna Stark's death haunts him. You saw him in the castle, Dany. That's not a king ruling, it's a man grieving. Miss Sandai nodded. And the commotion in the courtyard? Joffrey challenging Robb, the Hound, and Roderick arguing, it's a powder keg. The Starks and Lannisters are oil and flame. Robb held his own, Daenerys said, smiling. He's strong, like a wolf. But Joffrey's cruel. I felt it in his voice. Cruel and spoiled, Dominic agreed. He's a liability to the crown. Cersei's coddling makes it worse. The 7 kingdoms are fracturing, and Joffrey's the kind of spark that'll ignite it. Daenerys's eyes softened. And Bran, that poor boy. Dom, when are you going to treat him? At the hour of the wolf, Dominic said, his voice low. When the castle's asleep. I'll slip in, heal him, and be gone before dawn. Daenerys nodded, then hesitated, her fingers tracing the rose's petals. Dom, why did my brother Rhaegar kidnap Lyanna Stark? Viserys always said she seduced him, but... Dominic sighed, settling deeper into the couch. It's a long story, Dany. He began recounting the tale. Rhaegar Targaryen, the melancholic prince, believed in a prophecy of a promised savior. At the tourney of Harrenhal, he crowned Lyanna Stark the Queen of Love and Beauty, sparking rumors of affection. When they vanished together, Robert Baratheon, betrothed to Lyanna, and Brandon Stark, her brother, assumed abduction. Brandon's confrontation with the Mad King, Aerys II, led to his and his father's deaths, igniting war. Rhaegar and Lyanna, hiding in Dorne, had married in secret, their love genuine. Lyanna died giving birth to their son, Aemon Targaryen, whom Eddard Stark claimed as his bastard, Jon Snow, to protect him from Robert's wrath. Daenerys's eyes widened, her breath catching. Jon Snow, is my nephew? A Targaryen. Dominic nodded. Aemon Targaryen, by rights. Ned hid him to protect him from Robert's wrath. Then Daenerys chuckled softly, shaking her head. Viserys always screamed he was the last dragon. He'd lose his mind knowing Rhaegar's son is alive. Her laughter faded, a thoughtful look crossing her face. And, are we really the only Targaryens left? Dominic dropped a bombshell, his voice calm. No, Dany. There's one more. Aemon Targaryen, your great-granduncle, son of King Makar. He's over 100, a maester at the wall. Daenerys gasped, leaning forward. I want to see him. Dominic nodded. We'll fly from here. I can't apparate to places I haven't been. Miss Sandai tilted her head. What about Jon, Dom? He's your nephew, Dany. Will you meet him? He might join the Night's Watch. Daenerys's eyes blazed. He's the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. He shouldn't rot at the wall. I'll help him take the Iron Throne. Dominic chuckled, amused by her fire. You can do what you want, Dany. I'll help you. But first, we need to stop him from taking the Black. I'll arrange for him to come to Uruk with us. Daenerys nodded, determination hardening her features. Dominic said, the kingdom's heading for war. A Game of Thrones is starting. We can use the chaos to seat Jon on the throne. Smart, Miss Sandai said, smiling. Dany herself can fight against the whole army without breaking a sweat, but if she does that, all that will be left is ashes. Dominic nods and says, the North will follow Jon if his parentage is proven. The Riverlands, tied to the Starks, would join. Dorne is itching for revenge against the Lannisters for Elia Martell's murder. Some Crownlands houses resent Baratheon rule. The Reach will side with the highest bidder. The Vale's a problem. Lisa Oren's under Peter Baelish's thumb, and he's a delusional schemer who wants chaos to crown himself king. Westerlands and Stormlands will back the Baratheons and Lannisters. Then after talking about the future plans for a while and then they shifted topics, reminiscing about the market. Those winter roses were divine, Daenerys said. And the Uruk goods. Your seeds and blueprints, Dom. They're changing Westeros. High-quality Gacha poles, Dominic said, grinning. The seeds grow crops twice as fast, and the blueprints let us craft tools and fabrics that outshine anything here. Miss Sandai laughed. The spider silk dresses were a hit. I saw ladies eyeing them like treasure. Speaking of treasure, Daenerys teased, nudging Dominic, you're our treasure, Dom. But gods, that apparition was awful. Never again, Miss Sandai declared, shuddering. Dragonite's smoother. You'll learn to love it, Dominic said, winking. Or I'll carry you both next time. Daenerys blushed, swatting his arm. You're impossible. Yet you love me, he shot back, pulling her close. She giggled, leaning into him, while Miss Sandai snuggled against his other side. They talked late, the fire in the hall crackling, their bond a warm shield against the world's brewing storms. Evening dinner. Dominic stood in the kitchen, his wand levitating a pot of stew simmering with Uruk spices. Hope you're hungry, he called, setting the table with a flick of his wrist. Daenerys inhaled deeply, her brown eyes sparkling. It smells like heaven. Miss Sandai smirked. Dom's cooking is better than his pranks. High praise, Dominic said, serving them steaming bowls and butterbeer. They ate, savoring the rich flavors, their laughter filling the tent. Night bedroom. Lemon warning. After dinner, Dominic led Daenerys and Miss Sandai to the master bedroom, its wide bed draped in spider silk sheets. The air thrummed with anticipation as he pulled Daenerys close, kissing her deeply, his tongue exploring her mouth. She moaned, her hands tugging at his tunic, her altered brown eyes dark with desire. Miss Sandai pressed against his back, her lips grazing his neck. Don't leave me out, she whispered, her black widow grace evident as she slid his tunic off, revealing his chiseled frame. Dominic chuckled, turning to kiss Miss Sandai, his hands roaming her curves. Never, Missy. He lifted her dress, magic tearing it away, leaving her bare. Daenerys, emboldened, shed her own dress, her mara enhanced warmth radiating. He guided them to the bed, laying Daenerys down, his lips trailing down her neck to her breasts, sucking a nipple as she gasped. "Dom," she cried, her fingers in his raven hair. Missandei straddled Daenerys's hips, kissing her passionately, their tongues entwining. Dominic's fingers slipped between Daenerys's thighs, teasing her folds, her wetness coating him. "So eager, my dragon queen," he murmured, circling her clit. "Yes." Daenerys moaned, bucking against his hand. Missandei moved lower, her tongue flicking Daenerys's other nipple, their shared pleasure building. Dominic shed his pants, his arousal evident, and positioned himself between Daenerys's legs. "Ready?" he asked, his voice husky. She nodded, pulling him closer. He entered her slowly, her warmth enveloping him, her moans filling the room. Missandei kissed Daenerys, muffling her cries, then moved to Dominic, her hands guiding him deeper. "Gods, Dom," Missandei gasped as he pulled her close, his fingers finding her core, teasing her as he thrust into Daenerys. The bed creaked, their rhythm syncing, a dance of fire and magic. Daenerys's nails raked Dominic's back, her climax nearing. "Dom," she screamed, her body trembling as he drove deeper, her walls clamping around him. Missandei, lost in her own pleasure, straddled Daenerys's face, moaning as Daenerys's tongue explored her. "Dany," she cried, her climax hitting as Dominic's fingers worked her. Dominic grunted, his release flooding Daenerys, triggering another wave of her pleasure. He pulled Missandei down, entering her swiftly, her cries echoing as he moved, his magic heightening their sensations. "You are mine," he growled, his thrusts relentless. "I'm yours." Missandei screamed, her body shaking as she peaked, collapsing beside Daenerys. Exhausted, they tangled together, sweat slicked and sated. Daenerys and Missandei passed out, curled into Dominic, their breaths soft. Lemon and Dominic slipped from the bed, dressing quietly, and sat in a chair, waiting for the hour of the wolf. To pass the time, he activated his Gacha system, his 201 GP allowing 67 rolls at 3 GP each. He discarded minor items, candles, spices, a rusty dagger, but kept the significant pulls, a Pokemon egg, Super Soldier Serum, X2, a weakness removal card, Talia al Ghul's character card, Shank's character card, and the Resurrection Stone. Not bad, he thought, pocketing the items. Hour of the Wolf. Winterfell. At the Hour of the Wolf, Dominic cast a disillusionment charm on himself and apparat to Winterfell's courtyard, his seismic sense guiding him. He slipped into Bran Stark's room, finding Catelyn Stark asleep in a chair, Summer, Bran's dire wolf, at the bedside. The wolf's head snapped up, sensing him, but Dominic's wand flashed, a stupefy spell rendering Summer motionless. Another spell stilled Catelyn. Approaching Bran, Dominic used Grindelwald's magical knowledge, his wand glowing as he scanned the boy's body. A fractured spine. With precise magic, he mended the bones, knitting them seamlessly. The three-eyed raven will try to influence him, he thought, recalling Bran's destiny. He wove a mental barrier in Bran's mind, shielding him from external forces, then stepped back, satisfied. Leaving the room, Dominic roamed Winterfell, his mind scheming. Time to mess with the royals. A dark chuckle escaped him as he scanned the castle with observation haki, pinpointing Arya Stark's room. Entering silently, he pulled Talia al Ghul's character card, applying it to the sleeping girl. She'll cause chaos with those skills, he thought, imagining Arya's ferocity enhanced by Talia's assassin training. Next, he crept to Joffrey's room. With a flick of his wand, he cast Rictum Sempra. Joffrey jolted awake, laughing uncontrollably, flailing in his bed. Dominic smirked, apparating back to the tent, leaving the prince to his humiliation. Dominic settled into the chair, the tent quiet save for his wife's soft breathing. The night's work was done, but the Game of Thrones loomed. With Jon Snow's claim, Daenerys's ambition, and Uruk's might, the Seven Kingdoms would soon feel the Golden King's shadow. Chapter 12, A Game of Whispers and Wings. Third-person POV. 298 AC, Wintertown morning. The magical tent on Wintertown's outskirts glowed softly in the dawn, its enchanted warmth a shield against the northern chill. Dominic Augustus woke first, stirring beside Daenerys and Miss Sandai, who slept tangled in spider silk sheets. He dressed in his common folk tunic, his eyes glinting with purpose. Daenerys, her hair black and eyes brown from the rune-edged ring, stirred next, followed by Miss Sandai, whose dusky skin shone in the morning light. "Morning, my loves," Dominic said, kissing each wife gently. "Ready for another day?" Daenerys yawned, stretching. "After last night?" "Barely." Miss Sandai smirked, slipping into a woolen dress. "You're insatiable, Dom." "But yes, I'm ready." They gathered in the tent's kitchen, where Dominic made a breakfast of warm bread, honey-drizzled porridge, and smoked fish, using his elder wand to streamline the task. The trio ate heartily, laughing over yesterday's antics, Joffrey's humiliation chief among them. "His face." Daenerys giggled, mimicking the farting noise. "I almost felt bad for him." "Don't," Dominic said, grinning. "He's a spoiled brat. A little embarrassment builds character." After breakfast, Dominic handed each wife a small pouch, its expansion charm making it bottomless. "Explore Wintertown today. Buy what you like, see the sights. Meet me back here at midday." Daenerys raised an eyebrow. "You're not coming." "I've got business in Winterfell," he said, his tone cryptic. "Stay safe." "These pouches are charmed with extension, and there are 10,000 golden dragons in it." Miss Sandai nodded, tucking the pouch into her cloak. "We'll be fine. Dany and I can handle a market." Famous last words, Dominic teased, winking. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself, vanishing from sight, and apparat to Winterfell's courtyard with a faint pop. Winterfell. The courtyard bustled with morning activity, servants hauling firewood, guards drilling, and stably boys tending horses. Dominic, invisible, scanned for Jon Snow. He spotted the dark-haired youth near the armory, brooding as he sharpened a sword. "There you are," Dominic thought, focusing his Grindelwald-honed legilimency. Slipping into Jon's mind, he planted subtle suggestions: travel to Uruk in Essos. Seek adventure for a year or two before joining the Night's Watch. The thoughts took root, natural and untraceable, nudging Jon's destiny toward Uruk. Satisfied, Dominic roamed the courtyard, observing. In the God's Wood, he found Arya Stark, her small frame a blur of motion as she practiced with a wooden sword, her ferocity amplified by the Talia al Ghul card he'd applied. Joffrey tries to cross her, he's in for a world of pain, Dominic thought, chuckling at the chaos she'd unleash. He watched her train for a while. Entering the Great Hall, he spotted Joffrey Baratheon, his eyes red and shadowed, dark circles betraying a sleepless night. Rictum Semper is a gift that keeps giving, Dominic thought, grinning. With a flick of his wand, he cast another Rictum Sempra. Joffrey erupted into uncontrollable laughter, collapsing to the floor, rolling as tears streamed down his face. Myrcella and Tommen, nearby, giggled softly, their innocent amusement a contrast to Cersei and Jaime Lannister's alarm. "Joffrey, what's wrong?" Cersei asks, concerned, kneeling beside him, her emerald eyes wide with worry. Joffrey gasped, trying to speak, but laughter choked his words. "Fetch the maester." Cersei snapped at a servant, who scurried off. Tyrion Lannister, watching from a corner, couldn't resist. "Seems the prince has found his true calling, court jester," he quipped, earning a venomous glare from Cersei. "Spare me your wit, Tyrion," she hissed. Tyrion offered a mock bow. "My sympathies, dear sister," he said, sauntering out, his smirk hidden. Dominic, still invisible, slipped out of Winterfell, his mischief complete. That'll keep them busy, he thought, operating back to the tent. Wintertown midday. Dominic prepared a midday meal in the tent's kitchen, conjuring a spread of roasted quail, buttered turnips, and cinnamon rolls. The aroma filled the air as Daenerys and Miss Sandai returned, their pouches bulging with market finds winter roses, fur-lined gloves, and a small carved dire wolf figurine. "Look at this," Daenerys said, holding up the figurine. "It reminds me of the dire wolf the Starks have." Miss Sandai displayed a bear pelt. "The merchants said they bought it from last hearth." "It is," Dominic said, serving them plates. "How was Wintertown?" "Lively," Daenerys said, biting into a roll. "People are worried about Bran, but they're also gossiping about Joffrey's incident." Miss Sandai laughed. "You're a menace, Dom. Did you do anything else today?" "Just a little errand," he said, winking. "Jon Snow's set to visit Uruk before he considers the Wall. We'll see him soon." Daenerys's eyes lit up. "You did it? He'll come." "Planted the idea," Dominic said. "He'll think it's his own. Now, eat up. We're flying north next." After the meal, Dominic released Dragonite and Charizard from his pokeball, their massive forms materializing outside the tent. He cast a disillusionment charm on all of them, cloaking the dragons and riders in invisibility. "To the wall," he said, helping Daenerys and Miss Sandai onto Dragonite while he mounted Charizard. They soared into the sky, the cold wind rushing past, their charmed cloaks keeping them warm. By nightfall, they landed in a secluded valley, setting up the magical tent to rest. The next day, they continued, the wall's distant shimmer growing closer. By afternoon, its colossal ice face loomed, a marvel of ancient magic. Dominic returned Dragonite and Charizard to their pokeballs, their forms vanishing. Still under disillusionment charms, the trio trekked toward the wall, Castle Black's dark stone visible at its base. The air grew colder, the weight of the North's ancient duty pressing down. Journey to the wall. The flight to the wall was breathtaking, the North's rugged beauty unfolding below snow-dusted forests, frozen rivers, and stark hills. At night, they rested in the tent, sharing stories of Uruk's vibrancy and planning their approach to Castle Black. Daenerys, her Mara no Mi sparking faintly in excitement, practiced haki under Dominic's guidance, her observation haki sharpening. By the next afternoon, the wall towered above, its 700-foot ice face a testament to ancient magic. Dominic recalled Dragonite and Charizard, their pokeballs secure in his inventory. Under disillusionment charms, they approached Castle Black, its crumbling towers a stark contrast to the wall's grandeur. The Night's Watch patrolled, their black cloaks flapping in the wind, unaware of the invisible trio slipping closer. Time to meet Aemon, Dominic thought, his mind already plotting their next move in the Game of Thrones. Third-person POV 298 AC, Winterfell. Morning. In the solar of Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark sat behind his heavy oak desk, the weight of the North on his shoulders. The room was sparse, warmed by a crackling hearth, its stone walls adorned with a single Stark banner. Jon Snow stood before him, his dark hair cut recently, his grey eyes steady but tinged with a restless spark. The air was thick with the gravity of their conversation. "Jon," Ned began, his voice low and measured, "why this change of heart? Just yesterday, you were begging me to let you join the Night's Watch." Jon shifted, his hands clasped behind his back. "I spoke with Uncle Benyon last night, Father. He told me more about the wall, its hardships, what it truly means to take the Black. And Tyrion Lannister said something that stuck with me. He said the wall's no place for dreams, only duty. I thought about it, long into the night. I'm not ready to give up the world yet. I want to see Essos, travel for a year or two, then join the Watch." Ned studied his nephew, the boy he'd raised as his son to shield him from Robert's wrath. Jon's words carried conviction, but Ned sensed something deeper, a nudge he couldn't place. He's young, Ned thought, but he's got lioness stubbornness. Sighing, he reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a leather pouch, the faint clink of coins echoing. There are 50 gold dragons here, Ned said, sliding the pouch across. This will aid your travels in Essos. I'll send a letter to Lord Wyman Manderley in White Harbour, informing him of your purpose. He'll arrange a berth on a ship bound for Essos. John's eyes widened, gratitude softening his features. Thank you, Father. Ned leaned back, his stern face softening. Where will you go first? Uruk, John replied without hesitation. Ned nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Good choice. We've strong trade ties with Uruk. Their seeds and goods cheap, yet unmatched, have bolstered the North's stores. Don't cause trouble there, John. We need those relations intact. I won't, John promised. I'll note in the letter that you're headed to Uruk, Ned added, already mentally drafting the missive. Be careful, John. Essos is not the North. Trust sparingly. John gripped the pouch, his resolve firm. I will. Thank you, Father. With a nod, John turned and left the solar, the door closing softly behind him. Ned stared at the hearth, his thoughts heavy. He's leaving the North, but not the danger. The Game of Thrones was stirring, and John, unknowingly, was a piece on the board. Chapter 13, Poll What Power Should Jon Snow Have? Chapter 14, Dorne Third Person POV 298 AC, Sunspear. Dorne. The water gardens of Sunspear shimmered under the Dornish sun, their pink marble pools reflecting the vibrant bougainvillea that draped the arches. Aaron Sand strode through the lush pathways, his leather armor dusted from travel, swords strapped to his back. His super soldier enhanced frame moved with purpose, his dark eyes scanning the serene beauty around him. The scent of citrus and salt filled the air, a stark contrast to the arid sands beyond. At the heart of the gardens, Prince Doran Martell sat in his wheeled chair, his gout-afflicted legs covered by a light silk blanket. His face, lined with wisdom and pain, softened as Aaron approached. Aaron Sand, Doran said, his voice warm but measured. It has been some time since you graced Dorne. How do you fare? Aaron bowed slightly, a rare gesture for the brash warrior. Well, my prince. And you? How's your health? Doran's lips curved into a faint smile. The medicine your king provided works wonders. I can walk for short spells now, a gift I thought lost. Convey my thanks to Dominic Augustus will do, Aaron said, his grin easy. Before he could speak further, a sultry voice cut through the tranquility. Aaron Sand. What new tidings do you bring us? Princess Ariane Martell emerged from a shaded alcove, her olive skin glowing in a flowing gown of orange and gold. Her dark eyes sparkled with mischief, her full lips curling into a teasing smile as she approached. Aaron's grin widened. Princess Ariane. I'm finer than a Dornish vintage. You. Ever the charmer, Ariane said, tossing her raven hair. Tell me, what's Uruk's Golden King been up to? Aaron leaned against a marble pillar, his Afro-samurai grace evident. Demonics wed Daenerys Targaryen, for one. They're touring Winterfell now, stirring up the north. And Viserys Targaryen? He's Khal of the biggest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea. A mad one he is, but we don't know for how long. Doran's eyes narrowed, his mind already turning over the implications. A Targaryen Khal? Interesting. And Daenerys with Uruk's king, the board shifts. Ariane raised an eyebrow. Winterfell? What's demonic plotting in that frozen wasteland? Knowing him, trouble, Aaron said, chuckling. But I've a message from him for Prince Doran's eyes only. He produced a sealed scroll from his belt, handing it to the prince. Doran took it, his fingers deft despite his ailment. He broke the seal, his eyes scanning the parchment. Minutes passed in silence, the only sound the gentle splash of fountains. Finally, he folded the scroll, his expression unreadable. You must be weary, Aaron. Rest now. I'll summon your father to meet you within the week. Aaron nodded. Thank you, my prince. He turned to leave, but Ariane stepped forward. I'll show him to his quarters, she said, her tone light but her eyes locked on Aaron's. Duran's gaze flickered between them, but he said nothing, only nodding. Ariane led Aaron through Sunspear's winding halls, her hips swaying with deliberate grace. The palace's sandstone walls glowed in the afternoon light, tapestries of martel victories fluttering in the breeze. Neither spoke, the air thick with unspoken tension. At a carved door, Ariane paused, ushering him into a spacious chamber with a canopied bed, silk curtains, and a balcony overlooking the sea. As the door clicked shut, Ariane turned, her eyes blazing. Aaron met her gaze, and in an instant, they crashed together, lips locking in a fierce, hungry kiss. Their hands moved frantically, tearing at clothes with practiced urgency. Ariane's gown fell in a pool of silk, revealing her curves, while Aaron's armor and tunic hit the floor, his super soldier physique gleaming with sweat. Aaron scooped Ariane into his arms, her gasp turning to a laugh as he tossed her onto the bed, the silk sheets cool against her skin. He climbed over her, his dark eyes burning with desire, and their dance of passion began. Lemon warning Ariane arched beneath Aaron, her nails digging into his shoulders as he kissed her deeply, his tongue claiming her mouth. She moaned, her body responding to his superhuman strength, her legs wrapping around his waist. You've kept me waiting too long, she purred, biting his lip. Patience isn't your virtue, Aaron growled, his hands roaming her curves, squeezing her hips. He kissed down her neck, sucking at her pulse, leaving a mark that made her gasp. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. Do me more, she demanded, her voice husky. Aaron obliged, his lips trailing to her breasts, his tongue flicking over a nipple. Ariane cried out, her back arching as he sucked, his teeth grazing just enough to spark pleasure. His hand slid to her other breast, kneading, pinching, driving her wild. She pushed him back, flipping him onto the bed with surprising strength. My turn, she said, straddling his hips, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She ground against him, feeling his arousal, her smirk wicked. Leaning down, she kissed his chest, her tongue tracing the scars from his battles, each one a story of survival. Aaron groaned, his hands gripping her thighs. You're trouble, princess. She laughed, her lips moving lower, teasing his abs, then lower still. Her breath ghosted over him, making him tense, before she took him into her mouth, her tongue swirling. His head fell back, a guttural moan escaping. Gods, Ariane, he gasped, his fingers in her hair, guiding her rhythm. She hummed, the vibration sending shocks through him, her pace relentless. Just as he neared the edge, she pulled back, smirking at his frustrated growl. Not yet, she teased, climbing back up to kiss him. Aaron flipped her onto her back, pinning her wrists above her head. You're playing with fire, he warned, his voice low. Then burn me, she challenged, her eyes defiant. He released her wrists, his hand sliding between her thighs, finding her wet and ready. His fingers teased her folds, circling her clit, making her hips buck. Aaron, she cried, her voice breaking. He slipped a finger inside, curling it, then added another, his thumb pressing her sensitive nerves. Ariane's moans filled the room, her body trembling as he worked her, his super soldier precision devastating. Her climax hit hard, her scream echoing, her walls clenching around his fingers. Before she could recover, Aaron positioned himself, entering her in one slow thrust. Ariane gasped, her nails raking his back, the stretch intense. You're too much, she panted, but her legs tightened around him, urging him deeper. He moved, slow at first, savoring her heat, then faster, each thrust driving her higher. "You're mine," he growled, his hands gripping her hips, angling her for deeper penetration. Ariane's cries grew louder, her body shaking with each impact. "Yes," she screamed, her second climax building. Aaron's pace was relentless, his superhuman stamina pushing her limits. She clawed at him, her pleasure overwhelming, stars bursting behind her eyes as she shattered again, her walls milking him. Aaron slowed, kissing her softly, letting her catch her breath. "Still with me," he murmured, his lips brushing her ear. She nodded, dazed, her smile radiant. He rolled her, pulling her atop him, her thighs straddling his hips. "Show me what you've got," he said, his hands on her waist. Ariane grinned, rocking her hips, setting a torturous pace. Her breasts bounced, her hair a wild halo, and Aaron groaned, his hands roaming her body, cupping her breasts, pinching her nipples. She leaned down, kissing him fiercely, her movements quickening. "You're perfect," she gasped, her climax nearing again. Aaron thrust upward, matching her rhythm, his own release building. Their moans mingled, the room a symphony of passion. Ariane's third climax hit, her scream raw, her body convulsing. Aaron followed, his release flooding her, his growl primal. She collapsed onto his chest, both panting, sweat slicked, and sated. He held her close, kissing her forehead, their heartbeats sinking. "Gods, Aaron," she murmured, her voice hoarse. "You'll ruin me for anyone else." "Good," he said, smirking. "That's the plan." They lay tangled, the sea breeze cooling their skin through the open balcony. Ariane traced his scars, her touch gentle. "Stay in Dorne," she whispered, half serious. "You know I can't," he said, his tone soft. "Uruk calls." She sighed, nestling closer. "Then come back soon." Lemon and Doran sat alone in the water gardens, the scroll from Dominic in his lap. Its contents were cryptic yet bold, a proposal of alliance, hints of Targaryen restoration, and a warning of Westeros's brewing chaos. Uruk's king plays a dangerous game, Doran thought, his mind turning to Elia Martell's murder, the Lannisters' betrayal. Dorne waits, but not for long. Ariane and Aaron, now dressed, shared a quiet moment on the balcony, the sea stretching endless before them. "What did Damonic's message say?" she asked, her voice low. Aaron shrugged, his grin easy. "Above my pay grade, princess. But knowing Dom, it's big." She smirked, leaning against him. "Then we'll make our own trouble." As the sun dipped, Dorne's plots deepened, Uruk's influence spreading like wildfire, and the Game of Thrones grew ever more perilous. Chapter 15, Blood of the Dragon at the Wall. Third person POV 298 AC, Castle Black. Afternoon. The wall loomed above Castle Black, its 700-foot ice face glinting in the pale northern sun, a silent sentinel of ancient magic. Dominic Augustus, Daenerys Targaryen, and Missandei slipped through the castle's gates under disillusionment charms, their forms invisible to the black-cloaked brothers patrolling the crumbling fortress. The air was sharp with cold, carrying the scent of pine and frost, and the clatter of training swords echoed from the courtyard. Dominic, his 6 feet 6 inches frame cloaked in a commoner's tunic, led the way, his golden eyes scanning with haki-enhanced precision. Daenerys, her hair black and eyes brown from the rune-etched ring, followed closely, her heart pounding at the thought of meeting her great-granduncle. Missandei, her Emma Frost senses alert, kept pace, her presence a quiet comfort. They navigated the narrow, icy corridors of Castle Black, avoiding stewards hauling firewood and recruits trudging to the mess hall. Reaching the Maester's solar, a heavy oak door marked by years of wear, Dominic used his observation haki to confirm only one heartbeat inside. He pushed the door open, revealing Maester Iman, frail and blind, seated at a cluttered desk, his hands tracing a worn scroll. Dominic waved his elder wand, casting a notice me not charm to ensure no one would disturb them and a silencing charm to trap sound within the room. With another flick, he dispelled their disillusionment charms, their forms shimmering into view. The soft creak of their footsteps drew Iman's attention, his milky eyes turning toward the sound. "Who's there?" Iman's voice was thin but steady, laced with the wisdom of a century. Daenerys stepped forward, her voice soft but clear. "It's Daenerys Targaryen, great-grand-uncle." Iman froze, his hands trembling on the scroll. "Daenerys Targaryen." His voice cracked, disbelief mingling with hope. "Come closer, child." She approached, kneeling beside his chair. Iman's gnarled fingers reached out, tracing her face with delicate care, feeling the contours of her cheeks and brow. Tears welled in his blind eyes, spilling down his weathered cheeks. "Blood of my blood," he whispered, a smile breaking through. "I never thought to see a Targaryen before I die." Daenerys clasped his hands, her own eyes glistening. "I'm here, uncle. I found you." Iman's tears flowed freely, his joy palpable. "How are you here, child, without the watch noticing? Castle Black is no place for secrets to slip through." Daenerys glanced at Dominic and Miss Sandai, who stood watchfully nearby. "My husband, Dominic Augustus, King of Uruk, brought me with magic. This is Miss Sandai, my closest companion. We came unseen, by his power." Iman's head tilted, curiosity sharpening his tone. "Magic? True magic, like the tales of old?" He chuckled softly. "The world turns strange again. Tell me, Daenerys, how do you fare? And your brother, Viserys?" Daenerys's smile faltered. "I'm well, thriving in Uruk with Dominic and Miss Sandai." "Viserys?" She hesitated, then recounted his descent, his arrogance, his new role as Khal of a vast Dothraki Khalasar, and his dangerous obsession with reclaiming the Iron Throne. "He's not the brother I hoped for, but I'm safe from him now." Iman nodded, his expression somber. "Viserys carries the fire of Ares, I fear. And you, child, what do you plan for the future?" Daenerys's voice grew firm, her brown eyes blazing with resolve. "I've learned of Rhaegar's son, whose mother is Lyanna Stark, Aemon Targaryen, your namesake, now known as Jon Snow. He's alive, raised in Winterfell as a bastard of Eddard Stark. I mean to help him claim the Iron Throne, to restore our house." Aemon's blind eyes seemed to pierce her soul, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Aemon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar. I wish you luck, Daenerys, but the throne is a cursed seat. Be wary." "I will," she promised, then softened. "Come with us, uncle. When we take King's Landing, you could be Grand Maester. You don't have to stay here." Aemon shook his head, his voice gentle but unyielding. "I swore my life to the wall, child. I'll die here, as I've lived serving, not ruling. Don't fret for me. My time is near, but yours is just beginning." Daenerys swallowed her protest, respecting his resolve. Aemon's hand patted hers, then he turned slightly toward Dominic. "Young king, would you do an old man a favor? Near the fourth shelf, there's a plank on the floor. Beneath it lies a secret compartment. Fetch what's inside." Dominic nodded, crossing the room with silent grace. He went towards the fourth shelf, where he pried up a loose plank, revealing a hidden nook. Inside rested a long, narrow box, its wood dark and polished. He lifted it carefully, then placed it on Aemon's desk. Aemon's fingers brushed the box, a tremor in his touch. "Open it, Daenerys." She unlatched it, her breath catching as the lid swung back. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay Dark Sister, the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Targaryen, its slender blade gleaming with a deadly elegance. "Gods," she whispered, lifting it reverently. "How long have you had this?" Brynden Rivers, Bloodraven, gave it to me before he vanished beyond the wall, Iman said, his voice heavy with memory. He bid me keep it safe, for a Targaryen who would need it. Use it, Daenerys, to restore our house to its rightful place. Daenerys's eyes shone with determination as she hugged Iman tightly. I will, Grand Uncle. A Targaryen will sit the Iron Throne again. I swear it. Iman returned the embrace, his frail frame trembling with emotion. Go with fire and blood, child, but temper it with mercy. For 2 hours, they spoke of Targaryen history, Iman's youth in King's Landing, and Daenerys's dreams for Uruk and Westeros. Miss Sandai shared tales of Noth, her gentle wisdom easing Iman's heart, while Dominic stood sentinel, his haki ensuring no threats approached. Iman's laughter, rare and precious, filled the solar as he recounted old jests with his brother Aegon, the egg of Duncan Egg Tales. As dusk fell, Dominic touched Daenerys's shoulder. We should go, Dany. The watch will stir soon. She nodded, reluctant, hugging Iman once more. I'll come back, Grand Uncle. I promise. Iman smiled, his blind eyes warm. I'll hold you to that, dragon. Dominic recast the disillusionment charms, cloaking them in invisibility, and dispelled the room's charms. They slipped out, leaving Iman alone with his scrolls, a faint smile lingering on his face. The trio navigated Castle Black's corridors, exiting into the biting cold of the courtyard, the wall's shadow stretching long. Outside, Daenerys clutched Dark Sister, her voice soft. I wanted to talk more with him. He's family. Dominic wrapped an arm around her, his voice reassuring. Now that I've been here, I can apparate back anytime. We'll visit often, Dany. She nodded, a smile breaking through her melancholy. Thank you, Dom. We'll come back. Miss Sandai squeezed her hand. He's proud of you, Dany. You gave him joy today. Dominic took their hands, magic surging. With a pop, they apparat to Uruk, the wall's chill replaced by jasmine-scented warmth. Dark Sister gleamed, a vow forged in steel, as Uruk's golden walls welcomed them home. The Beggar King's Wrath Third Person POV 298 AC, Dothraki Sea Evening. The endless expanse of the Dothraki Sea stretched under a bruised sky, its swaying grasses whispering secrets of conquest and blood. Viserys Targaryen stood at the edge of his camp, his silver hair glinting in the torchlight, violet eyes burning with a manic fury. His Khalasar sprawled behind him, 40,000 Dothraki warriors, their tents dotting the plain like stars, horses snorting in the cool night air. Yet, as he surveyed his army, disgust twisted his features. I should have the power of dragons. I am the last dragon, the rightful king. The thought seared his mind, as it did every time he pictured his sister Daenerys and that man Dominic Augustus, the so-called Golden King of Uruk. He stole her, my birthright, my dragons. Viserys' fists clenched, his nails biting into his palms. He still believed Dragonite and Charizard, the massive beasts he'd seen in Pentos, were true dragons, not Pokémon. If I kill him, I'll take his city, his dragons, and make my whore of a sister give me an heir. His plan, born of envy and madness, felt flawless in his fevered mind. Uruk's wealth, its women, its grandeur, he'd claim it all. Sir Yoram Mormont approached, his worn armor clinking softly, his grizzled face etched with caution. Your Grace, he said, kneeling, I've received word from King's Landing. Viserys' head snapped toward him, his sneer barely concealing his impatience. Well, what is it? He demanded, noticing 2 Dothraki warriors nearby glaring at him and Yora, their braids heavy with bells, their araks gleaming at their hips. Yora kept his head bowed. Jonnaran is dead, and Robert Baratheon is in Winterfell, asking Eddard Stark to become Hand of the King. Viserys' lips curled into a mocking smile. So, the usurper wants his northern dog to replace the old one. He paced, his silk cloak billowing. We need to ride to Uruk. With this horde, Dominic's throne will be mine. Viserys said. Yora hesitated, his voice steady but wary. Your Grace, the Dothraki will not attack that city. They call it the City of Death. They fear one man. A clay cup in Viserys' hand shattered against the ground, wine staining the earth like blood. They fear one man, he growled, his voice rising to a shriek. I am the last dragon. I will have that city. I will own those dragons. The camp stirred, Dothraki glancing over, their expressions unreadable but tense. The women Viserys had taken as gifts cowered in his tent, their screams muffled as he began hurling objects: goblets, furs, a bronze brazier. I will have it all, he roared, his face flushed, spittle flying. Of course, Your Grace, Yora said, his tone placating, though his eyes betrayed concern. In the 2 weeks since joining Viserys, he'd seen this madness flare repeatedly, first toward Daenerys, then the Dothraki for refusing him extra rations, and worst of all, toward the girls forced to serve him. He's becoming his father, Yora thought grimly. The Mad King's shadow loomed large. The Dothraki obeyed Viserys only because Dominic had commanded it, a fact that gnawed at Yora. But their patience was fraying. Whispers of dissent rippled through the camp, and Yora feared the breaking point was near. How close are we to Uruk? Viserys demanded, huffing from his tantrum, his chest heaving. Yora rose, keeping his gaze low. At a normal pace, 2 months. If we push, perhaps 6 weeks, but it's hard to say. 6 weeks is too long. Viserys yelled, his voice cracking. There's nothing to be done, Your Grace, Yora said carefully. Even at that pace, we'd risk killing the horses. The Dothraki would never agree. Viserys' eyes narrowed, his breathing ragged. Very well. We ride at dawn. He turned to the 2 women cowering behind his bedding, their faces bruised, welts visible on their arms. Leave us. At once, Your Grace, Yora said, exiting swiftly. As he passed, he heard their whimpers, his stomach churning. Outside, a Dothraki blood rider, Aggo, leaned against a tent pole, his expression dark. That man will lead us to our deaths, Aggo muttered to his fellow riders, his bells jingling softly. Yora said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. Viserys' madness was aflame, and the Dothraki sea was dry tinder. Uruk loomed on the horizon, a city of wonders, and, to the Dothraki, a city of doom. At dawn, Viserys' Khalasar broke camp, the thunder of hooves shaking the earth. Viserys rode at the head, his silk cloak flapping, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Uruk will be mine, he thought, his madness a fire that refused to dim. Yora rode beside him, his face grim, while Aggo and his blood riders trailed, their loyalty strained. The Dothraki whispered of the City of Death, of a king who wielded dragons and magic. Viserys heard none of it, his mind consumed by visions of crowns and conquest. But the sea of grass was vast, and Uruk's golden walls were a fortress of fate, waiting to crush the beggar king's dreams. Chapter 16, A Clash by the King's Road. Third person POV 299 AC, King's Road. Afternoon. The King's Road snaked through the riverlands, its dusty stones shimmering under a late autumn sun. King Robert Baratheon's retinue, a sprawling mass of Stark bannermen, Lannister knights, and royal sycophants, had halted to rest, tents sprouting like mushrooms across the grassy hills. A month had passed since Dominic Augustus, Daenerys Targaryen, and Missandei ventured to Winterfell, their clandestine tour of Westeros' great cities: King's Landing, Old Town, Lannisport, Highgarden, mapping a realm teetering on the edge of chaos. Now, Robert, with Lord Eddard Stark as his new hand, trudged south, old wounds and fresh tensions trailing them like shadows. By a burbling stream, Arya Stark, her wiry frame clad in a dirt-streaked tunic, sparred with a boy wielding a stick. Her movements were lethal, honed by the 40% assimilation of Talia al Ghul's assassin skills, her wooden sword a blur of precision. The boy, Micah, a butcher's son with freckles and a nervous grin, struggled to match her, his stick clacking weakly against hers. Prince Joffrey Baratheon sauntered over along with Sansa Stark, golden curls glinting, a sneer twisting his lips. "Your sister, hey," he said to Sansa, his voice laced with mockery. He turned to Micah, who froze mid-swing. "What's your name, boy?" "Micah, Lord," the boy stammered, clutching his stick. Sansa, eager to curry favor, spoke up. "He's a butcher's boy, your grace." Arya's grey eyes flashed, stepping between them. "He's my friend," she snapped, her voice a low growl. Joffrey's sneer deepened. "A butcher's boy who dreams of knighthood, eh?" He unsheathed lion's tooth, its steel glinting cruelly. "Come, fight me. Let's see what kind of knight you are." Micah's eyes widened, his stick trembling. "These are just sticks, Lord. I'm your prince," Joffrey spat, stepping closer, "and I say pick up your sword." "It's not a sword, my prince," Micah said, voice quaking. "It's a stick." Joffrey's smile turned vicious. "And you're no knight, just a butcher's boy." He raised lion's tooth, its tip hovering near Micah's cheek. "You're hitting my lady's sister, you know that." Arya's grip tightened, her knuckles white. "Stop it." Sansa stood, hands twisting nervously. "Arya, stay out of this." Joffrey's blade grazed Micah's cheek, drawing a thin bead of blood. "I won't hurt you, much," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Arya's patience shattered. With a swift crack, she struck her stick against the back of Joffrey's knee, buckling him. Micah, seeing the blade fall away from his face, bolted into the trees, his footsteps fading. Joffrey staggered up, face crimson with rage, and swung lion's tooth at Arya, his curses venomous. "You filthy wolf bitch! I'll carve you open!" Arya, Talia al Ghul's instincts surging, parried with her stick, her movements fluid and deadly. "You're a coward, picking on a boy with a stick," she shouted, dodging a wild slash. Sansa screamed, "Arya, stop! You're ruining everything!" Arya ignored her, her focus razor-sharp. With a flick of her wrist, she disarmed Joffrey, sending Lion's Tooth spinning into the grass. She struck his knees again, harder, dropping him to the dirt with a yelp. Standing over him, she glared as he whimpered, his arrogance crumbling. "Please, don't!" Joffrey pleaded, eyes wide with fear, hands raised defensively. Arya snatched his sword and hurled it into the stream, its splash echoing like a slap. "You're no prince," she spat, turning on her heel and storming toward her father's tent, her stick still clutched tightly. Hours later, Lannister soldiers in crimson cloaks marched into Eddard Stark's tent, their hands hovering over sword hilts. "The king demands your daughter, Lord Stark," their captain barked. Arya Stark must answer for her crimes. And they were making their way towards Arya. Ned rose, his face a mask of northern ice, the great sword ice gleaming at his side. "Any man who touches my daughter forfeits his life," he growled, his voice low and lethal. His Stark men Jory Castle, Harwin and others drew their blades, the rasp of steel filling the tent like a warning. The Lannisters faltered, their numbers dwarfed by the Stark resolve. The captain's jaw tightened. Tell the king I'll bring my daughter myself," Ned cut in, his tone unyielding. The Lannisters retreated, boots thudding on the dirt. Ned turned to Arya, who stood defiant, her grey eyes blazing. "What happened, Arya?" Arya recounted the clash, Joffrey's cruelty to Micah, her intervention, his attack on her, and her disarming him. Ned sighed, the wolf's blood in his daughter a familiar spark, now a dangerous flame. "You've caused a storm, Arya," he said sternly. "Do not speak unless spoken to before the king. Understand?" Arya nodded, biting her lip, and followed Ned to Robert's tent, Stark men trailing like a grim shadow. Robert's tent was a garish sprawl of crimson and gold, its air thick with tension and the faint reek of wine. The king slouched in a high-backed chair, his tangled beard framing a face weary from drink and duty. Cersei Lannister stood beside him, her emerald eyes cold, coddling Joffrey, whose wrist was wrapped in a cloth, his face pale but spiteful. Sansa lingered nearby, hands clasped, eyes downcast, her cheeks streaked with dried tears. Jaime Lannister leaned against a tent pole, his golden armor glinting, a smirk playing on his lips. Sir Barristan Selmy and other king's guards stood silent, their white cloaks a stark contrast to the brewing storm. As Ned and Arya entered, Joffrey pointed, his voice shrill. "She and that butcher's boy ambushed me. They beat me senseless. She deserves the whip." Cersei's voice was sharp as a blade. "The girl's wild, Lord Stark. A few floggings will teach her place." Ned's eyes narrowed, his voice steady. "What's the meaning of this, Your Grace?" Robert groaned, rubbing his temples. "I don't want to deal with this shit, Ned, but my whelp and my wife keep nagging with their shrill voice. They say your girl and some butcher's boy jumped Joffrey and beat him bloody." Arya's fists clenched, her Talia al Ghul fire flaring. "That's a lie," she burst out, ignoring Ned's sharp glance. "Joffrey was cutting Micah's face with his sword. I hit him to stop him, and he swung at me, so I disarmed him and threw his sword in the river." Joffrey leaped up, face twisted. "You liar! You and that filthy boy ambushed me while I walked with Sansa. You're a savage, a disgrace. Liar!" Arya shouted, stepping forward, her voice ringing. "You're a coward who picks on boys with sticks. Micah had nothing but a stick, and you had a real blade. You're no prince, you're a bully hiding behind your crown." Joffrey sputtered, his voice rising to a shriek. "You threw my sword in the river. You humiliated me. I'm the crown prince, and you'll pay for this. You humiliated yourself." Arya shot back, undaunted. "Crying like a babe when I knocked you down. Begging me to stop. You're pathetic." "Silence!" Robert roared, slamming his fist on the chair, the sound like thunder. The tent fell quiet, save for Joffrey's heavy breathing and Arya's defiant glare. "Boy says one thing, girl says another. I'm sick of this squabbling." Cersei's eyes glinted, seizing the moment. Sansa was there. She'll speak the truth. All eyes turned to Sansa, who shrank under the weight of their stares. Her voice trembled, barely audible. I don't know what happened. It was so fast, I can't remember." Arya's jaw dropped, betrayal cutting deep. "Liar! Tell the truth." Sansa's cheeks flushed, tears welling. "I didn't see. It happened too quickly." "You're lying!" Arya yelled, lunging toward her sister, only for Ned to pull her back, his grip firm. "You're protecting him." Cersei's lips curled. "See, Lord Stark? Your daughter's feral, attacking her own sister, the crown prince. She lacks all decorum." Arya whirled on Cersei, her voice fierce. "If you want proof, let me fight Joffrey. I'll disarm him again, right here, and you'll see I'm telling the truth." Joffrey paled, his bravado faltering. "She's mad. She can't challenge me. I'm the prince." "Scared, Joffrey?" Arya taunted, her grey eyes blazing. "Afraid a girl will beat you again? You couldn't even hold your sword. You little beast!" Joffrey screeched, stepping forward, only for Jaime to place a hand on his shoulder. Cersei's voice was icy. "This is outrageous. The girl's a danger, Robert. She must be punished." Arya glared at Cersei. "Punish your son for cutting a boy's face. He's the one who started it." "Enough!" Robert bellowed, his face red. "I can't tell who's lying, and I don't care. Ned, your girl's got spirit, but she needs to be disciplined. I'll do the same for my son." Cersei's voice rose, sharp as a dagger. Is this justice? The crown prince struck by a wildling girl, and she walks free. Robert spun, his eyes blazing. Crown prince? Disarmed by a girl half his size? Hiding behind your skirts? Have you no shame, boy? He turned to Ned, exasperation plain. Take your daughter, Ned. Everyone, get out. Cersei's face twisted, her voice venomous. This is no punishment for assaulting royalty. Robert stormed toward the tent flap, his voice a growl. He's no royalty if he can't hold a sword against a child. Enough, woman. He shoved past, his boots shaking the ground. Ned guided Arya out, his grip firm but gentle, Stark men trailing. Cersei's glare burned into their backs, Joffrey's whimpers echoing, Sansa's silent tears falling. The King's Road stretched ahead, a path of dust and discord, the Game of Thrones growing ever more tangled. Aftermath in their tent, Ned sat Arya down, his grey eyes heavy with concern. You've stirred a hornet's nest, girl. The Lannisters won't forget this. Arya's chin jutted out, unrepentant. Joffrey deserved it. He was hurting Micah. Ned sighed, the wolf's blood in his daughter a spark he both admired and feared. You were right to protect your friend, but shaming a prince has consequences. You must learn to temper that fire. The south is not the north. Arya's voice softened, guilt flickering. I'm sorry, father. But I couldn't let him hurt Micah. Ned placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice gentle. I know. But caution now, Arya. The Lannisters are vipers. Outside, the camp buzzed with gossip, Stark honor clashing with Lannister pride, a girl besting a prince. Micah has been sheltered by Stark guards so the Lannisters could do anything to him. Sansa, in her tent, wept, torn between sisterly loyalty and dreams of a golden prince. Joffrey, nursing his bruised ego, plotted petty vengeance, while Cersei's mind spun darker webs. The King's Road rolled on, a ribbon of fate binding north and south, honor and treachery. Arya's defiance had drawn blood, and the realm would feel its ripples, as Uruk's shadow loomed ever closer across the sea. Chapter 17, Dragonfire and Destiny. Third-person POV 299 AC, Uruk morning. The golden light of dawn filtered through the silken drapes of Dominic Augustus's opulent bedroom in Uruk's palace, casting intricate patterns across the marble floor. Dominic, leaning against the carved headboard of the massive bed, stretched languidly, his golden eyes glinting with satisfaction after a night of passion with his wives, Daenerys Targaryen and Missandei. The air was warm, scented with jasmine from the open balcony, where the distant hum of Uruk's vibrant city, its markets, and forges. With a thought, Dominic summoned his status panel, a translucent interface shimmering before him. His gaze flicked to his Gacha points, GP 31. Not bad, he murmured, reaching into his inventory for 100 gold dragons. He converted them, watching the GP climb to 131. Time for a roll. He initiated 43 rolls, leaving 2 GP, his fingers tingling with anticipation. The results flashed: Ace, Roger's sword, poison resistance, Shoto Todoroki, Levi, attack on Titan. Solid haul, he thought, applying the poison resistance to himself instantly, a faint warmth spreading through his veins as his body became impervious to toxins. As he contemplated his next moves, Uruk's rise, the looming threat of Viserys, and Jon Snow's impending arrival. Daenerys stirred beside him, her silver hair spilling across the pillow, violet eyes fluttering open. "Morning, my love," she said, her voice soft but rich with warmth, a smile curving her lips. Missandei, her dusky skin glowing in the dawn, propped herself on an elbow, her dark curls framing her face. "Good morning, Dom," she said, her tone teasing. "You look far too pleased with yourself." Dominic chuckled, leaning down to kiss Daenerys, then Missandei, his lips lingering. "Morning, my sun and stars. My moon of my life." Can't help it, last night was memorable. Daenerys blushed, swatting his arm. You're incorrigible. You did not stop even when we begged. Then why did you curse me when I stopped the first time? He teased, winking. Miss Sandai laughed, rolling her eyes. You nearly broke the bed, Dom. Worth it, he grinned, sliding out of bed, his bare feet hitting the cool marble. I'm heading to freshen up. Join me. Daenerys stretched, her lithe form outlined by the sheets. In a moment. I need to wake up first. Miss Sandai smirked. 5 minutes, then we're invading your bath. Dominic strode to the adjoining bathroom, a marvel of Uruk's engineering, polished stone walls, a steaming pool fed by hidden springs, and enchanted mirrors that never fogged. He sank into the water, letting the heat soothe his muscles, his mind drifting to his plans, Viserys' approaching Khalasar, Jon Snow's redirection, and the ritual Daenerys would perform today. 5 minutes later, as promised, Daenerys and Miss Sandai entered, their laughter echoing as they joined him, the water rippling around them. Dany, you're hogging the warm spot, Miss Sandai complained, splashing her playfully. There's enough for all of us, Daenerys retorted, flicking water back. Dom, tell her to share. Dominic chuckled, pulling them both closer. Plenty of warmth to go around, ladies. Uruk's springs are magic. Everything here's magic, Daenerys said, her voice softening. I still can't believe this is my home. It's ours, Miss Sandai corrected, leaning against Dominic. You've built something incredible, Dom. But, what's on your mind? You've got that scheming look. He smirked, brushing a wet strand from her face. Just planning the future. Viserys, Jon, the 7 kingdoms, and today's ritual. Daenerys's eyes lit up. The dragon eggs. I'm ready, Dom. I can feel it. I know you are, he said, kissing her forehead. You're a dragon, Dany. Today, you'll prove it. After their bath, the trio dressed in silks from Uruk's looms, Daenerys in violet, Miss Sandai in sapphire, Dominic in black edged with gold. Servants brought breakfast to their room, a feast of honeyed flatbreads, spiced eggs, and fresh mangoes from Gacha enhanced orchards. They sat at a carved table by the balcony, the city's golden walls gleaming below. Daenerys sipped her tea, her expression turning somber. Any news of my brother? Dominic nodded, cutting into a mango. Viserys is riding for Uruk with his Khalasar. 6 weeks out, if they push. Daenerys sighed, setting her cup down. He's still chasing his crown. I hoped, maybe he'd change. Miss Sandai reached for her hand. I'm shocked his Khalasar hasn't rebelled. He's unhinged, Dany. Even the Dothraki must see it. Dominic chuckled, leaning back. They haven't rebelled because they think I'll hunt them down if they kill him. My reputation's keeping them in line for now. Miss Sandai's lips twitched. The city of death, they call us. You've got them terrified, Dom. Good, he said, grinning. Fear buys us time. Speaking of time, Jon Snow's due in a week. Miss Sandai nodded, her Emma Frost telepathy humming. Jon's a wild card. Honorable, like his uncle, but he's got Targaryen blood. What's your plan for him? Guide him, Dominic said, his Erwin Smith leadership shining through. He's key to Dany's vow, Eamon's hope for a Targaryen on the throne. We'll train him, show him Uruk's strength. Daenerys's eyes softened. He's my nephew. I want him safe, Dom. But if he's to be king, we'll make him ready, Dominic promised. There is no one in the world who can challenge Uruk and stay alive. Then he asks, Dany, are you ready to awaken the eggs? Miss Sandai raised an eyebrow. Dragons? You're sure about this ritual, Dany? Daenerys's voice was firm. I am. The eggs call to me. My fire will wake them. Dominic squeezed her hand. You're ready. Let's finish eating, then it's time. They polished off the meal, their banter lightening the mood. These mangoes are divine, Miss Sandai said, licking her fingers. Your gacha orchards are cheating, DOM. Cheating's my specialty, he teased, standing. Dani then gets up from the chair, her violet eyes blazing. Shall we go then? The trio descended to a secluded courtyard deep within the palace, its high walls shielding it from prying eyes. A pyre loomed at the center, built from cedar and oak, with 3 wooden posts where bound criminals slavers convicted of heinous crimes stood, their faces pale with dread. Atop the pyre lay 3 dragon eggs from Illyrio Mopetus, one black with scarlet veins, one green with bronze swirls, one creamy white with gold flecks. Guards stood watch, their Pokémon Arcanine and Macamp patrolling the perimeter. Dominic and Miss Sandai stood back as Daenerys stepped forward, her Mara no Mi igniting, flames dancing along her arms. For House Targaryen, she whispered, unleashing a torrent of fire. The pyre roared to life, the criminals' screams piercing the air, then fading as the flames consumed them. The heat was intense, but Daenerys stood unafraid, her silver hair glowing like a beacon. When the screams ceased, Daenerys walked into the pyre, flames licking her unburned skin, her fire immunity a gift of her fruit and blood. The courtyard held its breath. As the flames died, she emerged, a grin splitting her face, 3 small dragons clinging to her shoulders. The black one hissed, its red highlights gleaming, the green one chirped, bronze eyes bright, the white one nuzzled her, gold scales shimmering. Dominic and Miss Sandai rushed forward, their smiles wide. Dani! Miss Sandai gasped, reaching for the green dragon. They're beautiful. Dominic laughed, stroking the black one's snout. You did it, dragons reborn, what will you name them? Daenerys beamed, lifting the black dragon with red highlights. This is Morgul, she said, nodding to the black one. The green is Regal, and the white is Tyrax's. Strong names, Dominic said, pulling meat from his inventory and tossing it to the dragons, who snapped it up eagerly. They're already fierce. Miss Sandai giggled as Regal nibbled her finger. They're adorable now, but when they grow. Trouble, Dominic finished, grinning. Just like their mother. Daenerys swatted him playfully. What's next, DOM? With dragons, Viserys, Jon, what's our plan? Dominic's eyes gleamed, his voice low. We end slavery, free the slaves, and take the free cities. Essos will be ours, a foundation for the throne. Miss Sandai's eyes widened. That's ambitious. How? Then he starts telling them about his plans for the free cities of Essos. As they spoke, Altaria swooped down from above, her cottony wings flaring as she tackled Dominic, chirping happily. The dragons hissed, Morgul bearing tiny fangs. Altaria chirped louder, fluffing her feathers in defiance, sparking a squabble of hisses and squawks. The trio burst into laughter, Daenerys clutching her sides. They're like siblings already, Miss Sandai said, wiping tears. When those dragons grow, we'll have chaos. Glorious chaos, Dominic agreed, shooing Altaria back to the sky. He turned to Daenerys. Stay with them, Dani. Bond. We'll handle the city. Daenerys nodded, cradling Tyrax's. Thank you, both. Dominic and Miss Sandai left, strolling through the palace's sunlit halls. Miss Sandai's voice grew quiet. I want one, DOM. A dragon, or something. He paused, seeing her wistful expression, and pulled a Pokémon egg from his inventory, its shell swirled with blue and gold. When this hatches, it's yours. Could be anything. Lux the game. Miss Sandai's face lit up, hugging him. Thank you, DOM. They continued inside, Uruk's future bright but perilous, its king and queens ready to reshape the world. Meanwhile in Dorne and Sunspear's water gardens, Aaron Sand lounged under a lemon tree, the past month a blur of nocturnal passion with Princess Ariane Martel. Her fire matched his, their nights leaving him both exhilarated and exhausted. Now, he stood before Prince Doran Martel in a shaded chamber, his leather armor dusted from travel, Deadpool's swords at his back. "My prince," Aaron said, bowing. "I must return to Uruk. King Dominic has summoned me." Doran, seated with his gout-afflicted legs propped, nodded, his weathered face thoughtful. "When do you leave?" 2 hours, Aaron replied. "A ship sails for Uruk. I'll catch it." Doran's eyes glinted. "Tell your king Dorn and Uruk are allies. We'll stand with you when the time comes." Aaron bowed again. "I will, my prince." He left, his steps light but his mind heavy with Uruk's brewing storm. Chapter 18, A Revelation in Uruk. Third person POV 298 AC, Uruk docks. Morning. The briny air of Uruk's bustling docks greeted Jon Snow as he stepped off the ship from White Harbour, his cloak heavy with sea salt, his grey eyes scanning the vibrant chaos. Uruk's port teemed with life, merchants hawking silks and spices, fishermen unloading shimmering catches, and Pokémon like Gyarados patrolling the waters, their scales glinting under the Esso's sun. Jon hefted his meager pack, the pouch of 50 gold dragons from Eddard Stark clinking softly. Seeking a tavern for the night, he wove through the crowd, asking a fishmonger for directions. Before the man could answer, 2 unsullied soldiers approached, their bronze armor gleaming, spears held with disciplined precision. Their faces, trained to stoicism, fixed on him. "Are you Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark?" one asked, voice flat. Jon's hand drifted to his sword hilt, cautious. I am." "The king invites you to the palace," the other said. "King Dominic wishes to meet the son of Eddard Stark." Jon's brow furrowed. "What does the king want with me?" "The king desires your presence," the first replied simply. "I'm a bastard," Jon said, his voice low, testing their intent. The Unsullied exchanged a glance. "The king cares not if you are trueborn or bastard. You are summoned." Jon studied them, then nodded, curiosity outweighing wariness. "Lead on." The Unsullied escorted him through Uruk's gates, a city unlike any he'd imagined. 3 concentric walls. The outer wall, towering and broad, guards fields and cattle. The middle wall encircled the city proper. The innermost wall, delicate yet unyielding, cradled Agalma, King Dominic's palace, which is a ziggurat-like structure, inspired by the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The building has multiple tiered levels, each with lush greenery, including palm trees, cascading down the sides. The structure is made of stone with a sandy beige color and features wide staircases leading up to higher levels. The topmost level has a more elaborate design with columns and a flat roof. The surrounding landscape is arid. The overall scene evokes a sense of grandeur and historical significance. The chariot ride to Agalma was swift, the Unsullied silent as they passed silk-draped bazaars and forges glowing with unnatural heat. Jon's eyes drank in Uruk's splendor, a stark contrast to Winterfell's austere stone. At the palace, guards opened its gates of white marble, revealing a courtyard of blooming jasmine and a central fountain shaped like a dragon. Jon was led through vaulted halls, their walls adorned with tapestries of Uruk's triumphs, to the throne room. The throne room was vast, its ceiling studded with star-like gems, light cascading onto a throne of polished obsidian. King Dominic Augustus sat commandingly, his 6 feet 6 inches frame radiating power, golden eyes sharp with mischief. To his left, Queen Daenerys Targaryen, silver hair and violet eyes aglow, smiled warmly. To his right, Queen Missandei, her dusky skin and dark curls radiant, exuded quiet strength. Unsullied stood guard, their presence a silent promise of Uruk's might. Then herald announces you are in the presence of Dominic of House Augustus, King of Uruk, and his wives, Queen Missandei of House Augustus, and Queen Daenerys of House Targaryen. Jon, even though he was shocked that a Targaryen was the queen, stepped forward, bowing stiffly. King Dominic, Queen Missandei, Queen Daenerys, thank you for your hospitality. Dominic's grin was mischievous, his voice warm. No need for thanks between family, Jon. Daenerys and Missandei chuckled, their eyes twinkling. Jon's face twisted in confusion. Family? I don't understand. How are we related? Dominic leaned forward, his tone teasing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Jon's eyes narrowed, a spark of frustration. Can you tell me how we're related, Your Grace? Dominic's grin softened. Do you know your mother? Jon frowned. Are you saying we're related through her? No, Dominic said, his voice firm. Through your father's line. He paused, his gaze piercing. Then Jon says with a frown, then can you enlighten me? Let me tell you who you are, Jon. You are the true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Aemon of House Targaryen, third of your name. Born king, lord of the seven kingdoms, king of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, protector of the realm. By relation, you are nephew to my wife, Daenerys. Jon's face went slack, shock rooting him to the floor. Daenerys's voice was gentle. Hello, nephew. Anger flared in Jon's eyes, his voice sharp. Is this a jest? Dominic sighed, his tone earnest. No jest, Jon. Why do you think Eddard Stark, the epitome of honor, traveled to Dorne after the rebellion to find his sister, only to return with her body and a child he claimed as his bastard? He did it to protect you. Robert Baratheon would have killed you as a babe if he knew your true parentage. Ned tarnished his honor to keep you safe. Jon's world tilted, his breath shallow. So, my whole life's a lie. Dominic's voice softened. Just because Ned didn't sire you doesn't mean he's not your father. He raised you, loved you, and protected you. Don't blame him, he did what he had to. I know it's a lot. You'll need time. Stay here in Agalma for the foreseeable future, think on it. Jon nodded numbly, his mind a storm. Dominic gestured to a servant. Show him to his quarters. As Jon left, Daenerys's voice was quiet. Will he be all right, Dom? He'll be fine, Dominic said, squeezing her hand. He just needs time to come to terms. Missandei nodded, her Emma Frost telepathy sensing Jon's turmoil. He's strong, Dany. Like you. They left the throne room, Uruk's golden walls a backdrop to their plans. Next morning Agalma Dining Hall Dawn painted Agalma's dining hall in soft gold, its long table laden with breakfast, honeyed flatbreads, spiced eggs, and Gacha-grown mangoes. Dominic sat at the head, his black silk tunic edged with gold, when a servant announced Jon's request for a meeting. Invite him to break his fast, Dominic said, sipping tea. Jon entered, his face haggard from a sleepless night, but his grey eyes resolute. He bowed. Your Grace. Sit, Jon, Dominic said, gesturing to a chair. No titles here. So, what did you think about all night? Jon took a deep breath, his voice steady. Lord Stark didn't give birth to me, but he's still my father. My siblings Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, they're still my siblings. That doesn't change. Dominic nodded, a smile tugging his lips. Good man. So, what's next? Will you claim your throne? Jon shook his head. My plans haven't changed. I'll travel Essos for a year or two, then join the Night's Watch. Dominic leaned back, his tone thoughtful. Fair enough. But know this, Jon, the only way to make sense of change is to plunge into it, move with it, join the dance. There will be lot of changes in the future, troubled times are ahead. Until then, join my army. We're planning to liberate slaves in Essos, conquer the free cities. Jon's eyes widened, then he nodded. I'll fight for that. Freeing slaves, it's honorable. I'll speak to Damon, commander of the Unsullied, Dominic said. You'll train with them. Now, about Essos. Daenerys and Miss Sandai entered, their silks swishing, interrupting. Jon stood, bowing. Queen Daenerys, Queen Miss Sandai. Daenerys smiled, waving him down. No formality, Jon. We're family. Call me Dany as those close to me do. Miss Sandai's eyes twinkled. And I'm Miss Sandai. Sit, please. Jon nodded, easing back. All right. Dany, Miss Sandai. Then Jon asks after they have taken seats, his voice curious. Dany, what about your brother, Viserys? Daenerys hesitated, then recounted what he is doing, Viserys Skalassar, his march on Uruk, his madness. Daenerys's face fell, her violet eyes shadowed. He's lost, she said softly. Jon frowned, unsure how to respond. Daenerys, seeking to lighten the mood, said, I have hatched dragons a week ago. Do you want to see them? Miss Sandai said, yes. Morgul, Rhaegal, Tyraxes, they're small but fierce. Can I see them? Jon asked, his voice tinged with awe. Of course, Dany said, delighted. After we eat. Miss Sandai leaned in, teasing. They're adorable, Jon, but already hissing at anyone who comes near Dany. Dominic chuckled. Altaria's not thrilled about sharing the skies. Then Jon asks, puzzled, Altaria. Dominic says, it is a magical bird only found in Uruk. Hearing that, Jon, who already knows about the rumors of magics surrounding Uruk, just nods. The conversation turned to their travels. Dany recounted their tour of the Seven Kingdoms, her voice animated. We pranked Joffrey Baratheon in Winterfell with a laughing spell. He rolled on the floor, farting. Jon snorted, a rare laugh escaping. Gods, that was you. Robb and Theon howled when they heard about that incident. We thought he was mad or something when he started laughing hysterically. Miss Sandai giggled. He's a menace. Arya must have loved seeing him squirm. Jon's eyes softened. Arya's fierce. Dany's voice grew wistful. We visited Aemon Targaryen at the Wall. Our great-granduncle. He's blind, frail, but wise. He gave me Dark Sister, our house's sword. Jon's jaw dropped. Maester Aemon? A Targaryen. He swore to the Watch, Dominic said. Jon shook his head, marveling. I never knew. Gods, it's all so strange. Dany touched his arm. It's a lot, Jon. But you're not alone. We're family. The breakfast ended, plates cleared, laughter lingering. Jon felt lighter, Uruk's warmth easing his burdens. As they rose, Dany promised to show him the dragons, Dominic to arrange his training, and Miss Sandai to share tales of Uruk's Pokémon. Igalma's halls echoed with their voices, a new bond forming, as Essos's future loomed. Chapter 19, A Game of Secrets in King's Landing. Third-person POV 298 AC, King's Landing Small Council Chamber. Morning. The small council chamber in the Red Keep was a stifling room, its air heavy with the scent of wax and old parchment. Narrow windows let in slivers of sunlight, casting long shadows across the polished table where Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, sat at the head. His grey eyes, stern as Winterfell's walls, fixed on Janos Slynt, commander of the City Watch, whose florid face glistened with sweat under his gold cloak. My lord, Janos whined, his voice grating, the City Watch is stretched thin. 500,000 souls in King's Landing, and only 2,000 men to keep order. We can't patrol every alley, not with thieves, cutthroats, and drunks spilling from Flea Bottom. Ned's jaw tightened, his patience fraying. That doesn't mean you can slack in your duty, Slynt. The king's peace must hold, or this city will eat itself. Janos spread his meaty hands, defensive. I'm doing what I can, Lord Stark. 2,000 against 500,000 impossible odds. We need more men, more coin. Ned leaned forward, his voice cold as northern frost. I'll lend 100 of my household guards to the watch. See to it that crime is controlled. No more excuses. Janosha's eyes darted, his mouth opening to protest, but he thought better of it under Ned's glare. As you command, my lord, he muttered, sinking back. The council moved to other matters: grain shortages, tensions with the free cities, and whispers of unrest in the riverlands. Lord Varys, his powdered face unreadable, offered tidbits of intelligence, while Peter Baelish, smirking, juggled numbers to mask the crown's debts. Grand Maester Pycelle droned about omens, and Renly Baratheon quipped about tourneys. Ned listened, his mind half on the north, where his son Robb held Winterfell, and on Jon, now in distant Uruk. After hours of wrangling, Ned adjourned the council, his shoulders tight with the weight of a city he distrusted. Tower of the Hand. Midday Ned climbed the spiral stairs to the Tower of the Hand, craving the quiet of his quarters and a simple meal. The Red Keep's opulence, its tapestries, gilded sconces, and perfumed air felt alien, a far cry from Winterfell's honest stone. As he entered his solar, he found Sansa, Arya, and Septa Mordane at the table, a spread of roasted capon, bread, and stewed plums before them. Sansa, her auburn hair braided neatly, ate with delicate precision, her blue eyes flickering with irritation. Septa Mordane, stern and grey, tutted loudly as Arya, her dark hair a tangled mess, stabbed her meat repeatedly with a knife, each thrust deliberate. The clink of steel on plate grated in the quiet room. Arya, Septa Mordane snapped, that is no way for a lady to behave. Stop butchering your food. Arya's grey eyes flashed, her lips curling. I'm practicing. Practicing for what? The Septa asked, her voice sharp. Arya's gaze hardened, her voice low but fierce. For when Joffrey comes near me again. Sansa slammed her spoon down, her face flushing. Arya, you're so embarrassing. Why must you always act like a savage? Arya whirled on her sister, knife still in hand. Better a savage than a liar who defends that monster. You saw what he did to Micah. Enough. Ned's voice cut through, deep and commanding. Both girls froze, Sansa's cheeks red, Arya's jaw set. Arya, go to your room. Now. Arya shoved her chair back, glaring at Sansa before stalking out, her boots echoing on the stone floor. Ned sighed, rubbing his temples, and turned to Sansa, who sat with her hands folded, tears brimming. Sansa, why must you always fight with your sister? Sansa's voice trembled, her words spilling out. She's impossible, father. She's wild, rude, and she humiliated Joffrey on the King's Road. Everyone whispers about it, and I'm the one betrothed to him. She's ruining everything. Ned's heart ached for his eldest daughter, caught in a web of courtly dreams and harsh realities. I'll speak to her, he said gently. But your sisters, Sansa. You must stand together, not tear each other apart. Sansa nodded, wiping her eyes, but her expression remained sullen. Ned finished his meal in silence, the capon tasteless, his thoughts on Arya's fire and the dangers of King's Landing's vipers. Arya's room. Afternoon. Ned knocked on Arya's door, its oak heavy under his knuckles. Arya, it's me. A muffled grumble answered, and he entered to find Arya standing by her narrow bed, her back to him, hands hidden behind her. The room was sparse: a mattress, a chest, a small window overlooking the Red Keep's courtyard. Arya's tunic was dirt-streaked, her hair a wild tangle, but her grey eyes, so like his own, burned with defiance. What are you hiding? Ned asked, his tone calm but firm. Nothing, Arya said quickly, her shoulders tensing. Ned raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. Come now, show me. I won't be mad. Arya hesitated, then sighed, pulling a slender sword from behind her back. Its blade was thin, almost delicate, its hilt wrapped in worn leather. Needle. Where did you get this? Ned asked, though he suspected the answer. Arya's chin lifted, her voice proud. John gave it to me before he left for Essos. A parting gift. Ned took the sword, testing its balance, its lightness perfect for Arya's small frame. Then you should know how to wield it. Arya's eyes lit up. I do. Ned chuckled, handing Needle back. Yes, yes, you do. His tone grew teasing, but he saw the spark in her eyes, the same fire that had disarmed Joffrey on the King's Road. But do you, truly? I do. Arya insisted, gripping the hilt. I'm good, father. Better than Joffrey, anyway. Ned's smile faded, replaced by curiosity. How about I find you a sword master? We'll keep it secret. Tell Sansa you're going for dancing lessons. Arya's face transformed, a beaming smile breaking through her usual scowl. Really? She gasped, her voice high with excitement. Ned nodded, warmth spreading in his chest. Really? Arya squealed, launching herself at him, her arms wrapping around his waist. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she repeated, her face buried in his tunic. Ned hugged her back, chuckling. All right, little wolf, enough. He stepped back, gesturing to Needle. Show me what you can do. Arya grinned, stepping into the center of the room. She assumed a stance, Needle flashing as she moved, thrust, parry, riposte, her feet gliding across the floor with a grace that stunned Ned. Her strikes were precise, her form fluid, like a seasoned veteran rather than a girl of 13. She spun, slashing an imaginary foe, then stopped, breathing lightly, her eyes bright. Ned's jaw slackened, awe mingling with unease. Where did you learn to fight like that? Arya shrugged, sheathing Needle. I don't know. I just do it. Instinct, I guess. Ned's brow furrowed. Arya. Really, father, she insisted, her voice earnest. It's like my body knows what to do. Ned studied her, the wolf's blood in her veins undeniable, but this skill, it was unnatural, almost otherworldly. I'll find you a sword master as soon as I can, he said, his voice firm. Someone discreet, skilled. Until then, practice quietly and keep Needle hidden. Arya nodded eagerly, her smile undimmed. I will, father. Promise. Ned ruffled her hair, a rare softness in his stern face. Good. Now, no more bickering with Sansa, I. Arya rolled her eyes but nodded. I. Ned left the room, the door closing softly, his mind a tangle of pride and worry. Arya's fire was a gift, but in King's Landing, it could burn her or the realm. He resolved to find a master, perhaps a brave sea water dancer, to hone her skill and keep her safe. The Game of Thrones was treacherous, and his little wolf needed claws. Meanwhile, across the narrow sea in Uruk's Agalma Palace, Jon Snow grappled with his new identity as Aemon Targaryen, training with the Unsullied under Dominic's command. Daenerys's dragons Morgul, Rhaegal, Tyrax's grew fiercer, their bond with her strengthening. Dominic's plans to liberate Essos' slaves and conquer the free cities took shape, while Viserys Skelassar drew closer, a storm of madness on the horizon. Aron Sand has just arrived in Uruk, bearing Doran Martell's alliance. The world turned, pieces moving on a board vast and perilous, with King's Landing's tensions a mere spark in the gathering fire. Chapter 20, The Last Dragon's Folly. Third-person POV 299 AC, Uruk midday. The Dothraki sea's golden grasses rippled under a merciless sun, a deceptive calm masking the storm of hooves thundering toward Uruk's radiant walls. Viserys Targaryen sat astride his gaunt stallion, his silver hair matted with sweat, violet eyes ablaze with fevered ambition. His Khalassar, once a mighty 40,000, had withered to 8,000 loyal riders, the rest slipping away in the night, fleeing his spiraling madness. Loyalty was bought with blood. 15 dissenters lay dead, their throats slit as a warning. Failure meant death. The dragons will know me, their true master, Viserys thought, a manic smile twisting his scarred lips. I'll seize this city, claim my sister, and crown myself king. Doria, his trembling gift, clung to him from behind, her hands massaging his thighs, her voice a desperate whisper. My king, will reach the city of death by midday. Your throne awaits soon. Yes, Doria, Viserys purred, his voice thick with delusion. The dragons will bow to me. That usurper will deliver Daenerys, and my dynasty will rise from her womb. Doria pressed closer, her warmth stoking his fantasies. He had driven his men relentlessly, their horses near collapse, to reach Uruk. The deserters would burn when he commanded Dragonite and Charizard, mistaken for true dragons in his fractured mind. Spurring his horse, he surged toward the distant golden walls, his ragged army trailing like a dying storm. High on Uruk's ramparts, Daenerys Targaryen stood resolute, dark sister sheathed at her hip, her riding leathers practical yet regal, silver hair glinting. Beside her, Miss Sandai, in flowing sapphire silks, radiated quiet strength, her Emma Frost telepathy sensing the horde's chaotic intent. Aaron Sand, leather-clad with swords crossed at his back, leaned against the parapet, his weathered face grim. Savages again, he muttered, squinting at the dust cloud. They never learn. It's my brother, Daenerys said, her voice steady, recalling yesterday's scout report. Viserys is desperate, but his madness makes him dangerous. Miss Sandai's lips tightened, her dark eyes narrowing. We could end this now, Dany. A preemptive strike burn them before they reach the gates. Show Essos that Uruk is untouchable. Daenerys's violet eyes hardened, but she shook her head, a flicker of pain crossing her face. No, Miss Sandai. We offer peace first. He's my blood, my only kin for years. He gets one final chance to turn back. Miss Sandai sighed, unconvinced. You know he won't take it, Dany. Viserys is too far gone. Greed and rage rule him now. Enough, Dominic Augustus commanded, his 6 feet 6 inches frame towering in black silk edged with gold, golden eyes sharp with authority. We wait to see their purpose. If they seek war, we'll give them a lesson in fire. Aaron, when their leaders approach, you'll handle the parley. Make it crystal clear Uruk bows to no one. Of course, my king, Aaron replied, his voice steady as he issued orders to the unsullied below. Their bronze armor gleamed, spears aligned with lethal precision. The parley midday brought a blistering sun, dust swirling as 3 riders broke from the Khalasar, approaching Uruk's outer wall. Aaron stood tall on the ramparts, his voice booming across the field. Halt! You approach Uruk with an army. State your business, or face annihilation. Viserys' voice pierced the air, shrill and imperious, his golden armor glinting dully. I am Viserys Targaryen, the last dragon, rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. Your false lord has stolen my birthright, broken our pact, and saddled me with a hollow army. I demand he surrender this city, its endless riches, and my sister. I demand the dragons, mine by blood and destiny. Daenerys stepped forward, Miss Sandai at her side, her expression a mix of pity and steel. Viserys, she called, her voice carrying like a bell. What madness brings you here? This city is my home, not your prize. Turn back before you destroy yourself. Viserys' scarred face contorted, his violet eyes wild with fury. You dare speak to me, you traitorous whore. You fled like a craven with that mongrel husband, defying your king, your brother. You stand there, mocking me, while I, the true dragon, am denied my throne. You've conspired to steal my dragons, my crown, my legacy. Leave, Viserys. Daenerys pleaded, her voice steady despite his venom, her fear of him long burned away. You have no claim here. I'm no longer your pawn, trembling under your fists. Uruk is my sanctuary, my family. Turn back, or you'll find only death. Viserys dismounted, his armor clanking, his laughter sharp and unhinged. 5 minutes, Daenerys. Return to my side, or I'll raze this city to ash. The price for your betrayal was never paid. I demand Uruk's gold, its rivers of wealth, its dragons mine by right. I am the last dragon, and no one defies Viserys Targaryen. Aeron's voice dripped scorn, his hand resting on a sword hilt. You threaten Uruk with your ragtag horde? You're a fool to challenge this city. Leave now, or your army will be reduced to cinders. I'll have it all. Viserys screamed, spittle flying, his face red with rage. This city will fall. My whore-sister will kneel at my side. The dragons are mine to command. You'll all bow, or I'll burn you to nothing. Aeron's eyes turned cold, his voice final. Last chance. Go. Viserys stood defiant, raising his sword, his men shifting uneasily behind him. Aeron turned to Daenerys, his voice low and urgent. Do it, my queen. The fire of dragons. Daenerys hesitated, her heart a battlefield. Viserys was her brother, the boy who'd carried her through exile, yet the man before her was a monster, twisted by greed and cruelty. She glanced at Miss Sandai, whose nod was a silent anchor, and Aeron, whose steady gaze urged resolve. Dominic had left the ramparts, unwilling to entertain Viserys' pathetic spectacle, trusting her judgment. Viserys' voice shattered her thoughts, venomous across the quiet field. Once I make that fool husband of yours beg for mercy, I'll have my men rip his every part. I'll enjoy his every scream. His head will be on a pike, proof no one defies the last dragon. He turned to his Khalasar, roaring, attack! Take the city for your cull. The Dothraki charged, their hooves a deafening quake, araks flashing, war cries splitting the air. Daenerys jumped from the ramparts. Mara Mara no Me flared to life, flames coiling around her fists like living dragons. With a fierce cry, she unleashed a blazing torrent, a fiery arc that engulfed the front ranks. Horses screamed, rearing as riders burned, their braided bells melting, their flesh charring. The stench of smoke and death choked the field, the ground blackening under her relentless fire. The horde wavered, but the rear pressed forward, driven by Viserys' terror. Daenerys raised her hands, flames spiraling into a towering wall that cleaved the Khalasar in two. Riders at the edges veered, horses maddened, while those trapped in the blaze fell, their screams swallowed by the roar. She targeted the charge's heart, her fire precise, a dragon's wrath sparing no warrior who dared Uruk's walls. Below, unsullied loosed spear volleys, their discipline unyielding, felling stragglers with mechanical precision. Viserys, untouched at the rear, stared, his face a mix of awe and dread. Daenerys shifted her assault, sending a firestorm toward the back ranks, where loyalty faltered. The Dothraki there broke, horses bolting, riders fleeing into the grasslands, their bells jingling in panicked retreat. Thousands abandoned their call, leaving him with a shrinking core of fanatics. Her flames devoured everything in their way. The charge faltered, the ground littered with smoldering corpses and panicked steeds. Daenerys intensified her barrage, targeting a knot of riders still pressing forward. Her fire lashed like a whip, incinerating their courage, driving them back. Survivors scattered, their loyalty shattered by Uruk's fiery rebuke. Only a few hundred remained, huddled around Viserys, their faces ashen, their araks trembling. She pivoted, her flames carving a final path through a cluster of diehards, their war cries choking into silence as they burned. The Khalasar's remnants fled, leaving Viserys isolated, his army a memory. Daenerys lowered her hands, flames flickering out, her breath steady, her silver hair glowing like a beacon. The field was a graveyard of ash, Uruk's walls untouched, its power undeniable. Viserys gaped, his voice reverent yet deranged, his sword limp in his hand. Magnificent, truly magnificent, Daenerys. Such power! With your fire, we can seize the Iron Throne alone. No allies, no compromises, just fire and blood. Come with me, sister, and we'll burn Westeros to its knees, make every lord kneel before House Targaryen. Daenerys's gaze was ice, her voice dripping with disdain, each word a blade. You're delusional, Viserys. You're no dragon, no king, just a broken man consumed by greed and cruelty. I'm not killing you, not because you deserve mercy, but because kinslaying is the vilest sin. Otherwise, you'd be ash like your army. She turned to Aeron, her tone unyielding. Take him to the unsullied quarters. Train him as they train, no privileges, no exceptions. If he throws tantrums, cut his rations. Let him learn what it means to be a man, not a tyrant. Aeron nodded, his face grim as he signaled the unsullied. As you command, my queen. Soldiers seized Viserys, who thrashed wildly, his screams echoing across the field. I am a king. You can't treat me as a commoner. I am the last dragon. Release me, you filth. His armor dulled by dust, he was dragged into Uruk, his protests fading into the city's depths. Aeron glanced at the remaining figures: Doria, trembling in fear, and a knight kneeling in submission. What of the girl and the knight, my queen? Daenerys eyed Doria, her expression softening with pity. Give her work in the market, something honest, like weaving or selling. Keep her far from Viserys, she's endured enough of his cruelty. She turned to the knight, her voice sharp as dark sister's edge. Your name? The man knelt deeper, his grizzled face tense, his armor worn. Sir Yoram Mormont, at your service, your grace. Daenerys's lips curled, her voice cold. Sir Yoram Mormont, Varys's spy. Yora stiffened, his eyes dropping, guilt etched in his features. I'll give you one chance, she continued, her tone unrelenting. Serve me loyally, and you may earn redemption. Betray me, and I'll mount your head on a spike. Do you understand? Yora bowed, his voice hoarse with gratitude and fear. Yes, your grace. Thank you for sparing my life. I swear to serve you faithfully. Daenerys nodded, leading Missandei and Aeron into Agalma's black stone halls, the weight of her decision settling like ash. Viserys' threat was broken, but her heart ached for the brother lost to madness. Uruk stood stronger, its fire unquenched, as the Game of Thrones burned brighter, its players converging on a world poised for upheaval. Chapter 21, A Clash of Honor in the Small Council. Third-person POV 299 AC, King's Landing Small Council Chamber. Morning. The small council chamber in the Red Keep was a dim, oppressive space, its air thick with the scent of melted wax and intrigue. King Robert Baratheon slumped in the high-backed chair at the table's head, his once mighty frame softened by wine and time, his bearded face etched with a grim scowl. Around him sat the council, Lord Varys, powdered and unreadable, Grand Maester Pycelle, hunched and wheezing, Lord Renly Baratheon, dashing in green velvet, and Peter Baelish, his smirk sharp as his dagger. The narrow windows cast slanted light, glinting off goblets and inkwells, as tension hung like a storm cloud. Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, entered, his grey cloak sweeping, his stern face catching Robert's dark expression. What's happened? Ned asked, his voice low, taking his seat with measured calm. Varys's soft voice slithered through the silence. Daenerys Targaryen, my lord, has wed the King of Uruk, Dominic Augustus. Ned's brow furrowed, his grey eyes steady. So? Should we send a gift? Robert's laugh was a bitter bark, his fist slamming the table, sloshing whiskey Uruk's finest in his goblet. A dagger dipped in poison. That's the gift for dragon spawn. Ned's gaze shifted to Varys. What of her brother, Viserys? Last we heard, Varys said, fingers steepled, he was attacking Uruk with a Dothraki horde. A reckless move, even for him. Ned nodded, his voice flat. Then we can conclude he's mad. Renly leaned back, smirking. As mad as his father, the Mad King. Burning cities, raving about dragons. Robert's face reddened, his shout shaking the room. I don't care how mad he is. I want all dragon spawn dead. Every last one, wiped from the earth. Ned's voice remained calm, a northern anchor. There's a narrow sea between us, Robert. The 7 kingdoms are yours. Targaryens are no threat, not now. Robert's eyes narrowed, his voice a growl. Better to end it before it festers, Ned. A dragon grows, it burns. I'll not wait for her to hatch a brood. He turned to Varys, his command sharp. Send men, spider. Assassins. Kill her, her brother, her damned husband if you must. Ned leaned forward, his voice firm, edged with warning. You're courting disaster, Robert. If Uruk's queen is found dead, King Dominic won't stay silent. He'll turn his eyes here. Uruk trades with all 7 kingdoms. Your whiskey, your silks, and the food comes from their market. We have good relations. Don't throw that away for a rumor. Robert's fist crashed again, whiskey spilling. I don't give a damn about relations. I want them dead, Ned. Dragons breed trouble. Ned's jaw tightened, his voice low but unyielding. You'll dishonor yourself, Robert. Killing a girl across the sea for what she might do? That's not the man I swore to serve. Robert's face twisted, his shout echoing. I've got 7 kingdoms to rule. 1 king, 7 kingdoms. You think honor keeps them in line? It's fear, Ned, fear and blood. Ned's eyes met his, unflinching. Then we're no better than the Mad King. The room stilled, Robert's face darkening. Careful, Ned, he growled, his voice dangerous. Careful now. Ned's voice cut through, sharp and steady. You want to assassinate a girl because the spider heard a whisper? That's not justice. It's murder. Robert's gaze swept the council, his voice a snarl. You're my counsel. Speak some sense to this honorable fool. Varys's voice was silk, laced with poison. I understand your misgivings, Lord Stark, truly I do. It's a terrible, vile thing we contemplate. Yet we who rule must sometimes commit vile acts for the realm's good. Should the gods grant Daenerys a son, a Targaryen heir, the realm will bleed. Old loyalties will stir, banners will rise. War will come. Pycelle's reedy voice quavered, his hands trembling. Should Uruk invade, my lords, how many innocents will perish? How many wives will mourn husbands, mothers their sons? Is it not wiser, kinder even, that one girl die now, so tens of thousands might live? Renly shrugged, his tone flippant. We should have killed them both years ago, spared us this headache. Baelish's eyes gleamed, his voice sly. When you're abed with an ugly woman, my lord, close your eyes and do the deed. The realm's safety demands it. Ned's face hardened, his voice rising with conviction. I followed you into war twice, Robert, without doubt, without hesitation. But I won't follow you now. The Robert I knew didn't tremble at the shadow of an unborn child. He fought for justice, not butchery. Robert's voice was iron. She dies, Ned. Ned stood, his grey eyes cold. I'll have no part in it. Robert leaned forward, his voice a thunderclap. You're the king's hand, Lord Stark. You'll do as I command, or I'll find a hand who will. Ned unclasped the hand's pin from his cloak, its weight heavy in his palm, and set it on the table with a soft clink. Good luck with it, I thought you were a better man. Robert surged to his feet, his face purple, the goblet toppling. Get out, damn you! I'm done with you. Ned turned, striding for the door, Robert's shouts hounding him. Go, run back to Winterfell. I'll have your head on a spike, you hear me? You think you're too good for this, Too proud, too honorable? The door closed, muffling Robert's rage. Ned's boots echoed in the Red Keep's corridors, his heart heavy but unbowed. King's Landing's vipers would coil tighter now, but Winterfell called, his family waiting. Honor had cost him his title, perhaps his life, but he'd not stain his soul with a girl's blood. Meanwhile in one of the manses in King's Landing, inside a large hall, dust motes swirled in the slanting afternoon light, stirred by the sharp clash of steel echoing through the air. Arya Stark, 13 years old, her dark hair bound in a messy braid, faced Syrio Farrell, her Bravasi sword master, in a storm of motion. 2 moons had passed since Lord Eddard Stark had permitted these secret lessons, cloaked as dancing to placate Sansa and Septa Mordane. Needle, the slender blade gifted by Jon Snow, gleamed in Arya's hand, her movements a seamless blend of instinct and deadly grace. On their first day, Syrio, lean and sharp-eyed, had been stunned by Arya's prowess. Her grip on needle, her footwork, her strikes too precise, too lethal for a girl so young. Within a week, he'd abandoned wooden swords, entrusting her with real steel, a testament to her unnatural skill. Unknown to either, Arya's abilities were amplified by the Talia al Ghul card, now fully woven into her being, sharpening her reflexes to a predator's edge. Their blades now danced, a rapid exchange of thrusts, parries, and ripostes, as fluid as a Bravasi canal. Arya lunged, needle darting like a serpent's tongue, but Syrio, his water dancer's grace unmatched, deflected with his thin blade, spinning to counter. She ducked, her small frame a fleeting shadow, striking low, forcing him to leap back. Sparks flew as their swords met, the rhythm relentless, a symphony of steel. Arya's grey eyes blazed with focus, her body moving as if guided by an unseen hand, each motion instinctive, honed beyond her years. Syrio pressed, his strikes probing her defenses, but she matched him, her speed a rival to his decades of experience. The duel surged, blades blurring in the fading light. Arya feinted high, then slashed low, nearly grazing Syrio's thigh, but he twisted, his blade catching hers in a bind. With a flick of his wrist, he sent needle spinning to the dirt, his sword tip hovering at her chest. Enough! Syrio called, his breath ragged, a rare smile breaking his stern facade. Arya scowled, snatching needle from the ground, but her chest heaved with exhilaration, not anger, her heart racing from the thrill. They collapsed onto rough wooden chairs at the hall's edge, sweat glistening on their brows. Syrio passed a water skin to Arya, who drank greedily, her face flushed with effort. Still, I am shocked, little wolf, Syrio said, his Bravasi accent thick, his black eyes studying her with a mix of awe and curiosity. 2 moons, and you fight like a shadow, silent, swift, deadly. Never have I seen a child of 10 and 3 nay, any soul wield a blade so. You are no mere girl, Arya Stark, you are a storm cloaked in flesh, a blade born of the gods' whim. Arya shrugged, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, her voice casual but tinged with pride. I don't know how. My body just moves on its own. It's like I see the strike before I think it, and my hands do the rest. Syrio nodded, stroking his pointed beard, his gaze piercing. Instinct, yes, but something deeper flows in you. The water dance lives in your blood, perhaps, or a stranger magic. The gods have marked you, my shadow, for a purpose yet veiled. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a warning. But take care, such skill draws eyes, and King's Landing is a nest of serpents, each with venom for the unwary. Arya's lips curled into a wolf's grin, her grey eyes glinting. Let them slither close. I'll stick them with the pointy end. Syrio's chuckle was a rare, warm sound, cutting through the yard's quiet. Bold words, little wolf. You have the heart of a bravo. He stood, stretching his wiry frame, his blade catching the light. Shall we dance again, my shadow? Arya's face lit up, her grip tightening on Needle's worn hilt. She said, leaping to her feet, dust swirling around her scuffed boots. They took their stances, blades raised, the world fading as the dance resumed. Steel sang, Arya's movements a fusion of Talia al Ghul's lethal precision and her own untamed spirit, each clash a step toward a destiny she could not yet see. In King's Landing's treacherous web, her blade was her truth, and Sirio's lessons her shield against the gathering storm. Chapter 22, The Fire of Freedom in Esso's third-person POV 299 AC, Astapor morning. The sun blazed over Astapor, its harsh light glinting off the red brick pyramids that loomed like silent tyrants. The air was thick with dust and the stench of sweat, blood, and chains, a city built on the backs of slaves. Daenerys Targaryen stood at the edge of the Plaza of Pride, her silver hair bound in a braid, her violet eyes fierce beneath her riding leathers. Dark Sister hung at her hip, a promise of steel to match her fire. Beside her stood Miss Sandai, her sapphire silks a stark contrast to the city's grim palette, her telepathic senses probing the good master's deceit. Aaron Sand, leather-clad with swords, scanned the crowd, his weathered face alert. Jon Snow, clad in black, his grey eyes hard, gripped his sword, his identity as Aemon Targaryen a quiet strength. Ser Jorah Mormont, grizzled and wary, stood at her rear, his loyalty newly sworn, his past as Varys' spy a shadow he sought to outrun. Daenerys' retinue faced the good masters, a trio of corpulent slavers draped in garish talkers, their oiled beards glistening. Krasnus Monaclaus, the lead negotiator, smirked through his translator, a young slave girl, as he boasted of the Unsullied's discipline. 8,000 Unsullied, fully trained, plus 5,000 still in training, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. They feel no pain, fear no death. Perfect soldiers for a queen. Daenerys' expression was unreadable, her voice calm but commanding. I want them all, every Unsullied, trained or not. Name your price. Krasnus' eyes gleamed with greed, his translator relaying his words. There are a total of 25,000 Unsullied. Good Master asks for 4 million gold dragons. Then Daenerys says, I will sell my dragon. Krasnus says, 3 dragons. Daenerys says, 1. Krasnus says, 2. Daenerys says, 1. Krasnus says, I want the biggest. Daenerys says, done. Daenerys nodded, her voice unwavering. Morgul for all your Unsullied. Agreed. Krasnus clapped, his talker rustling, and signaled his men. A slave handed Daenerys a ceremonial whip, its handle carved with serpents, symbolizing control over the Unsullied. Her fingers closed around it, her Mara no Mi simmering beneath her skin. Morgul, perched on a nearby dais, hissed, his black scales shimmering, red highlights flaring as his leash was handed to a slaver. The good masters smirked, believing victory theirs. Daenerys raised the whip, her voice ringing across the plaza. Unsullied. I am Daenerys Stormborn, your new master. The ranks stood motionless, their training absolute. Her eyes blazed, her command a thunderclap. Kill the good masters. Slay every slaver in this plaza. Spare the innocent, but let no chains remain. The Unsullied moved as one, their spears thrusting with lethal precision. Krasnus' smirk vanished, his scream cut short as a spear pierced his chest, blood staining his talker. The other masters fell, their guards overwhelmed, spears and swords useless against the Unsullied's disciplined fury. Morgul roared, his leash burning as flames erupted from his jaws, incinerating the slaver holding it. The plaza became a maelstrom, slavers screaming, chains breaking, blood pooling on the red bricks. Daenerys unleashed her fire, flames spiraling from her fists, targeting slavers fleeing the Unsullied's wrath. Morgul took wing, his fire raining down, turning whip-wielding overseers to ash. Jon and Aeron fought back-to-back, swords carving through slaver guards, their movements a deadly dance. Miss Sandai, unarmed but fearless, used her telepathy to guide slaves to safety, her voice a beacon amid the chaos. The slaughter was swift, the plaza a graveyard of slavers, their wealth and cruelty reduced to cinders. Daenerys climbed the dais, Morgul landing beside her, his wings casting a shadow. She held the whip high, then snapped it in two, her voice carrying over the silence. Unsullied. You are no longer slaves. You are free men, beholden to no master. Choose your path, stay with me, or go where you will, but know you are brothers, not chattels. The unsullied, faces trained to stoicism, lowered their spears, a murmur rippling through their ranks. One stepped forward, his voice steady. We choose to follow you, Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, breaker of chains. The others knelt, their loyalty freely given, a tide of bronze and resolve. Daenerys's heart swelled, her gaze meeting Miss Sandai's, who smiled, her telepathy sensing their sincerity. Astapor is ours, Daenerys declared. No more chains, no more pyramids of pain. This city will rise anew. She appointed unsullied captains to maintain order, freed slaves to govern alongside them, and tasked Yora with overseeing the transition. Astapor's red bricks would no longer echo with screams, but with hope. Yunkai same day across Slavers Bay, in the yellow city of Yunkai, Dominic Augustus, king of Uruk, strode alone, a solitary titan in black silk edged with gold, his golden eyes burning with unyielding purpose. His 6 feet 6 inches frame, enhanced by Gold Rogers' haki and earth-bending powers, made him a force of nature. Yunkai's wise masters, cloaked in yellow talkers, had laughed at his lone approach, their bed slaves giggling, their cell swords jeering the fool king who dared challenge their city without an army. Their laughter died as Dominic struck. With a stomp, the earth shuddered, stone pillars erupting from the ground, impaling the master's palanquin, their silks and flesh torn apart. His conqueror's haki unleashed a wave of willpower, paralyzing sellswords, their knees buckling under its weight. His sword ace flashed, severing heads with surgical precision, each strike a vow of liberation. Yunkai's guards, their ornate armor gleaming, fell as Dominic reshaped the earth, walls crumbling, streets splitting, their spears useless against his seismic might. Charizard's flames and claws tore through sellsword ranks, his roars shaking the city's yellow walls. The wise master's compounds collapsed, their gold and jewels spilling into the streets as slaves broke their chains. Dominic's voice boomed, amplified by haki, resonating like a god's decree. You are free. Yunkai is no longer a slaver's den but a city of the free. The slaves' men, women, children wept and cheered, their shackles falling as they rallied to his banner. By dusk, Yunkai was his, its governance handed to freedmen under his command. Dominic stood atop a pyramid, Charizard roaring beside him, a king who conquered alone, his earth-bending cleansing the city's sins. Mirian same day in Mirian, the white and gold city of the great masters, Daemon, commander of Uruk's Unsullied, led half of Dominic's army through the city's fetid sewers, their bronze armor dulled to avoid detection. Dominic's orders were precise: infiltrate, arm the slaves, ignite a rebellion, and crush the slavers. Daemon, his face a mask of discipline, navigated the tunnels, his men silent, their spears ready. Above, Mirian's pyramids gleamed, unaware of the storm rising from below. Emerging in the slave quarters, Daemon's forces armed the captives with daggers, spears, and slaver-forged swords. You are no longer chattels, Daemon declared, his voice low but unyielding. Fight for your freedom, break your chains. The slaves, their eyes alight with suppressed rage, rose, their weapons gleaming in the torchlight. The rebellion erupted, a wildfire sweeping Mirian's streets. Slaves stormed pyramids, dragging great masters from silken beds, their screams drowned by the clang of bronze harpies toppling. Daemon's Unsullied led the charge, their spears a tide of death, cutting through sellswords and slaver knights with ruthless precision. By nightfall, the great masters were dead, their blood staining the white marble, their wealth redistributed to the freed. Daemon raised Uruk's banner, the wings of liberation, a cobalt blue emblem from Attack on Titan, symbolizing freedom from oppression over Mirian's greatest pyramid, declaring it a free city under Dominic's rule. The freed slaves, now citizens, chanted "Breaker of Chains," their voices echoing across the bay. Daemon sent ravens to Uruk, reporting Mirian's fall, his mission complete. Astapor evening in Astapor, Daenerys stood on a balcony overlooking the city, her dragons Morgul, Rhaegal, Tyraxes perched nearby, their eyes glowing. Miss Sandai joined her, her voice soft. "You've done it, Dany. Astapor is free, its people yours." Jon approached, his face stern but proud. "The Unsullied are yours, Dany. They'd follow you through fire." Aeron nodded, cleaning his swords. "Slaver's Bay trembles. Yunkai and Mirian will fall, if they haven't already." Yora, standing apart, spoke cautiously. "Your Grace, this is a bold start, but the free cities will strike back. We must prepare." Daenerys's gaze was fire, her voice a vow. "Let them come. I am Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, breaker of chains. With my dragons, my Unsullied, and my family, we'll burn slavery from Essos and forge a new world." A raven arrived, bearing news of Yunkai fall to Dominic and Mirian's capture by Daemon. Daenerys smiled, her heart soaring. "Dom moves like a storm," she said. "Slaver's Bay is ours." Miss Sandai touched her arm, her telepathy sensing Dany's resolve. "What next, my queen?" Daenerys looked west, toward Westeros, her voice unyielding. "We consolidate, rebuild, train. Then, we take the free cities, one by one. Essos will be free." Jon's eyes met hers, a silent oath. Aeron grinned, his swords sheathed. Yora bowed, his redemption begun. Slaver's Bay was reborn, its chains shattered, but the Game of Thrones burned brighter, its shadows stretching across 2 continents. Chapter 23, The game begins. Third-person POV 299 AC, The King's Road wound through rolling hills, its dust stirred by the hooves of Catelyn Stark's small retinue as they rode toward the Vale. Catelyn, her auburn hair tucked beneath a hooded cloak, sat tall in her saddle, her blue eyes steely with resolve. Beside her, bound and sullen, rode Tyrion Lannister, the imp, his wrists chafed by ropes, his sharp tongue silenced by her command. She had seized him at the Crossroads Inn, convinced by Littlefinger's dagger that he'd tried to kill Bran. Her men knights and freeriders loyal to House Tully guarded the dwarf closely, their faces grim. The Vale, where her sister Lisa ruled as Lady of the Eyrie, promised justice, or so Catelyn believed. Tyrion's green and black eyes glinted with defiance, but he held his tongue, sensing the futility of argument against Catelyn's wrath. The road ahead was perilous, with Lannister gold and blades likely in pursuit, but Catelyn pressed on, her heart set on protecting her family. King's Landing. The King Landing air was thick with tension, its stone walls echoing with whispers of betrayal. Jaime Lannister, resplendent in his Kingsguard white, confronted Eddard Stark in the streets near a brothel, his golden hair gleaming, his smile sharp as Valyrian steel. Words turned to swords when Jaime accused Ned of complicity in Tyrion's capture. The clash was swift and brutal. Ned's ice met Jaime's blade in a storm of steel, their skill evenly matched. But a Lannister bannerman, eager for favor, drove a spear through Ned's leg, the point biting deep into muscle. Ned fell, blood pooling, his men cut down around him. Jaime, his face darkening, ordered his men to stand down, sparing Ned further harm but leaving him crippled, a warning delivered. "Tell your wife to release my brother, Stark," Jaime hissed before vanishing into the city's maze. Ned, his leg bandaged and throbbing, and sleeping in his chambers, woke up to see King Robert Baratheon, his face flushed with wine, sitting near his bed, his temper fraying. "Tywin Lannister is attacking the Riverlands because your wife kidnapped his youngest son. You've got a war brewing with the bloody Lannisters, Ned. I need you, damn it. Your hand again, don't argue." Ned, grimacing, accepted the pin, his honor binding him despite the pain. Robert, restless, declared a hunt to clear his head, dismissing Ned's pleas to stay. A king hunts, Ned. Boars don't scare me. The hunt in the Kingswood, Robert's hunt turned deadly. A boar, massive and enraged, charged through the underbrush, its tusks ripping into Robert's side, blood gushing from a ragged wound. His men carried him back to the Red Keep, the king roaring in pain, whiskey his only solace. On his deathbed, Robert's fevered voice was weak, his massive frame shrunken. Made his final will, making Eddard Stark regent. And Crown Prince Joffrey will become king when he is of age. Ned, his grey eyes heavy with the truth he withheld that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were Jaime and Cersei's bastards, wrote it, saying his descendant would sit on the Iron Throne. He couldn't shatter Robert's final moments with such treachery. Robert died, his breath rattling, leaving the realm teetering on a knife's edge. King's Landing throne room morning, the Iron Throne loomed, its twisted blades glinting in the torchlight. Joffrey Baratheon, a boy of 15 with golden curls and a cruel smirk, sat upon it, his mother, Cersei Lannister, regal in crimson silk, seated beside him as Queen Regent. Ned limped into the throne room, supported by a cane, his Stark guards at his back. The court buzzed. Lords Varys, Peter Baelish, and Grand Maester Pycelle watched, their faces unreadable. Ned held Robert's final will, sealed with the king's stag sigil, naming him regent. "Your Grace," Ned said, his voice steady despite his pain. "King Roberts will names me Lord Regent and Protector of the realm until you come of age." Joffrey's eyes narrowed, his voice petulant. "I am king now, Stark. I need no regent." Cersei rose, her smile venomous. "Let us see this will, Lord Stark." Ned handed it to Sir Barristan Selmy, who passed it to Cersei. She scanned it, then tore it to shreds, the pieces fluttering to the floor. "A dead man's words hold no weight," she declared. "My son is king." Ned's jaw tightened. "This is treason." He turned to the court, expecting support, but Baelish stepped forward, his mocking smile a betrayal. "I'm afraid the city watch stands with the king, Lord Stark." Gold cloaks flooded the throne room, led by Janos Slynt, their spears gleaming. Ned's guards drew swords, but they were outnumbered. "Take them," Cersei commanded, her voice cold. Ned was seized, his wrists bound. Ned's leg throbbed, but his grey eyes burned with defiance. "You'll answer for this, Lannister," he growled. Cersei's smile was ice. "Take Lord Stark to the Black Cells. Lady Sansa will remain in the Red Keep, a guest." She turned to Janos Slynt, her voice sharp. "Find Arya Stark. Search every corner of King's Landing. Bring her to me, alive." Slynt bowed, his piggish eyes glinting. "As you command, Your Grace." He strode out, barking orders to his gold cloaks, who fanned into the city, scouring alleys, taverns, and brothels for the missing Stark. The manse of the water dancer in a manse near the Street of Steel, Arya Stark, 13 and fierce, sparred with Syrio Farrell, her Bravasi sword master. Needle flashed, her movements a blend of Talia al Ghul's lethal precision and her own wolfish spirit, honed over 2 moons of training. Dust swirled in the dim light, their blades singing a deadly duet. Syrio, lean and sharp-eyed, parried her thrust, his voice calm. "Swift, little wolf, but see the truth of your foe." The doors opened, revealing Janos Slynt and 10 gold cloaks, their crimson capes stark against the manse's decay. Slynt's voice was oily, his smile false. "Lady Arya, your father, Lord Stark, commands you to come to the Tower of the Hand at once." Arya, panting, nodded, stepping forward, but Sirio's hand halted her, his eyes narrowing. "Why would Lord Stark send Lannister men to fetch his child?" he asked, his Bravasi accent sharp. "Arya Stark will come when Stark men call for her, not before." Slynt's face darkened, his deceit unmasked. With a snarl, he drew his sword, his men fanning out, blades gleaming. "Take her," he barked. Sirio moved like water, his thin blade a blur, striking the nearest gold cloak's wrist, sending his sword clattering. Arya lunged, needle darting, piercing a man's thigh, her small frame a shadow among the giants. The man's erupted into chaos, steel clashing, men grunting, blood spattering the stone floor. Sirio danced, his blade weaving death, felling 2 gold cloaks with precise thrusts. Arya, her grey eyes blazing, fought beside him, needle slipping through gaps in armor, her Talia-enhanced reflexes a match for grown men. Slint, his bulk slowing him, swung wildly, but Sirio parried, his blade grazing Slint's cheek. Arya darted low, stabbing a gold cloak's knee, toppling him with a scream. Together, they carved through the city watch, their dance a whirlwind of steel and blood. Slint, bleeding and enraged, lunged at Arya, but Sirio's blade found his throat, a red smile opening beneath his beard. The commander gurgled, collapsing, his men faltering at the sight. The last gold cloaks fell, their crimson capes pooling like blood. Arya and Sirio stood amid the carnage, breathing hard, blood dripping from needle's tip. "We must go," Sirio said, his voice urgent. They took what they could from the gold cloaks, daggers, knives, and coins, then they fled the manse, slipping into King's Landing's labyrinthine alleys, hiding in a derelict building near Flea Bottom, its sagging beams cloaking them in shadow. Arya clutched needle, her heart pounding. The Queen's wrath in the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister seethed as news of Janos Slint's death reached her. Her golden hair gleamed under torchlight, her voice a venomous hiss. "That wretched girl killed my commander. Search every hovel, every alley, turn King's Landing upside down. Bring Arya Stark to me alive." The city watch, now leaderless, swarmed the city, gold cloaks kicking down doors, overturning market stalls, and terrorizing small folk. Flea Bottom buzzed with whispers of the wolf girl who'd slain a dozen men, her legend growing in the shadows. Cersei, her grip on the throne tightening, declared Ned a traitor. Sansa, confined and weeping, pleaded for her sister's safety, unaware of the news tightening around House Stark. In their hideout, Arya crouched beside Sirio, her grey eyes hard. "They'll never take me," she whispered, needle in hand. Sirio nodded, his voice low. "The wolf does not kneel, little one. We wait, we watch, then we strike." King's Landing was a cage, but Arya Stark was no prey, she was a shadow, a blade, and her fight was beginning. Chapter 24, Preparation, Third Person POV 299 AC, Mirian morning. The white and gold city of Mirian, newly liberated, buzzed with the energy of rebirth under the cobalt blue wings of Liberation Banner, the emblem of Uruk's freedom. Dominic Augustus, King of Uruk, stood in the Great Pyramid's audience chamber as he oversaw the city's reorganization. His black silk tunic, edged with gold, shimmered in the torchlight. He issued orders to freedmen and unsullied captains. Slaver's Bay was his, but the Game of Thrones was about to shift. A raven arrived, its scroll bearing grim tidings from Westeros. King Robert Baratheon was dead, gored by a boar, and Eddard Stark, accused of treason, languished in King's Landing's dungeons. Dominic unrolled the parchment, his lips curling into a predatory grin. "The game has begun," he murmured, his voice low, resonant. The Seven Kingdoms were fracturing, and the board was set for chaos. Without hesitation, he operated, reappearing in Astapor's red brick palace, where Daenerys Targaryen and Missandei are staying. Astapor midday. Astapor's palace, once a den of slavers, now thrummed with purpose under Daenerys and Missandei's rule. The Plaza of Pride, cleansed of blood, hosted markets where freedmen traded freely. Daenerys sat in a high-backed chair in the council chamber, her silver hair braided, violet eyes calm but fierce. Dark Sister rested at her side. Missandei, in sapphire silks, stood to her left. Jon Snow, in black leather, his grey eyes troubled, his Aemon Targaryen identity a quiet burden, Sir Yoram Mormont, grizzled and loyal, stood at the rear, his sword hand steady, his redemption a daily vow. Dominic strode in, his presence filling the room like a storm. "News from West Eros," he announced, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "Robert Baratheon is dead, gored by a boar in a hunt. Eddard Stark, accused of treason, rots in King's Landing's dungeons. Joffrey, a bastard born of Cersei and Jaime Lannister, sits the Iron Throne, with Cersei pulling his strings." Daenerys's eyes narrowed, her fingers tightening on her chair. "Robert dead? And Ned Stark is imprisoned? This is dire, Dom." The Lannisters moved swiftly. Miss Sandai's voice was soft, sensing the weight of the news. "The Seven Kingdoms will tear themselves apart. Cersei's ambition knows no bounds." Jorah stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "Your Grace, Lord Stark was an honourable man. If he's accused of treason, it's a lie to silence him. The North won't stand for this." Jon Snow's face darkened, his grey eyes blazing with resolve. He rose abruptly, his chair scraping, and moved toward the door, his boots echoing on the stone. "I'm going to save my uncle," he said, his voice tight, resolute. Dominic raised a hand, his magic stirring, and Jon halted, lifted an inch off the ground by levitation magic. Dominic's voice was calm but firm. "Where are you going, Jon?" Jon spun, his eyes fierce. "Where else? I'm going to save my uncle. He's family, Dom. I can't leave him to rot in a Lannister cell." Dominic lowered Jon gently, his golden eyes studying him. "And how, exactly, do you plan to do that? Storm King's Landing alone? Fight through a city of gold cloaks and Lannister knights?" Jon's jaw clenched, his voice raw. "I'll go to Winterfell, rally with Robb, help in whatever way I can. The North will answer. We'll march south, demand my uncle's release, and bring him home." Dominic nodded, crossing his arms, his voice measured. "You know Joffrey's mad, right? A cruel boy with a crown, drunk on power. You think he'll keep your uncle alive if Robb calls the banners? What's the guarantee, Jon? That he won't parade your uncle's head on a spike to cow the North?" Jon froze, his expression stunned, the weight of Dominic's words sinking in. "Then what else can I do?" he said, his voice cracking. "I'm only one man, Dom. I can't sit here while my family suffers. I have to try." Dominic sighed, his gaze softening, though his grin was sly. "You're not alone, Jon. You have us, your family, here, across the narrow sea. You can ask for help, you know. We're not just bystanders in this game." Jon's eyes flicked to Daenerys, Miss Sandai, Jorah, then back to Dominic. "Will you, then? Will you help me save them?" Daenerys rose, her voice firm, her violet eyes blazing. "Of course we will, Jon. Ned Stark is your uncle, your blood. We'll find a way." Miss Sandai nodded, her voice gentle. "We're stronger together, Jon. You don't need to bear this alone." Jorah's gruff voice cut in. "The Lannisters are snakes, but they're not invincible. With Uruk's strength, we can tip the scales." Dominic raised a hand, his tone shifting to strategy. "We can help, Jon, but we've just brought Slavers Bay under control. Astapor, Yunkai, Mirian. If we pull our forces now, chaos will creep back. Slavers will rise, freedmen will suffer. We need a plan, not a reckless charge." He paused, his grin widening, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "How about this?" He reached into his Gacha inventory, pulling out a shimmering parchment, a soul contract, its edges glowing with arcane light. "Sign this, Jon. It binds you to never betray me or plot against me. In return, I'll give you power beyond your imagination, power to save your family, to shake the Seven Kingdoms." Jon stared at the contract, his grey eyes searching Dominic's face. "You're asking me to sell my soul?" Dominic chuckled, his voice warm but edged. "Not to the devil, John. To a friend. I'm offering you a chance to protect your family, to be more than one man against a kingdom. What's it worth to you?" John's jaw tightened, his resolve hardening. "Everything," he said, seizing the quill and signing his name without hesitation, the ink flaring briefly. "I don't care what it costs. I'll keep my family safe, even if it means binding myself to you." The contract vanished in a burst of motes, sealing the pact. Dominic's grin widened, and he reached into his inventory again, producing a vial of super soldier serum and a card of Shoto Todoroki template. "Drink this," he said, handing John the serum. "This card will give you the power of ice and fire." John downed the serum, grimacing at its bitter taste, then clutched the card. A surge of energy coursed through him, his muscles tightening, his senses sharpening. Frost crackled at his left hand, flames flickering at his right, his grey eyes glowing briefly with dual power. He stared at his hands, awestruck, as ice and fire danced in harmony. Dominic clapped him on the shoulder, his voice approving. "Now you wield ice and fire, John. Use it wisely. You're no longer just a man, you're a force. Try it, go on." John raised his hands, exhaling. A blast of frost shot from his left, coating a stone pillar in ice, while his right conjured a flame that spiraled upward, warm but controlled. The council chamber buzzed with awe, Miss Sandai's eyes wide, Yora's jaw set, Daenerys smiling with pride. Dominic nodded, his tone serious. "Good. Now, are you ready? Pack your essentials. We'll go to King's Landing, rescue your uncle and cousins, and I'll return after. I can't stay long, Slaver's Bay needs me, but I'll get you there." John's eyes burned with determination. "I'm ready. Let's do this." "Go pack," Dominic said, waving him off. "We leave soon." John nodded, striding out, his new powers a mantle of hope. As the door closed, Daenerys turned to Dominic, her voice low. "Are you going to kill Joffrey and Cersei? End their reign before it festers?" Dominic's grin was wicked, his golden eyes glinting. "Now, where's the fun in that, Dany? I want to watch them squirm, claw their way through this mess, all to realize the inevitable they're going to lose. I'll let them dance a while longer before the curtain falls." Daenerys laughed, her voice rich with amusement. "You're evil, Dom truly." Miss Sandai joined in, her smile sly. A devil in king's clothing, plotting their downfall with a grin. Dominic shrugged, his tone playful. "When did I ever claim to be a saint? I'm just playing the game, and I play to win." Yora shook his head, a rare smile tugging at his lips. "You're a dangerous man, Your Grace. The Lannisters won't know what hit them." An hour later, John returned, a small pack slung over his shoulder, his face set with resolve. Dominic eyed him, nodding. "Ready?" John's lips twitched at the name, but he nodded. "Ready." Dominic pulled 2 items from his inventory, a 2-way mirror and the lasso of truth. "This mirror," he said, handing it to John, "links to mine. Speak my name, and I'll see you, hear you, no matter the distance. Use it when you need us." He held up the golden lasso, its glow faint but potent. "This is the lasso of truth. Bind anyone with it, and they'll speak only truth, no matter their will. The place you are venturing is a nest of vipers, John. This'll cut through their lies." John took the items, his fingers tracing the lasso's cord. "Thank you, Dom. For everything." Dominic waved it off, his grin warm. "We are family. Now, say your farewells." John turned to Daenerys, who embraced him fiercely. "Be safe, nephew," she whispered. "Come back to us. Miss Sandai says," voice soft. "Trust your heart, John. We're with you. John nodded, his grey eyes shining. I'll return. I promise. Dominic took John's hand, his voice low. I'll be back by tonight, you both. Be ready for anything. He winked, then focused, his apparition magic flaring. With a crack, he and John vanished, reappearing in a shadowed alley in King's Landing, the city's stench and clamor closing around them. The game was afoot, and the wolves were coming. Chapter 25, Planning Third-Person POV 299 AC, King's Landing. Late afternoon. The air shimmered as Dominic Augustus and Jon Snow apparat into a narrow alley in King's Landing, the city's stench hitting them like a physical blow, a rancid cocktail of piss, garbage, and rotting fish. Jon gagged, his grey eyes watering, while Dominic's nose wrinkled, his eyes scanning the filth-strewn cobblestones. By the gods, Jon muttered, covering his mouth. This place reeks worse than a privy. Dominic smirked, raising his wand with a flick, he cast a bubble-head charm on both of them. Twin translucent spheres enveloped their heads, filtering the air to a crisp, clean breath. Jon inhaled deeply, his relief palpable, while Dominic's grin widened. Better. Much, Jon said, his voice steadier. He adjusted his sword at his hip, the ice and fire thrumming faintly in his veins. Where are we going now, Dom? The Red Keep's a fortress. How do we even start? Dominic closed his eyes, his observation hacky flaring, a ripple of perception spreading through the city like a net. Faces, auras, an intense flickered in his mind. Gold cloaks patrolling, small folk cowering, schemers whispering. Then, a familiar spark, fierce, defiant, unmistakably stark. Areas nearby, he said, opening his eyes, his voice low with certainty. In Flea Bottom. I know her aura from Winterfell, sharp as a wolf's bite. We'll find her first, then plan our next move. Jon's eyes widened, hope flaring. Areas here? Lead the way, Dom. They moved through the alleys, cloaks pulled tight, avoiding the gold cloaks' patrols. Flea Bottom's squalor closed around them, hovels leaning like drunken men, children darting through muck, the air thick with despair. Dominic's hacky guided them to a desolate building, its sagging beams and broken shutters a perfect hideout. The door creaked as they entered, the gloom swallowing them. A blade flashed, cold steel pressing against Dominic's neck. Hands up, slowly, a Bravasi accent hissed. Jon tensed, feeling a sword at his own neck from behind. You too, big man, a young voice growled, fierce but trembling. Dominic raised his hands, his grin unfazed, while Jon complied, his voice calm. Easy, now. We're not enemies. Turn around, slow, the Bravasi voice commanded. They pivoted, Dominic's golden eyes meeting Sirio Farrell's sharp black ones, the water dancer's blade steady. Jon faced Arya Stark, her grey eyes blazing, needle poised at his throat. Behind her stood two boys, one broad-shouldered with black hair, with a hammer in his hands, the other pudgy with nervous eyes, clutching a dagger. Arya's eyes widened, recognition breaking through her scowl. Jon, she gasped, dropping needle and flinging herself into his arms, her small frame shaking. Jon. You're here. I thought you were across the sea. Jon hugged her tightly, his voice thick with relief. Arya, you're safe. Thank the gods. He pulled back, his grey eyes searching her dirt-streaked face. What happened? How'd you end up here? Arya wiped her eyes, her voice fierce. Let me introduce you. This is Sirio Farrell, my sword master. Saved my life when the gold cloaks came for me. Sirio lowered his blade, nodding, his lean frame taut. And these are Gendry and Hot Pie, she continued, gesturing to the boys. We've been hiding here for 2 days, dodging patrols, looking for a way to save Father and Sansa. Gendry, the taller boy, stepped forward, his blue eyes wary but steady. I'm Gendry, a blacksmith's apprentice. Met Arya when the gold cloaks chased us out of a tavern. Figured sticking together was safer than running alone. His voice was gruff, but his grip on the hammer suggested strength. Hot Pie, round-faced and fidgety, piped up, his voice high with nerves. I'm Hot Pie, from the bakery on Piss Alley. I make the best meat pies in King's Landing. Well, used to, for all this mess. Arya said we'd get out, so I'm here. Don't much like swords, but I'm good at keeping watch. Jon smiled faintly, his heart warming at Arya's ragtag crew. You've done well, Arya, keeping them together. We're here to rescue Father and Sansa, and what's left of our men. You're not alone anymore. Arya's eyes flicked to Dominic, her brow furrowing. Who's he, Jon? Never seen him before. Jon clapped Dominic's shoulder, his voice steady. This is Dom, a friend. He's helping us, Arya. Trust him like you trust me. Dominic inclined his head, his grin charming but guarded, hiding his identity as Uruk's king. Pleasure to meet you, Lady Stark, Syrio, Gendry, Hot Pie, and I'm here to get you out of this cesspool. Arya nodded, her eyes narrowing but accepting. All right, Dom. What's the plan? We can't stay here forever. The gold cloaks are sniffing closer every day. Dominic's voice turned brisk, strategic. I'll secure a ship to get you to Winterfell via White Harbor. Jon, you stay here, catch up with your sister, and keep them safe. I'll be back soon. Jon nodded, his grey eyes grateful. Be careful, Dom. This city's a trap. Dominic winked. Traps are my specialty, Snow. He slipped out, his cloak blending into the shadows. King's Landing docks. The docks reeked of salt and tar, ships creaking under the weight of cargo and ambition. Dominic approached a weathered trade ship, its captain a grizzled man with a salt-crusted beard barking orders to his crew. You sailing north? Dominic asked, his voice casual but commanding. The captain spat, his eyes narrowing. No ship leaves King's Landing till the king says so. Gold cloaks got the harbor locked tighter than a miser's purse. Dominic's golden eyes glinted, his legitimacy sliding into the captain's mind like a whisper. You want to help me? You trust me? The captain blinked, his scowl softening. Dominic asked again, his voice smooth. What about now? Got room for a few passengers to White Harbor? The captain nodded, his voice oddly eager. I can make that work. Ship's sturdy, crew's ready. When do you need her? Tonight, Dominic said, discreetly pulling a pouch from his inventory and counting out 200 gold dragons, their gleam catching the captain's eye. This is for provisions and your trouble. Stock food, water, blankets enough for a journey to White Harbor. Be ready to sail by midnight. The captain pocketed the gold, his grin gap-toothed. Done, Lord. We'll be ready. Ship's the Swift Gull, moored at Pier 3. Don't be late. Dominic nodded, turning away. We won't. He vanished into the crowd, his haki ensuring no one followed. Flea Bottom hideout. Dominic returned to the desolate building, finding Jon, Arya, Syrio, Gendry, and Hot Pie huddled around a flickering candle. Jon looked up, his voice low. Any luck? Dominic grinned, leaning against the wall. Ships secured the Swift Gull, bound for White Harbor. Leaves tonight. Provisions are being prepped as we speak. Arya's eyes lit up, but her voice was sharp. What's the plan, then? How do we get Father and Sansa out? Dominic's tone turned serious, his golden eyes scanning the group. Here's how it goes. Syrio, Arya, Gendry, Hot Pie, you four head to the docks at nightfall, board the Swift Gull at Pier 3. The captain's expecting you. Stay low, avoid patrols. Jon and I will infiltrate the Red Keep, rescue Eddard Stark, Sansa, and any of your retinue still alive. We'll meet you at the harbor. Arya's face hardened, her voice rising. No way. I'm not running off to some ship while you save father and Sansa. I can fight, Jon, you know I can. Needles tasted blood already. I'm coming with you. Jon knelt before her, his voice gentle but firm. Arya, listen. You're brave, braver than most grown men. But the Red Keep's a death trap. Gold cloaks, knights, gods know what else. I need you safe, so I can focus on saving father and Sansa. Arya's eyes blazed, her fists clenched. That's not fair, Jon. I'm not a baby. I killed gold cloaks with Syrio. I can help, don't leave me behind. Gendry spoke up, his voice gruff but kind. Arya, Jon's right. You're tough, but the Red Keep's no place for us. We'd just slow 'em down. I'll keep an eye on you, make sure we get to that ship. Hammer's good for more than forging, you know. Hot Pie nodded, his voice trembling but earnest. Yeah, Arya, we gotta stick together. I don't wanna face no knights. Syrio placed a hand on Arya's shoulder, his voice calm. Little wolf, your brother speaks wisdom. Your father and sister need you alive, not dead in a king's dungeon. I will protect you, as I swore. We go to the ship, we wait for them, and we fight another day. Arya glared, tears brimming, but she nodded, her voice small. Fine. But you better save them, Jon. Promise me. Jon hugged her, his voice fierce. I promise, Arya. I'll bring them home. Dominic clapped his hands, breaking the tension. Right, let's eat first. Can't scheme on an empty stomach. He bought a sack of food for them, revealing bread, cheese, and dried fish. Not a feast, but it'll keep you sharp. Hot Pie's eyes lit up, grabbing a hunk of bread. This ain't half bad. Better than the slop we've been scrounging. You're all right, Dom. Gendry took a piece of fish, his voice low. Thanks, Dom. Been a while since we ate properly. You sure that ship's safe? Dominic nodded, his grin reassuring. Safe as it gets in this pit. Captain's paid, ship's ready. Just stay sharp till you're aboard. As night fell, Syrio, Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie prepared to leave, cloaks pulled tight. Arya hugged Jon again, her voice fierce. Don't die, Jon. I'll never forgive you. Jon smiled, ruffling her hair. I won't, little sister. See you at the ship. Syrio led the group out, his blade hidden but ready, Gendry's hammer at his belt, Hot Pie clutching his dagger, Arya's needle a shadow at her side. They slipped into the night, bound for the docks. Dominic turned to Jon, his grin sharp. Ready, Snow? The Red Keep awaits, and we've got Starks to steal. Jon's eyes burned with ice and fire, his voice steel. Let's end this. Chapter 26, Rescue Third Person POV 299 AC, King's Landing night. The Red Keep loomed like a slumbering beast, its towers piercing the moonless sky, torchlight flickering on its crimson walls. Dominic Augustus and Jon Snow crept through the shadows, their cloaks blending with the night. As they neared the keep's outer gates, Dominic raised his wand, his golden eyes glinting, casting a disillusionment charm. A ripple of magic cloaked them, rendering them near invisible, their forms shimmering like heat haze. Jon's grey eyes widened, his breath catching, but he nodded. They slipped through a side gate, the iron creaking faintly, and entered the Red Keep's courtyard. Gold cloaks patrolled in pairs, their crimson capes swaying, torches casting long shadows. Dominic's observation hacky hummed, tracking their movements. He locked onto a lone gold cloak, a wiry man with a nervous gait, and raised his wand. Imperio, he murmured, his voice a velvet command. The man's eyes glazed, his posture slackening as Dominic's will seeped into his mind. Lead us to the dungeons where Eddard Stark is held, Dominic ordered, his voice low. The gold cloak nodded mechanically, turning and moving towards a stone stairwell descending into the keep's bowels. Dominic and John followed, their disillusioned forms silent, the stench of damp stone and despair growing stronger. The stairwell opened to the dungeon's entrance, where 2 guards stood, their spears glinting. Dominic's earth-bending stirred, the ground trembling faintly. With a sharp gesture, stone spikes erupted from the floor, piercing the guards' bodies up to their skulls, their screams cut short. Blood pooled, dark and slick, as the spikes retracted, leaving the bodies slumped. John's jaw tightened, his grey eyes flickering with unease, but he said nothing, his focus on the mission. They followed the gold cloak deeper, past cells filled with moans and shadows, until they reached a heavy iron door. The gold cloak fumbled with a key, unlocking it to reveal Eddard Stark, chained to the wall, his face gaunt, his grey eyes weary but unbowed. Ned's voice rasped, sharp with suspicion. "What do you want, Gold Cloak? More of Cersei's lies?" Dominic raised his wand, his grin cold. "Avada Kedavra!" A green flash lit the cell, and the gold cloak crumpled, lifeless. Ned flinched, his chains rattling, his eyes wide with shock. Dominic flicked his wand again, dissolving the disillusionment charm, revealing himself and John. Ned's gaze locked onto John, his voice a mix of disbelief and relief. "John? How, what are you doing here, lad? You're supposed to be across the sea." John stepped forward, his voice urgent, his grey eyes burning. "I came as soon as I heard you were taken, father. I'm here to get you out, you, Sansa, Arya. We're leaving this snake pit tonight." Ned's brow furrowed, his voice rough but steady. "How did you get here, John? The Red Keep's crawling with guards. You can't just walk into a dungeon without raising alarms. What's going on?" John shook his head, his tone firm. "That's not important now, father. All that matters is getting you safe. Arya's already on a ship, waiting for us at the docks. We need to move now." Ned's eyes flicked to Dominic, his suspicion lingering. "And who's this, John? I don't know his face." John clasped Ned's shoulder, his voice warm with trust. "This is Dom, a friend of mine. He's the reason we're here, father. He's got skills. Trust him like you trust me." Dominic inclined his head, his grin guarded, hiding his identity. "Lord Stark, it's an honor. Let's get you out of these chains and this city." Ned nodded, his jaw set, though his eyes remained wary. John drew his sword, its steel glinting, and struck the shackles, the metal shattering under the blade's edge. Ned staggered free, his legs weak, but John steadied him, his strength enhanced by the super soldier serum. Dominic cast another disillusionment charm, cloaking them in invisibility. "Stay close," he whispered, leading them out. They ascended the dungeon stairs, Ned's breath heavy but determined, John's arm supporting him. The Red Keep's corridors were quiet, but danger lurked. Dominic guided them to a secluded alcove, its tapestries muffling sound. He murmured a spell, casting a notice me not charm, ensuring passers-by would ignore them. "Stay here," he told John. "I'll find Sansa and any others. Don't move." John nodded, his grey eyes fierce. "Hurry, Dom. We're on borrowed time." Dominic vanished into the shadows, his haki twirling. He spotted a gold cloak patrolling a torch-lit hall and cast Imperio, his voice a whisper. "Show me where Sansa Stark and her retinue are kept." The guard's eyes dulled, and he nodded. "Only Sansa Stark and her companion remain alive," the guard said, his voice flat. "The rest are dead or scattered." "Show me," Dominic commanded. The guard led him to a small room, where a girl Jane Poole, Sansa's companion, slept on a cot. Dominic raised his wand. "Stupefy." A red flash knocked her out, and he hoisted her over one shoulder, her slight frame limp. "Show me to Sansa," he ordered. The guard led him to a tower chamber, its corridor guarded by 2 gold cloaks. Dominic's wand flicked twice Avada Kedavra. And green light snuffed out their lives, their bodies crumpling. He turned to the guard who led him here, his voice cold. "You're done." Another green flash, and the guard fell dead. Dominic entered Sansa's room, finding her asleep, her auburn hair fanned across the pillow. "Stupefy," he whispered, knocking her out. He lifted her over his other shoulder, her silk gown trailing, and retraced his steps to the alcove where Jon and Ned waited. Jon's eyes widened with relief, his voice low. "You found them. Thank the gods." Ned's face softened, seeing Sansa, but his voice was gruff. "Is she hurt?" "Just asleep," Dominic said, his grin sharp. "Let's move." He recast the disillusionment charm, cloaking them all, and they slipped through the Red Keep's halls, avoiding patrols, deflecting curious eyes. The harbor's salt air greeted them as they reached the docks, the Swift Gull waiting at Pier 3, its lanterns dim. Arya, Syrio, Gendry, and Hot Pie were already aboard, their faces tense. Arya rushed to Ned, hugging him fiercely, her voice breaking. "Father! You're alive!" Ned held her close, his voice rough. "Arya, my girl! You're safe." Jon carried Sansa and Jane below deck, laying them on bunks, their breathing steady. Dominic boarded briefly, his voice low. "Jon, you've got your family. Sail to White Harbor, then to Winterfell. Use the mirror if you need me." Jon clasped his hand, his grey eyes grateful. "Thank you, Dom. For everything." Dominic grinned, stepping back to the dock. "Family helps family, Snow. Stay sharp." He raised his wand, casting a massive disillusionment charm over the Swift Gull, its form fading for an hour. "Sail now, Captain," he ordered the grizzled man, who nodded, shouting orders to his crew. The ship's sails unfurled, catching the wind, and it glided from the harbour, vanishing into the night. Dominic watched until it was beyond King's Landing's horizon, his golden eyes glinting. With a crack, he apparat back to Astapor, the Red Keep none the wiser. Astapor midnight. Dominic reappeared in Astapor's palace, the red brick walls bathed in dawn's light. Daenerys and Miss Sandai awaited him in their private room, their faces tense. "It's done," Dominic said, his grin sly. "The Starks are free, sailing north. The Lannisters will wake to an empty cage." Daenerys's violet eyes gleamed. "Well played, Dom. What now?" Dominic's voice was steel. "We hold Slaver's Bay, prepare for the Free City's wrath. The game's heating up, and we're just getting started." Across the narrow sea the Swift Gull sailed north, Arya watching the horizon, needle at her side. In the north, Robb Stark called his bannermen to rescue his father and sisters, the young wolf's howl rising. Stannis Baratheon declared himself the king with the crowned stag in the background is a heart that is on fire as his banner. Renly Baratheon, who is now in alliance with Tyrells, is soon to be wed to Margaery Tyrell. He declared himself the king, with Renly's banner displaying a golden crowned stag on a field of green. The Game of Thrones burned, its pieces shifting in a storm of fire, ice, and blood. Chapter 27, A Lion's Wrath. Third-person POV. 299 AC, King's Landing morning. The Red Keep's throne room was a cauldron of barely contained fury, its air thick with the scent of wax and iron. The Iron Throne, a jagged monstrosity of twisted swords, loomed over the hall, its occupant King Joffrey Baratheon, a boy of 15, slouched in its embrace, his golden curls framing a face twisted with rage. His green eyes, venomous as his mother's, glinted under the morning light streaming through the high windows. Cersei Lannister, Queen Regent, stood beside him, resplendent in crimson silk, her golden hair coiled, her expression a mask of calculated calm belying the storm within. The court lords, ladies, and gold cloaks stood silent, their breaths held as news of the Starks' escape spread like wildfire. Joffrey's voice cracked through the silence, shrill and petulant, his fists curled around the throne's armrests. Gone? Gone? How dare they escape my justice? Eddard Stark, that traitor, and his wretched daughters slipped out of my dungeons, my keep, like rats in the night. Who allowed this? Who failed me? I want their heads, mother. Every gold cloak who patrolled last night, every man who stood watch, line them up in the courtyard, and I'll see their blood stain the stones for their incompetence. Cersei's lips tightened, but her voice was honeyed, soothing, a velvet glove over her iron will. Joffrey, my sweet, my king, calm yourself. We cannot slaughter our own men, loyal soldiers who serve House Lannister and your crown. They are not the ones who orchestrated this. This was no mere oversight, no simple failure of duty. Someone aided the Starks, someone with cunning and resources. To kill our guards would weaken us, sow fear among those who protect you. We must be strategic, not reckless. Joffrey's face reddened, his voice rising, his fingers digging into the throne's sharp edges, heedless of the cuts they left. Strategic? Mother, they mocked me. Eddard Stark spat on my mercy, and his daughters Sansa, that simpering fool, and Arya, that feral brat, slipped through my fingers. The court will whisper, I know they do. They think me weak, a boy king who can't hold his prisoners. I'll show them strength. I'll have the city torn apart, every hovel, every alley, until they're dragged back to kneel before me. And when they are, I'll take their heads myself, starting with that traitor Ned. Cersei stepped closer, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder, her voice low, coaxing, though her green eyes burned with her own fury. And you will, my love. They will face your justice, I swear it. But think, Joffrey killing our men now would only embolden our enemies, make martyrs of the Starks. They cannot have gone far, King's Landing is sealed, the harbor watched. They're hiding, skulking like cowards, but they're still within our grasp. We'll turn the city upside down, root them out, and make an example of them. Your strength lies in your cunning, not in spilling loyal blood. Joffrey's scowl deepened, his voice petulant but relenting, his anger simmering rather than boiling over. Fine, mother. But I want them found today. I want Sansa back in her cage, Arya's head on a spike, and Ned Stark begging for mercy before I send him to the block. If the gold cloaks can't do their job, I'll find men who can. Sir Meryn. He snapped his fingers, his voice sharp as a whip. Sir Meryn Trant, a hulking figure in White King's Guard armor, stepped forward, his face hard, his eyes cold. Your Grace, he said, bowing stiffly, his voice devoid of warmth. Cersei's voice cut in, smooth but commanding, her gaze locking onto Meryn's. Sir Meryn, you will lead the search. Take the gold cloaks, scour every corner of King's Landing, Flea Bottom, the docks, the seps, every tavern and brothel. The Starks are here, hiding, and someone helped them escape. Find them, Sir, at any cost. Question the small folk, break doors if you must, but bring them back alive or dead, if they resist. Fail, and the king's displeasure will be your burden. Meryn nodded, his voice flat but resolute. It will be done, your grace. I'll turn the city inside out. The Starks won't slip through again. Joffrey leaned forward, his voice dripping with malice, his green eyes glinting. And when you find them, Sir Meryn, make them suffer. I want them to know the price of defying their king. Drag them through the streets, let the small folk see what happens to traitors. And if you find whoever helped them, some lord, some spy, bring them to me. I'll flay them myself, strip by strip, and hang their corpse from the walls. Cersei's smile was a razor's edge, her voice soft but approving. Well said, my king. Go, Sir Meryn. Do not return without results. Meryn bowed again, his armor clanking, and strode out, his heavy steps echoing. The court remained silent, fear and ambition swirling in their eyes, each lord and lady calculating their next move in the Game of Thrones. Varys's web in a shadowed chamber deep within the Red Keep. Varys, the master of whisperers, stood by a window, his powdered face serene, his lavender robes rustling as he clasped his hands. The news of the Starks' escape had reached his ears before it hit the throne room, carried by his little birds. His mind churned, his plans delicate as a spider's web strained by this unexpected twist. "Troublesome," he murmured, his voice soft, lilting, his eyes distant. "Eddard Stark free, his daughters with him, this upends the balance I so carefully nurtured. The North will rally, Robb Stark has called his banners, and the Lannisters' grip on the throne weakens. Yet, who could have spirited them out? No mere smuggler, no common sellsword. This reeks of greater powers, shadows I've not yet seen. My plans for Aegon across the sea, they must adapt, or all is lost." He turned, his slippers silent on the stone, his mind weaving new threads. The game grows chaotic, but chaos is opportunity. I must watch, listen, and nudge the pieces where they must fall. For the realm, always for the realm. Baelish's gambit in his opulent chambers. Peter Baelish, Lord of Littlefinger, sat at a polished desk, a goblet of arbor gold untouched, his grey-green eyes sharp with calculation. The news of Eddard Stark's escape had sent a chill through him, his betrayal in the throne room a dagger in Ned's back, now a noose around his own neck. "Eddard Stark lives," he muttered, his voice smooth but laced with unease, his fingers tracing the desk's edge. "Honest, honorable Ned, free to rally the North, to hunt those who crossed him. And who did he trust, only to see my knife? Me. He'll come for my head, that much is certain, and his wolf pups will howl for my blood. Catelyn's face when she learns, oh, that will sting." He leaned back, his smile sly, his mind racing. But this is not the end of Littlefinger. The Starks are fled, the Lannisters weakened, and the board is ripe for play. Cersei and Joffrey are desperate, clinging to a throne that slips through their fingers. If I play my hand right, whisper in the right ears, move the right coins, I can rise higher still. The Baratheons squabble, Stannis and Renly each claiming the crown. Perhaps I align with one, or neither, and carve my own path. Chaos is my ladder, and Eddard's escape is but a rung. I'll climb eventually, and I will have what is mine. Pycelle's missive in the Grand Maester's chambers. Pycelle hunched over a desk littered with scrolls, his quill scratching furiously, his chain of office clinking. His eyes darted, his hands trembling as he penned a letter to Tywin Lannister, the true power behind House Lannister. The news of the Starks' escape demanded swift reporting, lest Tywin's wrath fall on him. "My Lord Tywin," he muttered, reading aloud as he wrote, his voice quavering. "It grieves me to report a dire calamity. Lord Eddard Stark, Lady Sansa, and Lady Arya have escaped the Red Keep, vanishing in the night despite our vigilance. His Grace, King Joffrey, is wroth, and Her Grace, Queen Cersei, has ordered a citywide search led by Sir Meryn Trant. I fear this bodes ill for our cause, as the North may rise under Robb Stark's banner. I await your guidance, my lord, and pledge my loyalty to House Lannister." Pycelle sealed the letter with wax, his hands shaking, his voice a whisper. "Lord Tywin will not be pleased. The game grows perilous, and I must tread carefully, lest I fall with the lions." Chapter 28, The Starks' Voyage North. Third Person POV 299 AC, the Swift Gull. Morning. The Swift Gull cut through the waves of the narrow sea, its sails snapping in the brisk wind, the deck swaying gently under the rhythm of the tide. Below deck, in a cramped but clean cabin, Sansa Stark stirred, her auburn hair tangled, her blue eyes fluttering open. The unfamiliar creak of wood and the faint tang of salt in the air jolted her awake. She sat up, her silk gown rumpled, and glanced around, her heart racing at the strange surroundings: rough-hewn walls, a small porthole letting in slivers of light, and the unmistakable roll of a ship at sea. Beside her, Jane Poole lay on a narrow bunk, her brown hair splayed, her face peaceful but pale. Sansa shook Jane gently, her voice trembling. Jane? Jane, wake up! Where are we? This isn't the Red Keep. Are we prisoners still? Jane stirred, her eyes blinking open, confusion mirroring Sansa's. Sansa? I don't know. My head's all fuzzy. She sat up, clutching the bunk as the ship swayed. They stumbled to the porthole, peering out at the endless expanse of grey-blue water, waves crashing against the hull. Jane's voice quavered. We're on a ship, Sansa. How did we get here? Last I remember, I was in that cold room, trying to sleep. Sansa's breath hitched, her hands trembling. I was in my chamber, dreaming of home. Someone must have taken us. But who? The Lannisters? Or? Her voice trailed off, hope and fear warring in her chest. We need to find out. Come on, Jane. They steadied themselves against the sway, Sansa smoothing her gown, Jane clutching her arm. They pushed open the cabin door, the creak loud in the quiet, and climbed the narrow ladder to the deck. The salt air hit them, sharp and cold, the sun glinting off the waves. Sansa's eyes widened as she saw familiar figures: her father, Eddard Stark, standing tall despite his gaunt frame, his grey eyes warm, Arya, her wild hair whipping in the wind, needle at her hip, and Jon Snow, in black leather, his grey eyes fierce but kind. Nearby stood Syrio Farrell, lean and watchful, and two boys: Gendry, broad-shouldered, and Hot Pie, fidgeting nervously. Father! Sansa cried, her voice breaking, tears spilling as she ran to him. Arya spun, her grey eyes lighting up, and barreled into Sansa, hugging her fiercely, nearly knocking her over. Jane hesitated, then joined, her arms wrapping around them both. Sansa! You're awake! Arya said, her voice muffled against Sansa's shoulder, her small frame trembling. I was so scared you'd be stuck in that awful place forever. Sansa sobbed, clinging to Arya, her voice thick. Arya, father! I thought I'd never see you again. The Red Keep, Joffrey, Cersei, they were going to. She couldn't finish, her tears flowing freely, her composure shattered. Eddard stepped forward, his calloused hands gentle as he pulled Sansa into his arms, his voice rough but soothing. Hush, my girl, you're safe now. You're with family, and no one will harm you. You're stronger than you know, Sansa, and we're together again. Sansa buried her face in his chest, her sobs quieting, her breathing steadying under his warmth. Jane stood close, tears streaming, her voice small. Lord Stark, how did we escape? I thought we were doomed. Eddard pulled back, his grey eyes meeting Sansa's, then Jane's, his voice steady. Thank your brother Jon for that, Sansa, Jane. He and his companion risked everything to rescue us from the Red Keep at midnight. We're sailing north now, to White Harbor, to home. Sansa's eyes widened, turning to Jon, who stood quietly, his grey eyes soft but vigilant. She released her father and rushed to Jon, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling with gratitude. Jon, you saved us? From Joffrey, from that awful place? Thank you so much. I thought I'd die there, or worse. Jon hugged her back, his voice low, warm with brotherly love. It's all right, Sansa. You're my sister. I couldn't leave you or father, or Arya to the Lannisters. We're going home, and we'll make things right. Sansa pulled back, wiping her tears, a faint smile breaking through. You're always so brave, Jon. I'm sorry I ever treated you otherwise. Jon's lips twitched, a rare smile. Water under the bridge, Sansa. Go freshen up, you and Jane both. We'll break our fast soon, and you'll feel better with food in you. Eddard nodded, his voice firm but kind. Sansa, Jane, go clean up. Arya, you two get that salt out of your hair. We'll eat together and talk of what's next. Sansa nodded, taking Jane's hand, her voice soft. Yes, father. They returned below deck, Sansa's steps lighter, Jane's grip tight but hopeful. Arya grumbled, her voice petulant. I don't need a wash, father. I'm fine. But at Ned's raised eyebrow, she sighed dramatically and followed, muttering about how ships were better than baths. Eddard watched them go, his grey eyes heavy with relief and resolve, then turned to Jon, his voice low. You've done more than I could have asked, lad. You and your friend Dom, you've given me back my girls, my life. I'll not forget it. Jon's eyes met his, fierce but humble. You're my father, in every way that matters. I'd cross the world to keep you safe. Now, let's get you to Winterfell, to Robb. White Harbour. 12 days later the Swift Gull docked at White Harbour's bustling port, its whitewashed walls gleaming under a pale winter sun. The city's masts swayed, merchants shouted, and gulls wheeled overhead. As the Starks disembarked, Ned leaning lightly on Jon, the dock guards clad in Manderley blue gaped, recognizing their lord. One, a grizzled man with a trident badge, sprinted to the new castle, his voice urgent. Lord Manderley. Lord Stark's here, alive. Lord Wyman Manderley, massive and jovial, arrived swiftly despite his bulk, his silver beard braided, his sea-green cloak billowing. His knights flanked him, their armor gleaming. Lord Stark, he boomed, his voice warm, his blue eyes wide. By the Merling King, you're alive. We heard the Lannisters had you in chains, accused of treason, lies, all of it. The North never believed their venom. Your son Robb's called the banners, and we've been mustering men and supplies for the march south. We plan to move by tomorrow midday, my lord, to join the young wolf at Winterfell. Eddard clasped Wyman's arm, his voice steady, though exhaustion lingered. Lord Wyman, your loyalty warms my heart. The Lannisters' lies nearly cost me everything, but my son Jon and his companion rescued me and my daughters from the Red Keep. We're free, and the North will answer their treachery. Wyman's eyes flicked to Jon, his smile broadening. Young Jon Snow, a hero already. The North owes you a debt, lad. And your daughters, safe Lady Sansa, Lady Arya, praise the gods. Jon inclined his head, his voice humble. I did what any son would, my lord. My sisters and father are safe, that's enough. Wyman clapped his hands, his voice hearty. Come, Lord Stark, you and yours are guests at the new castle. Rest, eat, recover your strength. My halls are yours, and my men stand ready to march at your word. Eddard nodded, his grey eyes grateful. My thanks, Wyman. But first, send a raven to Winterfell, to Robb. Tell him of our escape, our arrival, and that we'll join him soon. He needs to know the truth of King's Landing's betrayal. Wyman nodded, his voice firm. It's done, my lord. The raven flies today. Now, come, hot food and warm beds await. The Starks followed, Ned's steps firm, Jon at his side, Sansa and Jane behind, Arya darting ahead, her eyes bright with the promise of home. The North stirred, its wolves rising, ready to howl. Chapter 29, The Shadow of Uruk. Over Esso's third-person POV. 299 AC, Astapor morning. The dawn sun painted Astapor's red brick palace in hues of fire, its rays glinting off the unsullied bronze spears as they stood guard. Within the council chamber, Dominic Augustus, king of Uruk, sat at a polished obsidian table, his golden eyes sharp, his black silk tunic pristine despite the sleepless night spent rescuing Eddard Stark and his daughters from King's Landing. Daenerys Targaryen, her silver hair braided, sat to his right, her violet eyes curious but wary. Miss Sandai, her quill poised, recorded every word, her telepathic senses attuned to the room's undercurrents. Sir Yoram Mormont stood by the door, his hand on his sword, his gruff face etched with loyalty. The air hummed with purpose as Dominic prepared to reshape Essos. A stack of sealed parchments lay before him, each bearing Uruk's sigil, a sun symbol with a black background. "Letters," Dominic said, his voice smooth but commanding, his grin sly. "To every magister, prince, and lord of the free cities Pentos, Norvos, Kohor, Loreth, Volantis. They'll know Uruk's name, its strength, and its terms. Bravus gets a special missive unique, given their peculiarities." Daenerys arched a brow, her voice soft but probing. "Terms, what do these letters say, and why Bravus separately?" Dominic leaned back, his fingers drumming the table, his golden eyes glinting with ambition. "The free cities cling to their independence, their wealth, their petty squabbles. But Essos is changing, Dany Slavers Bay is ours, a beacon of freedom under your dragons and my power. These letters offer alliance, join Uruk's dominion, trade freely, prosper under our protection, and pay a modest tax 10% of their profits. Refuse, and they face obliteration. Bravus, though, they're different. Proud, secretive, with their iron bank and faceless men. My letter to them is a velvet gauntlet, rule themselves as they wish, pay the tax, or face Uruk's wrath. They'll see reason or they won't, and I'll carve reason into their canals." Yora's voice rumbled, his brow furrowed. "Bold, your grace, but dangerous. The free cities are rich, they will try to hire vast armies mercenaries, Dothraki screamers, even sorcerers in Kohor and Volantis. They won't bend easily, and Bravus, their wealth funds half the world's wars. If they call your bluff." Dominic's grin widened, his voice laced with confidence. "It's no bluff, Yora. Let them send their sellswords, their cows, their shadowbinders. Their walls will break against my might, and I'll build anew on their ruins. Miss Sandai, ensure the ravens fly today." Every letter delivered swift and true. Miss Sandai nodded, her voice calm, her quill scratching. "It is done, Dom. The ravens will reach Pentos, Norvos, Kohor, Loreth, Volantis, and Bravus by week's end. The words are sealed, the sigils unbroken." Daenerys's eyes narrowed, her voice firm. "And if they resist, Dom? What then?" Dominic's gaze met hers, unyielding, his voice steel. "Then we fight, Dany. We burn their fleets, shatter their walls, free their slaves. With my power, your fire, and our will, Essos will kneel or it will fall. But I wager most will see the merit in joining us. Fear and reason are powerful persuaders." The letters were dispatched, ravens soaring into the dawn, each carrying Uruk's ultimatum to the free cities, and a shadowed promise to Bravus. Bravus, the Sea Lord's palace in Bravus. The Sea Lord's palace gleamed with opulence, its walls adorned with mosaics of ships and sea gods, its halls echoing with the murmur of commerce. Sea Lord Farrago Antarion, a lean man with silver hair and sharp black eyes, sat at a long table, flanked by key holders of the Iron Bank and magisters of the city's great houses. Before them lay Dominic's letter, its black wax seal broken, the words within read and reread in stunned silence. Farrago's voice was low, laced with incredulity, his fingers tracing the parchment. "This Dominic Augustus, this so-called king of Uruk, dares to demand Bravus bend the knee? 10% of our profits as tax, in exchange for self-rule under his dominion? And if we refuse, he promises destruction? Who is this man, this upstart, to threaten the Titan city? Bravus, which has never knelt, not to Valeria, not to any king or. The arrogance is staggering." Tycho Nestoris, a key holder of the Iron Bank, his face pale and pinched, leaned forward, his voice cold. "Arrogance, yes, but not empty, Sea Lord. This Dominic holds Astapor, Yunkai, Mirian Slavers Bay, and he already has Lys, Mir, and Triash under his control, once a cesspool of chains, now a fortress under his banner. His power is not mere swords or gold, it's something darker, older. We cannot dismiss him as a braggart. A magister, Bellicostegon, slammed his fist on the table, his jowls quivering, his voice booming. Then we crush him. Bravus bows to no one. Send the faceless men, let them slip into Astapor, cut his throat, and end this nonsense before it begins. A single death, and Uruk falls. Farrago's eyes narrowed, his voice measured. A prudent thought, Bellico, but costly. The faceless men demand prices beyond gold, lives, secrets, gods. I've already sent an envoy to the House of Black and White, seeking their aid. Their response was unsettling. Tycho's voice was a whisper, his eyes wide. What did they say, Sea Lord? Surely the faceless men fear no man, no matter his titles. Farrago's lips tightened, his voice grave. The envoy returned pale, trembling. The priests refused the contract, Tycho. They said, a man cannot kill the master of death, for he walks with the many-faced god's shadow. To strike him is to invite ruin. They would take no price, no offering. The faceless men, who fear nothing, turned away from this Dominic Augustus. The room fell silent, the magisters exchanging uneasy glances, the air thick with dread. Bellico's bluster faded, his voice faltering. Then, what? We pay this tax? We, Bravus, the richest city in the world, grovel to a foreign king? Our fleets, our bank, our pride, what becomes of them? Tycho leaned back, his voice calm but resolute. Pride is a luxury, Bellico. Survival is not. Uruk's strength grows, Slavers' base slaves are freed, its cities fortified, its armies loyal. If we fight, we risk our fleets, our trade, our very city. If we join them, pay this tax, we keep our freedom, our power, and gain a shield against the other free cities' envy. 10% is a small price for peace and profit. Farrago nodded, his voice weary but decisive. Tycho speaks wisdom. War with Uruk would bleed us dry, win or lose. We'll send word to Uruk. Bravus agrees to the terms, retains its rule, and pays the tax. But we watch this Dominic closely. If he falters, if his power wanes, Bravus will be ready to reclaim what is ours. The council murmured assent, their pride stung but their reason prevailing. A raven was prepared, its message accepting Uruk's dominion, sealed with the Titan's mark. Pentos, the prince's palace in Pentos, Prince Trigger Moro, corpulent in emerald silks, sat in his gilded hall, magisters and sell swords around him. Dominic's letter crumpled, mocked with laughter. Trigger's voice boomed, rings flashing. This Uruk, this Dominic, thinks Pentos will kneel? Our wealth, our power, taxed like slaves? Pentos, city of trade, bows to no desert king. He's no dragon lord, just a man with dreams too big. His head will grace my gates. Magister Ordello sneered. Slavers bays a mirage, his freedmen will rebel when hunger bites. The Golden Company, 10,000 strong, will crush him. Pentos leads, others follow. Captain Haro grinned, scarred. Adcolpono's Kalasar 20,000 screamers, hooves like storms. They'll burn Astapor, feast on his dragons. He'll beg before we're done. Magister Lysano raised a goblet, oily. And sorcerers Assai's shadow binders, Cartha's warlocks. They'll curse his men, blind his dragons. No tax, only blood. Trigger laughed, malicious. Send ravens to the Golden Company, Colpono, the sorcerers. Arm our fleets, muster our men. Pentos will shatter Uruk, its spoils ours. The hall roared, defiance drowning fear, ravens summoning war. Volantis, the Triarch's hall in Volantis, behind the black wall, Triarch Malaquomagur, a tiger-cloaked noble with amber eyes, read Dominic's letter to his fellow Triarchs, Niesos V. Hasser and Dinafos Penamian. The hall's braziers cast flickering shadows, the air heavy with incense and anger. Malaquo's voice was cold, his fingers crushing the parchment. This king of Uruk insults us, demands our gold, our fealty, as if Volantis, first daughter of Valeria, is some petty village. 10% of our profits? Protection under his banner? He's a fool or a madman, and either way, he'll burn for it. Our fleets rule the summer sea, our sorcerers wield the old magics. We'll send his corpse to our healer's flames. Nyesos, his voice smooth, his eyes calculating, leaned forward. A fool, perhaps, but not weak. Slavers' bay bends to him, its slaves call him liberator. Daenerys's dragons grow, we must act, but not alone. Cohor's shadowbinders, Norvos's bearded priests, Loritha's maze runners unite them. Hire the second sons, the storm crows, every sellsword we can. Summon sorcerers from the Red Temple. Uruk will face a storm it cannot weather. Dinafos nodded, his voice grim. And Duthrakikul Yahakos Kalasar roams near. 50,000 riders, their Iraq's thirsting. We'll crush Uruk's walls, enslave its freedmen, and chain those dragons. Volantis will lead, and Essos will follow. Malekwo's smile was cruel, his voice a vow. So be it. Send the ravens, summon the armies, call the flames. Dominic Augustus will learn the cost of challenging Volantis. We'll drown his dreams in blood. The Triarchs raised their fists, their voices a chorus of war, their defiance a fire that burned against Uruk's rising shadow. Chapter 30, A/N Sorry, I forgot about the dire wolves of the Starks. So for context, Jon's dire wolf is with him throughout the journey, and now it is in Essos as Jon and Dominic apparat to King's Landing, and they cannot roam the streets with a dire wolf by their side. Sansa and Arya both have their dire wolves alive and are in Kingswood waiting for the call since Cersei didn't allow those beasts in Red Keep. Stark's ancestral sword ice is still with the Lannisters. Chapter 31, The Wolves Return to Winterfell. Third person POV 299 AC, Winterfell. Late afternoon. The great gates of Winterfell creaked open, their iron-bound timbers groaning under the weight of history, as Eddard Stark rode into the courtyard, his grey cloak tattered but his back straight, the dire wolf of House Stark snapping on banners above. Beside him rode Jon Snow, clad in black, his grey eyes vigilant yet warm. Sansa and Arya Stark followed, Sansa's auburn hair catching the fading sun, Arya's wild brown locks barely tamed, needle glinting at her side. Behind them marched the Manderley host, their sea-green banners fluttering, tridents gleaming, led by Lord Wyman Manderley's knights. The air was sharp with winter's bite, the ground dusted with early frost, but Winterfell's walls radiated a fierce, unyielding warmth. The heart of the north. Robb Stark, the young wolf, stood at the courtyard's center, his red-brown hair windswept, his blue eyes wide with disbelief and joy. Beside him, Bran Stark stood eagerly waiting, clutching summer's fur. Rickon, wild and small, tugged at Shaggy Dog's scruff, his auburn curls bouncing, his green eyes sparkling. Theon Greyjoy, lean and smirking, stood apart, his iron-born leathers out of place among the northerners, but his dark eyes softened at the sight of Ned. "Father!" Robb's voice cracked, raw with emotion, as he surged forward, his boots crunching frost. Ned dismounted, his gaunt frame weary but alive, and Robb crashed into him, hugging him fiercely, his voice thick. "Gods, Father, we thought you were lost. The Lannisters, their lies of treason, we never believed them, not for a heartbeat. You're here, alive, home. I feared I'd failed you, leading the North without you." Ned's calloused hands gripped Robb's shoulders, his grey eyes glistening, his voice rough but warm. "Robb, you've not failed me, you've made me proud. The North rises because of you, the young wolf, my heir. I'm home, and we'll face the Lannisters together." He pulled Robb close, his embrace fierce, a father's love unbroken by chains or distance. Sansa, dismounting gracefully, ran to Robb, her blue eyes brimming, her voice trembling. "Robb! Oh, Robb, I thought I'd never see you again. She hugged him, her composure crumbling, tears staining her cloak. King's Landing was a nightmare, Joffrey, Cersei. I was so scared, but Jon saved us. Robb hugged her back, his voice soft, protective. Sansa, you're safe now, I swear it. No one will touch you here, not while Winterfell stands. You're a Stark, my sister, and the North shields its own. Arya, grinning fiercely, barreled into Robb, nearly knocking him over, her voice sharp with joy. Robb! I missed you. She hugged him, then spun to Bran, ruffling his hair. Bran! You're still dreaming, aren't you? Summer's huge. She knelt by Rickon, laughing as Shaggy Dog licked her face. Rickon, you little wolf, you're wilder than ever. Bran's voice was soft, his smile bright. Arya, Sansa, father, I'm happy you came back. He reached for Ned, who knelt, hugging him gently, his voice thick. Bran, you're stronger than you know. Rickon, tugging Ned's cloak, piped up, his voice high. Father! You're back. I knew you'd come. Shaggy Dog said so. Ned lifted him, chuckling despite his weariness, kissing his brow. Rickon, I'm here, and I'll not leave you again. Jon stood back, his grey eyes soft, until Robb pulled him into a fierce hug, his voice gruff. Jon, you brought them back, father, Sansa, Arya. Thank you, Jon hugged him, his voice low. I'd do it again, Robb. Theon clapped Jon's shoulder, smirking. Not bad, Snow. You're almost a hero, even by Ironborn standards. The courtyard buzzed with cheers, bannermen, small folk, Manderley knights all chanting Stark. Stark? Ned raised a hand, his voice carrying, weary but resolute. Lords, men of the North, I thank you for your loyalty, for rallying to my son. We've much to discuss: war, justice, the Lannisters' treachery. But I've ridden hard from White Harbor, and my children need rest. We'll hold council tomorrow, after breaking our fast, in the Great Hall. For now, I ask your leave to recuperate. Lord Umber's voice boomed, his beard bristling. Lord Stark. Rest, regain your strength. The North waits for you, and we'll crush those Sauron snakes. Lord Karstark nodded, his voice gruff. Tomorrow, my lord. Winterfell's yours again. The lords dispersed, their voices low with respect, leaving the Starks to enter the castle, its stone walls a warm embrace. Winterfell Ned Solar, that night the fire in Ned's solar crackled, casting shadows on the stone walls, the dire wolf banner above the hearth fluttering. Eddard Stark sat in his high-backed chair, his face gaunt, his grey eyes heavy with a secret long buried. Jon Snow stood before him, summoned from his chambers, his black cloak still dusted with frost, his grey eyes curious but calm. The door was barred, the silence thick, broken only by the fire's snap. Ned's voice was low, heavy, his hands were clasped tightly. Jon, there's something I must tell you, something I've kept hidden your whole life, for your safety, for a promise I made to one I loved. I've dreaded this day, but you deserve the truth, especially after what you've done saving me, your sisters, risking all. You're not my bastard, Jon. You're my nephew, son of my sister Lyanna Stark, and Rhaegar Targaryen. Your true name is Aemon Targaryen, born in Dorne, hidden from Robert's wrath. I claimed you as mine to shield you, to keep you from the Baratheons and Lannisters who'd have killed you for your blood. Jon sat, his face still, his grey eyes meeting Ned's, and nodded slowly, his voice steady. I know, father. Ned's breath caught, his eyes widening, his voice sharp with shock. You, know? How? Who told you? I've guarded this secret with my life, only Howland Reed and I know of this secret. I told no one, not Catelyn, not Robb, no one. How could you possibly know, John? John's lips twitched, a faint, sad smile, his voice low, measured. Dom told me. The man who was with us during your rescue, the one who spirited us from the Red Keep, he's no ordinary man, father. He's Dominic Augustus, king of Uruk, ruler of Slavers Bay, a man with magic beyond this world's ken. Months ago, when I joined him, he told me I'm Aemon Targaryen, son of Lyanna and Rhaegar, heir to a throne. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts were there, undeniable. Ned leaned back, his face pale, his voice trembling, a mix of relief and fear. Dom, he knew? And you never confronted me, never asked? Why, John? You had every right to demand answers, to be angry, to hate me for the lie I lived, for raising you as a bastard when you're a prince by blood. Why did you stay silent all this time? John's grey eyes softened, his voice warm, resolute, thick with emotion. Because it doesn't matter, father. You didn't sire me, but you're the one who raised me, who fed me, clothed me, taught me to swing a sword, to honor my word, to be a man. You gave me a home, brothers, sisters, a name Snow or Stark, it's yours I bear in my heart. I don't care if my blood's dragon or wolf, you're my father, Ned Stark, till the day I die, and no truth changes that. I didn't confront you because I knew you lied to protect me, to keep me safe from Robert's hammer, from Lannister blades. I couldn't ask you to bear that pain again, not when you've given me everything. Ned's eyes glistened, a sad smile breaking through his stoic mask, his voice rough with guilt and love. John. I'm sorry, lad. I did what I had to keep you safe, to honor Lyanna's dying wish. She loved you so fiercely, begged me to protect you, and I swore I would. But it cost you growing up a bastard, scorned, set apart. I feared you'd hate me, learning I hid your birthright, your name. You're a better man than I deserve, John, and I thank the gods for you. John's own sad smile mirrored Ned's, his voice steady, forgiving. I know, father. I don't hate you, couldn't, not ever. You kept me alive, gave me a life worth living. Dom showed me the truth, but he also showed me why you hid it. Robert would have smashed my head against a wall, Lannisters would have poisoned my cradle. You carried that burden alone, and I'll not add to it. Ned's brow furrowed, his voice curious, tinged with unease. This Dom, why didn't you tell me he's a king? A man with such power, such titles, aiding us in King's Landing, why keep that from me? John leaned forward, his voice low, earnest. He told me not to, father. Dom's not like other kings, he wields power most can't fathom. He said revealing his title could complicate things. But he's with us, father. He's pledged Uruk's support to the North, supplies for the war, grain, steel, maybe more. He's a friend. Ned nodded slowly, his voice thoughtful. A king's aid, freely given, it's a rare thing, John. We'll need every ally against the Lannisters, Tywin's gold, and Cersei's schemes. But tell me true, lad. Dom spoke of your birthright. The Iron Throne, it's yours by right, Aemon Targaryen's place. Do you want it? Will you claim it, when the time comes? John shook his head, his voice firm, his grey eyes unwavering. No, father. The Iron Throne's a cursed thing, forged in blood and betrayal. I've seen what it does, tore Rhaegar's family apart, killed my mother, set Robert against the world. I'm no king, no dragon lord. I'm Jon Snow, raised in Winterfell, sworn to protect my family, my home. Let the South keep their twisted chair, I want no part of it. Ned's sad smile deepened, his voice soft, heavy with relief and sorrow. But sometime we don't get what we wish for, lad. But thank you, John, for not hating me, for not turning from the family that raised you. You're a Stark in all but name, and I'm proud to call you son, blood or no. You've given me peace I didn't dare hope for. John nodded, his voice quiet, warm. Always, father. You're my family, now and forever. Ned rose, his hand on John's shoulder, his voice firm despite the hour. Go, lad, rest. Tomorrow we meet the lords, plan our war. The north needs you strong, and I need my son at my side. John stood, his grey eyes shining, and left the the fire's glow fading behind him. Ned stared into the flames, Lyanna's face flickering in his mind, a promise kept, a son saved. Chapter 32, Northern Council Third Person POV 299 AC, Winterfell Morning, Great Hall. The Great Hall of Winterfell thrummed with the heated voices of lords and warriors, their words clashing like swords under the rafters where banners of every great northern house Umber, Karstark, Glover, Manderley, Mormont hung proudly. Eddard Stark strode through the hall, his grey cloak sweeping the stone floor, the weight of a vision from the old gods lingering in his mind, though his face remained composed, unreadable. His bannermen, clustered in fervent debate, argued over the North's fate and which king deserved their swords. Robb Stark sat to Ned's right at the high table, his face tense, fingers drumming restlessly on his chair's armrest. Bran, now hale and standing tall, sat to Ned's left, eyes sharp with quiet insight. Jon Snow sat at the low tables, his black cloak blending with the shadows, grey eyes watchful but silent. Ned took his seat, his gaze sweeping the hall as discussions raged on, voices rising like a winter storm. Lord Stark, Rickard Karstark began, his deep voice cutting through the din, his grizzled face stern. There's only one rightful king, Stannis Baratheon. Robert's lawful heir, his eldest brother. By every law of men, the Iron Throne is his. Aye, Galbart Glover agreed, his lean frame taut, voice firm. The law's clear as ice. Stannis is the true king, and we'd stand by right if we follow him. Wyman Manderley scoffed, his jowls quivering, his voice rich with disdain. A king who sulks on Dragonstone, doing naught while our lord was clapped in chains? Stannis knew Robert's children were false, yet he fled, leaving Lord Stark to face the Lannisters' trap. Rightful by blood, aye, but fit to rule? I doubt it. Well said. Jon Umber roared, slamming a fist on the table, his wild beard bristling. Stannis and his rumored Red Witch can keep their gloomy island. The North needs a king who fights, not prays. Howland Reed, small and unassuming, spoke softly, yet his words carried weight. If not Stannis, then Renly. He holds the Stormlands and the Reach, armies vast enough to win this war. Numbers matter, my lords. Rickard's eyes flashed, his voice sharp. Renly's a usurper, stealing a throne from his elder brother. And what of us? You think Renly'll care for the North once he's crowned? He'll see us as vassals to tax and bleed. He's no friend to Winterfell. Ned sat silent, listening, his grey eyes measuring each lord. Neither Baratheon stirred his heart. Stannis, rigid and unyielding, had abandoned duty when it mattered most. Renly, charming but grasping, sought a crown not his by right, driven by ambition, not honor. Great Jon Umber surged to his feet, his massive frame looming, his voice a thunderclap. My lords! The hall fell silent, all eyes on the towering Northman, his wild hair casting shadows in the firelight. Here's what I say to these Sauron kings. Renly Baratheon's nothing to me, nor Stannis. Why should they rule us from some flowery seat in King's Landing or a cold rock in the sea? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the hall, heads nodding. What do they know of the Wall, the Wolf's Wood, the barrows of the first men? Great Jon bellowed, his voice shaking the rafters. Even their gods are wrong. The others take the Lannisters too, for that matter. Low grumbles turned to assent, the hall warming to his fire. Why shouldn't we rule ourselves? Great Jon growled, his eyes blazing. Silence fell, heavy with meaning. It was the dragons we bent the knee to, and the dragons are dead. He turned, pointing at Ned, his voice a challenge. There sits the only king, I'll bow to the king in the north. The hall erupted, voices roaring, fists pounding tables. The king in the north! The king in the north! Lords and warriors chanted, their fervor a tide washing over Winterfell's stones. Ned felt their expectations settle like a mantle, heavy yet familiar. He rose, slow and deliberate, and shook his head. The hall stilled, confusion flickering across faces. My lords, Ned said, his voice calm but resonant, like thunder rolling distant. You speak of a king who knows the north, who shares our blood, our honor. But I am not that king. Murmurs stirred, uneasy. Jon, at the low tables, stiffened, his grey eyes narrowing, a dread creeping into his expression. Robb sat straighter, his blue eyes wide. Bran watched, silent, with curiosity. Ned faced the hall, his voice clear, unwavering. There is one who fits what you describe, one with the right blood, the right claim, not just to the north, but to the Iron Throne itself. The lords exchanged glances, confusion deepening. Great Jon's brow furrowed. Wyman Manderly leaned forward, puzzled. Ned turned, his gaze locking on Jon. My son, Jon Snow, is not my son at all. A stunned hush blanketed the hall. Robb's eyes widened, his breath catching. Bran has a shocked expression. Jon sat rigid, his face unreadable, hands clenched. Ned met Jon's gaze, his voice firm. His name is not Jon Snow. His name is Aemon Targaryen. Gasps broke the silence. Targaryen! What madness! Whispers swirled, shock rippling through the hall. Ned raised a hand, silencing them, and spoke, his words steady, unyielding. Rhaegar Targaryen and my sister Lyanna were wed in secret, their love true, their union lawful. Lyanna bore a son, hidden in Dorne, and with her dying breath, she begged me to protect him from Robert's wrath, from those who'd slay a Targaryen child. I swore I would. I claimed him as my bastard, raised him as Jon Snow, to keep him safe. But he is Aemon Targaryen, true-born son of Rhaegar, rightful heir to the Iron Throne. The hall was silent, the weight of Ned's words sinking in. Great Jon stood stunned, his fists unclenched. Ricard Karstark's jaw tightened, his eyes flickering with doubt. Wyman Manderly's mouth hung open. Robb closed his eyes, the burden of his aunt's secret settling on him. Jon remained still, his grey eyes locked on Ned, his breath shallow. Ned stepped down from the high table, his boots echoing in the quiet, and stood before Jon. With slow, deliberate purpose, he knelt, his grey cloak pooling on the stone. I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, pledge my sword, my life, my honor to King Aemon Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The hall held its breath. Great Jon Umber, after a moment's hesitation, dropped to one knee, his voice gruff. The king in the north. Wyman Manderly followed, his bulk shifting, voice solemn. Aemon Targaryen, my king. Ricard Karstark knelt, jaw still tight but eyes resolute. My sword is yours, King Aemon. The Mormonts, Glovers, Reeds, Flints joined, a ripple of fealty spreading, lords and warriors kneeling, voices rising. The king in the north. The king in the north. Jon stood frozen, his breath shallow, hands clenched, grey eyes wide with uncertainty. Ned rose, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, his voice low, steady, for Jon alone. The stubborn lords of the north have chosen you, lad. They're making you their king. Accept it. Jon's gaze flickered, the weight of the hall's chant pressing on him. He exhaled, his voice quiet but clear, cutting through the roar. I accept. For the north, for my family, I'll bear this crown. The hall roared anew, the cry of the king in the north, shaking Winterfell's ancient stones, a new king risen, a new war begun. Chapter 33, Reactions Third Person POV 299 AC, Uruk Morning, Council Chamber. The council chamber in Uruk's palace glowed under the morning sun, its obsidian table reflecting the light streaming through arched windows. Dominic Augustus, king of Uruk, lounged in a high-backed chair, his black silk tunic unrumpled, eyes glinting with calculation, a faint grin playing on his lips. Daenerys Targaryen, her silver hair braided, sat to his right, violet eyes sharp, her presence commanding yet tempered by thought. Miss Sandai, quill in hand, sat opposite, her dark eyes scanning parchments. Sir Yoram Mormont stood by the door, hand on sword, his grizzled face set. The air hummed with purpose as the trio weighed the free city's defiance. Dominic tossed a crumpled letter onto the table, his voice smooth, edged with amusement. Pentos, Norvos, Qohor, Lorith, Volantis, they've spat on our offer. Sellswords, Dothraki, Shadowbinders, they're mustering, thinking they can outmatch Uruk's might. Fools! Daenerys leaned forward, her voice firm, probing. They're uniting, Dom. A mistake, but a bold one. Slavers' Bay is ours, Astapor, Yunkai, Mirian under our stewards, soul-bound and loyal. Every man and woman works, every child learns. We've built something strong. Miss Sandai nodded, her voice calm, precise. Dany's right, Dom. Our armies are disciplined, are unsullied, unmatched, but the free city's numbers are vast. Pentos is trying to commission Kulponos Kalasar, Qohor, its Shadowbinders. If they combine forces, we'll face a storm. Dominic's grin widened, his fingers drumming the table. Let them band together. Let them muster every sword, horse, and spell. We'll crush them in one swoop, burn their fleets, break their walls, free their slaves. We will first attack Volantis, it's too distant from other free cities, too proud. We draw the others out, let them think they're strong, then strike. One battle, one victory, and Essos kneels. Daenerys's eyes narrowed, a spark of fire in them. Risky, but I like it. My dragons are growing, their flames hotter. With your power, Dom Haki, magic, whatever you wield, we can shatter them. Miss Sandai scribbled a note, her voice soft. I'll draft orders, Dom scouts to track their movements, ravens to our stewards to ready supplies. We'll need every spear sharp, every ship seaworthy. Dominic nodded, his voice light but firm. Do it, Miss Sandai. We'll let the free cities play their game, then end it. For now, we fortify, we wait, we strike when they're fattest. Astapor. Next day, midday, a raven arrived, its black wings slicing the dawn. Miss Sandai broke the seal, a titan's mark, and read aloud, her voice steady. Bravus bends the knee. The Sea Lord and Iron Bank pledge 10% tax, accept Uruk's dominion, and keep their self-rule. They swear fealty to the Golden Throne. Daenerys smiled, her voice warm. Wise choice. Bravus sees reason where others see pride. One less enemy. Dominic chuckled, leaning back. Tycho Nestoris and Farrago Antarion aren't fools. They know we'd burn their canals dry. Good. More gold for our coffers, more ships for our fleets. As they turned to Volantis's defiance, a two-way mirror on the table shimmered, its surface rippling like water. Jon Snow's face appeared, his grey eyes weary but resolute, his black curls dusted with frost. The room brightened with their greetings. Jon! Daenerys exclaimed, her smile genuine. You look well, despite the cold. Miss Sandai nodded, her voice warm. It's good to see you, Jon. Winterfell suits you. Dominic grinned, his golden eyes glinting. Well, well, Jon Snow. Or should I say something else? You've got news, don't you? Jon's lips twitched, a faint smile. Dom. The lords of the north, they've made me their king. Aemon Targaryen, they call me now. Daenerys's eyes widened, her voice joyful. King? Jon, that's wonderful. Congratulations, truly. The north chose well. Miss Missandei smiled softly. Aemon Targaryen, king in the north. My congratulations, Jon. You'll lead with honor. Dominic's grin broadened, his voice teasing. King Aemon, you've got the heart for it. Congrats. But in all seriousness, didn't expect this, did you? Jon's expression softened, his voice low. No, Dom, I didn't. Thought I'd fight for my uncle, for the north, not wear a crown. But the lords, they swore to me, uncle knelt first. I couldn't refuse. Daenerys tilted her head, curious. How do you feel, Jon? A Targaryen, a king, it's a heavy mantle. Jon sighed, his voice honest. Heavy's the word, Dany. I never wanted this, but I'll do my duty. The north needs a king, and I'll try to be one they deserve. Dominic's grin didn't fade, his voice warm but knowing. Knew this was coming, Jon. Well, one possibility, anyway. Remember when we met, I asked if you wanted a crown? You said no, but I saw it in you, a heart for ruling, not just a sword for fighting. A true king rules with his heart, not his crown. You've got that, Aemon. Do your duty, seek no praise. You were born for this. Jon's eyes narrowed, a hint of protest in his voice. You knew? Dom, you could have warned me. Dominic cut him off, chuckling. And ruin the surprise? Nah, lad. You needed to find your own path. You're here now, king or not, because you're you. So, Aemon, what's next? Jon's voice steadied, grateful. Thanks, Dom, for the advice, and the faith. Means a lot. How's Ghost doing, by the way? Dominic leaned back, his voice light. Ghost's thriving, romping in Uruk's outer fields with Rapish and Ponyta herd. Big lad's happy, don't worry. Jon nodded, his voice warm. Thanks for looking after him. I owe you. Dominic waved it off, his grin sly. Never mind that. What's your plan, King Aemon? North's got a war to fight, Jon's eyes hardened, his voice firm. Tomorrow, we march south. Lannisters need answering Tywin's armies, Cersei's schemes. We'll take the fight to them, free the Riverlands, protect our own. Daenerys nodded, her voice resolute. You'll have our support, Jon, when the time comes. Uruk's with you, even from Essos. Missandei added softly, fight well, Jon. The North's strength is yours. Jon's smile returned, faint but real. Thank you, all of you. Stay safe, and we'll meet again. The mirror dimmed, Jon's face fading. Dominic turned back to the map, his grin sharpening. Volantis next, then. Let's burn their pride and build our empire. Westeros reactions to Aemon Targaryen's rise in King's Landing. Joffrey Baratheon's apoplectic rage shook the Red Keep, his voice shrill. A bastard king? A Targaryen? I'll have his head. Cersei, seething, hissed, Ned Stark's lies will cost him. We'll crush this pretender. Varys, in the shadows, frowned, Aemon's rise an obstacle to his plan for Aegon, his webs tangling. Peter Baelish, ever scheming, began plotting ways to eliminate this new player, his smile sharp. In Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon dismissed the news, his voice cold. A Targaryen boy? My claim stands. Let him try. In Storm's End, Renly scoffed, voice light. A northern bastard with a fancy name? No threat to me and my armies. In Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell sipped wine, her voice dry. A Targaryen in the north? Eddard Stark turned out to be the biggest player in this game. Interesting. We'll see how this plays, Marjorie. Options, always options. In Son's pair, Doran Martell received Dominic's letter, its words clear: I support Aemon Targaryen as king. Consider the North allies. I'll ensure your revenge on the Lannisters. Oberyn, at his side, grinned, voice fierce. Brother, take the offer. Aemon's no Lannister puppet. We join him, we got Tywin's house. Doran nodded, his voice calm. Prepare a raven, Oberyn. Dorne bends to Aemon Targaryen. Muster our levies. Chapter 34, A Dragon in Uruk's Daily Grind. Third Person POV 299 AC, Uruk. The golden city of Uruk. The sun was still stretching its limbs, its faint orange glow barely tickling the horizon, when a blaring horn shattered the dreams of Viserys Targaryen, self-styled king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. He bolted upright in his embarrassingly plain cot, silver hair a tangled catastrophe, violet eyes blazing with the fury of a man who'd been personally insulted by dawn itself. What is this infernal noise? He screeched, hurling his threadbare blanket aside as if it had spat on his Targaryen lineage. I am Viserys, third of my name, blood of Aegon the Conqueror. I do not rise at this barbaric hour. The horn blared again, louder, as if laughing at his titles. A hulking soldier, Quiku, loomed in the doorway of Viserys' sparse room in Uruk's barracks, his face as lively as a tombstone, his spear gleaming in the dim light. Training starts at dawn, Silver Prince, Quiku said, voice flat as a step. Orders are orders. Move. Training? At dawn. Viserys' voice hit a pitch that could have cracked a dragon's egg. Do you know who I am? I'm not some filthy sellsword to be bossed about like a mule. I should be lounging in a palace, sipping Lysane wine, not sweating in this sand-infested hovel. He flailed at the stone walls, which, in fairness, were polished to a shine, Uruk's builders having outdone themselves. Quiku didn't twitch. Clothes on. Yard in 5 minutes. Or I drag you. He stomped off, boots echoing like a war drum, leaving Viserys to sputter in righteous fury. Drag me? The blood of Valyria, dragged like a sack of rotten onions. Viserys muttered, yanking on a tunic so plain it was practically an insult. No dragon sigils, no silk, just coarse linen. When I reclaim my throne, this Quiku will be scrubbing stables in King's Landing. He fumbled his boots, nearly tripping over them, his royal dignity already crumbling like a poorly baked pie. Muttering curses, Viserys stumbled into the training yard, where Uruk's common soldiers, freedmen and recruits were already at it, spears clashing, sweat flying. Viserys, barked a grizzled soldier named Tico, a freedman with a grin wider than the narrow sea, waving a wooden sword. Grab a blade. We're sparring. Sparring. Viserys' wail could have woken a wight. I'm a king, not some tavern brawler. My hands are for crowns, not calluses. He caught the wooden sword Tico tossed, nearly dropping it on his foot, and brandished it like it was a dead fish. This is beneath me. I should be commanding legions, not fencing with sweaty peasants. Tico shrugged, his grin unshaken. Swing or get swung, Silver Prince. Your call. The soldiers nearby didn't react. For an hour, Viserys flailed through drills, his complaints a torrent that could have flooded Mirian. This sword's too heavy, defective. The sun's scorching my royal skin, where's my shade? Why is sand everywhere? It's in my hair, my boots, my very soul. His whines were met with eye rolls or stifled laughs from the soldiers, who found his tantrums better entertainment than a mummer's show. When he tripped over a shield and face planted into the dirt, a young recruit, Zara, cackled so hard she dropped her spear. Silence, you wench! Viserys spat, spitting sand. I'll have your head when I'm king. Dream on, dragon boy, Zara shot back, wiping tears of laughter as she retrieved her weapon. Tycho hauled Viserys up, muttering, "Up, your grace, before you dig a moat with your face." When the horn signaled a break, Viserys collapsed onto a bench, a sweaty, sandy disaster, his tunic sticking like a second skin. "This is torture," he gasped, accepting a bowl of porridge and a water cup from a servant who looked ready to throw it at him. "Porridge? Porridge? I should be feasting on capon and Dornish reds. This is a crime against my bloodline." The servant, a wiry girl named Lyra, snorted. "Eat or go hungry, prince. Kitchen's not your throne room." She stalked off, leaving Viserys to glare at his bowl like it had insulted his mother. He shoveled the porridge down, muttering between bites. "No spices, no flavor, no respect. This city's a jail for royalty." The soldiers ignored him, laughing over their own meals, their easy banter a slap to Viserys' slowly sulking. He eyed a tray of flatbreads, tempted to demand one, but Lyra's scowl from across the yard stopped him. "Even servants defy me," he grumbled, sipping water that tasted like betrayal. A brief rest followed in a shaded courtyard, where Viserys sprawled on a bench, fanning himself with a stolen palm leaf, dreaming of a throne room filled with bowing lords. Finally, a moment of peace, he sighed, picturing a crown that shone like dragon fire. His fantasy shattered when Quicko loomed again, spear tapping. "Rest's done, Silver Prince. Back to the yard." Again. Viserys' squawk could have startled a flock of gulls. "My limbs are screaming, my head's pounding. This is cruelty unfit for a Targaryen." Quicko's face was stone, and Viserys, with a huff that could have filled a bellows, dragged himself back, muttering about tyrannical brutes and sadistic schedules. The afternoon session was worse, led by a burly soldier named Goro, who swung a staff like he was born with it. "Defend, Viserys!" Goro growled, circling like a wolf. Viserys flailed, dodging a blow that nearly cracked his skull. "This is madness," he wailed as Goro's staff clipped his shoulder, sending him sprawling into the sand. By the session's end, Viserys was a panting, sand-crusted wreck, his hair a dusty mop. "I'll burn this yard down," he muttered, limping to the mess hall for lunch. The stew and flatbread were hearty, but Viserys called it slop unfit for a dragon lord. He ranted about missing spices and proper plates, but the cooks ignored him, busy feeding the others. "No one honors my birthright," he whined, stabbing his bread like it was a Lannister. After lunch, Viserys was assigned guard duty at Uruk's outer gate, a task he deemed lower than a flea-bottom beggar's. In a plain leather jerkin, no elegance, no dragons. He stood beside Tycho, who whistled merrily while sharpening his spear. "How do you endure this?" Viserys demanded, swatting a fly. "Standing in this blistering heat, guarding a gate like a common watchman? I should be issuing edicts, not sweating." Tycho grinned, unbothered. "Sun's warm, breeze is nice, and I'm not chained. Better than slaving, Silver Prince." Viserys sputtered. "I'm no slave. I'm a king." Tycho tossed him a water skin, chuckling. "Drink, Prince. Whining dries you out." The hours crawled, Viserys muttering about his stolen destiny while merchants, freedmen and a stray dog ignored his complaints. A cart nearly flattened him, and his "Do you know who I am?" earned a shrug and a "Don't care," mate from the driver. By shift's end, Viserys was sunburned and convinced Uruk was a plot to break him. "I'll pave these streets with gold when I'm king," he vowed, shaking a fist at the cart. Evening brought archery, which Viserys called a peasant's game. His arrows missed the target, one nearly skewering a soldier, who didn't flinch. "This bow's broken!" Viserys cried, tossing it down. "Made by some halfwit." The archery master, a sharp-eyed woman named Mara, smirked. "Bow's good, Prince. Your aim's awful." The soldiers laughed, and Viserys stormed off, muttering about mockery unfit for royalty. Dinner was roasted goat, bread, and dates, but Viserys found it lacking. No wine? No figs? A travesty, he wailed, spitting out a date pit with a grimace. The food plots against me. The soldiers ignored him, though Tico tossed him another date, grinning. Chew careful, dragon boy. Exhausted, Viserys collapsed onto his cot, moaning, a king, reduced to this no throne, just sand and scorn. His snores soon echoed, a dragon dreaming of glory in a city that didn't care. The next morning, the horn blared, and Viserys' snot again, was ignored as Uruk thrived, its soldiers training, eating, guarding, while the Dragon Prince grumbled through another day. Chapter 35, The Lion's Reaction. Third Person POV 299 AC, Lannister War Camp Evening, War Tent. The war tent of Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, was a stark contrast to the chaos of the camp outside. Its canvas walls were taut, its interior lit by flickering braziers casting long shadows over maps and scrolls strewn across a heavy oaken table. Tywin stood rigid, his golden-green eyes scanning a map of the Riverlands, his crimson cloak edged with gold pinned tightly at his shoulder. Kevan Lannister, his brother, stood nearby, ever the loyal shadow, his face weathered but attentive, his armor polished but practical. The air was thick with the weight of strategy and the distant clamor of soldiers sharpening steel. A messenger, dust-covered and weary, entered with a bow, clutching a sealed scroll. "From King's Landing, my lord," the messenger said, handing the scroll to Tywin before retreating swiftly, as if sensing the storm brewing in the old lion's gaze. Tywin broke the seal with a flick of his dagger, his eyes narrowing as he read. His jaw tightened, a rare crack in his iron composure. "Aemon Targaryen," he said, voice low, sharp as Valyrian steel. "Declared king in the north. Ned Stark's bastard, revealed as Rhaegar's trueborn son." Kevan raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. "Let me see." Tywin passed the scroll, and Kevan's eyes scanned the inked words, his lips pursing. "Well, that's unexpected," he said, folding the scroll. "A Targaryen rising now, of all times." Tywin's gaze returned to the map, his voice cold, precise. "This changes everything." Kevan nodded, stroking his beard. "Perhaps it's a boon, brother." The boy's claim could fracture Stannis and Renly's support. Baratheon loyalists may waver, split between two brothers and now a dragon. It weakens their position. Tywin's eyes flicked to his brother, unyielding. "It complicates matters, Kevan. A Targaryen name carries weight, myth, history, danger. If the North rallies behind this Aemon, they're not just rebels, they're a cause. And the North is already marching." Kevan's expression tightened. "Yes, Stark's banners are moving south. We must counter this before the realm truly believes he's a Targaryen. A dragon in Winterfell could stir old loyalties, even in the south." Tywin's fingers tapped the table, a rare sign of agitation. "I'll send a letter to Valder Frey. The twins must hold. He'll not let the northern army pass, not if he values Lannister gold and favor." He paused, his voice dropping. "The situation in King's Landing isn't helping. Cersei is unfit to rule, rash, emotional, prone to mistakes. Letting the Starks escape was her first blunder, and I wager not her last. Joffrey's worse, a spoiled, lunatic boy playing at king. I will not leave the capital in the hands of a foolish queen and a mad child." Kevan's gaze softened, a flicker of sympathy. If only Tyrion were here. His mind, sharp as it is, could the tent flap burst open, cutting Kevan off. Tyrion Lannister strode in, his short frame cloaked in travel-stained leather, his mismatched eyes glinting with defiance. Behind him followed a motley crew, a hulking man with a shaved head and scars, another with wild red tattoos, a fierce woman with braided hair and a spear, and a lean sellsword with a smirk. Tyrion grinned, spreading his arms. "Did you think of me, father? Your prodigal son returns." Tywin's face remained impassive, his voice cold. What took you so long? Tyrion's grin widened, undaunted. Oh, the sky cells in the array were such a charming sight, I spent a night there to appreciate their airy beauty. The wind howls so poetically when you're dangling over a cliff. Tywin's expression didn't shift, his eyes boring into his youngest son. Who are these companions of yours? Tyrion glanced back, gesturing with a flourish. This fine lot? Shugga, son of Dolf, chieftain of the Stone Crows. Timet, son of Timet, ruler of the Burned Men. Chella, daughter of Cheek, leader of the Black Ears. And this is Bronn, son of... He paused, turning to the sellsword. You wouldn't know him, Bronn said, his smirk sharp as a dagger. Tyrion continued, unfazed. I promised them weapons and gold for their aid in our little war. Bronn here's my personal guard handy with a blade, and not half bad at drinking. Tywin's gaze swept over the mountain clansmen, his voice cutting. Whatever my son promised, I'll double it. Your men will fight for House Lannister in the battles to come. Do you agree? Shugga grunted, his massive hand resting on an axe. Gold and steel? We fight. Timet nodded, his one good eye glinting. Chella bared her teeth, a feral grin. The Black Ears will spill blood for you, Lion Lord. Tywin's eyes didn't waver. Good. Make your camp outside. Food and ale will be provided until I summon you. The clansmen filed out, their heavy steps fading into the camp's din, Bronn lingering a moment with a raised eyebrow before following. Tywin turned to Tyrion, his voice like iron. You're going to King's Landing. Tyrion blinked, his smirk faltering. Me? To the Viper's Den. Yes, Tywin said, his stare unyielding. Cersei acts rashly, making mistakes that threaten our house. Joffrey's worse a boy with a crown and no sense. You'll ensure they don't ruin us further. Tyrion's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with mockery. Ah, of course. Who better to temper the lioness than her beloved brother? I'm touched, father, truly. Tywin's stare hardened, his voice low, dangerous. You are my son, Tyrion, whatever I think of you. I will not leave my legacy in the hands of two idiots. You'll go to King's Landing as Hand of the King. Silence fell, heavy as a warmer. Kevin stood still, his eyes flicking between them. Tyrion's smirk faded entirely, his mismatched eyes searching his father's face for a jest that wasn't there. After a moment, he inclined his head, voice dry. Well then, I suppose I'd best prepare for the Viper's Den. Snakes, lions, and lunatics should be a charming court. Tywin turned back to the map, dismissing him. Go. And don't fail me. Tyrion gave a mock bow, his grin returning, though it didn't reach his eyes. As you command, father. He strode out, Bronn at his heels, leaving the tent to its heavy silence. Kevin cleared his throat. He'll handle Cersei, brother. He's clever, for all his faults. Tywin's eyes remained on the map, his voice cold. He'd better. Or the North's dragon and the South's fools will tear this house apart. Outside, the camp stirred, banners snapping in the wind, as the Lannisters' game grew ever more perilous. Essos meanwhile, in the east, King Demonic Augustus marched on Volantis with 3,000 of Uruk's finest soldiers. The Black Walls, fabled for their impregnability, crumbled under his divine departure, a cataclysmic strike that shattered stone and steel alike. Mercenaries fell before him, their blades useless against his wrath. The slaves of Volantis, inspired by the chaos, rose up, seizing weapons and turning on their masters. In a single day, Demonic raised the city's rulers, claiming their treasures and properties for Uruk. The Uruk soldiers patrolled the streets, maintaining order as Demonic consolidated his power. He sat in the ruins of Volantis's great halls, his queens Daenerys and Missandei at his side, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The other free cities would soon band together, pooling their strength in a desperate bid to stop him. Demonic smiled, his mind already plotting the final strike that would bring them all to their knees. Uruk's shadow loomed large, and the world trembled before its king. Chapter 36, The Northern March 299 AC, Winterfell, third-person POV. In the Great Hall of Winterfell, the air was thick with the weight of war. Torches cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, and the banners of the north hung proudly above the gathered lords. At the head of the long table sat King Aemon Targaryen, his dark eyes steady despite the storm brewing within him. To his right sat Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, his face carved from granite, a man returned from the jaws of death. To his left was Robb Stark, the young wolf, his auburn curls framing a face already hardened by battle. The lords of the north filled the hall, their voices a low rumble as they debated the path ahead. The war council had been raging for hours, plans and counter-plans clashing like swords. Lord Umber's booming voice called for a swift march south, while Lord Karstark urged caution, warning of Lannister ambushes. As the debate grew heated, Eddard Stark raised a hand, his presence commanding silence. "My lords," Ned began, his voice low but firm, "we cannot ignore the western coast. The Greyjoys are vipers, and these troubled times are their chance to strike. They'll raid our shores, burn our villages, and take what's ours if we leave the west undefended. I propose we send a third of our levies to guard the coast against the Ironborn." A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall. Lord Manderley, his jowls quivering, nodded vigorously. "Wise words, Lord Stark. The Ironborn are opportunists. We'd be fools to leave our flanks exposed." "Aye," growled Great Jon Umber, slamming a fist on the table. "Let's keep those squid bastards at bay. A third of the levies should hold them." The decision was made swiftly, and the lords turned to other matters, supply lines, scouting parties, and the best routes south. Hours later, with plans set and oaths sworn, the war council dissolved. The north began its march, a river of steel and fur flowing south under the dire wolf banner. At Moat Cailin, the northern army paused, its ranks swelling as stragglers caught up. It was here that Catelyn Stark, travel-worn and weary, arrived with her retinue from the south. When she saw her husband, alive and whole, standing among the banners, her composure shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed to him, clutching his cloak. "Ned," she whispered, her voice breaking. "The gods have answered my prayers. I thought you lost, imprisoned, or worse in King's Landing. How did you escape?" Ned's arms enveloped her, his voice soft but steady. "It was no easy thing, Cat, and the gods were kind. But we've no time for tales now. The north marches, and we've a war to win." Catelyn nodded, wiping her eyes, but her relief turned to shock when she learned the truth about Aemon Targaryen. Robb, standing nearby, explained in a low voice, "Jon's no bastard, mother. He's Aemon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. He's our king." Catelyn's face froze, her lips parting as if she were a fish taken out of water. Her mind reeled, replaying every cold glance, every harsh word she'd aimed at the boy she'd seen as a stain on her marriage. She approached Aemon, her steps hesitant, her voice stiff. "Your Grace. I congratulate you on your claim. The North is fortunate to have such a king." Aemon's grey eyes met hers, unreadable. "Lady Stark," he said coolly, "the past is done. We fight for the future now." His words were polite, but there was no warmth in them. He turned away, leaving Catelyn to grapple with her guilt. A moon later, the northern army reached the Twins, the looming towers of House Frey straddling the Green Fork. An envoy arrived, bearing a message. Lord Valder Frey was willing to discuss terms for passage. Aemon, Eddard, and Rickard Karstark, accompanied by guards, rode to the Twins under a banner of truce. The great hall of the Twins was dim, its air sour with the scent of damp stone and cheap wine. Valder Frey, ancient and shriveled, sat hunched in his high seat, his beady eyes glinting with opportunism. His numerous kin flanked him, a sea of pinched faces and calculating stares. Well, well, Valder croaked, his voice dripping with disdain. The king in the north himself, and the great Lord Stark. To what do I owe this honor? Come to beg passage through my bridge, have you? Eddard stepped forward, his tone measured. Lord Frey, your liege lord is under attack by the Lannisters. It's your duty to send men to fight for House Tully, to defend the Riverlands and the realm. Valder scoffed, spitting into a cup. Duty? My duty is to my family and my people, and they're safe right where they are, thank you very much. I see no profit in joining your little war. Lannisters, Starks, Baratheons makes no difference to me. What's in it for House Frey? Ricard Karstark, his patience thin, crossed his arms. Speak plain, Frey. What do you want? Valder's lips curled into a sly grin. The king's unwed, isn't he? A king needs a queen. I've got daughters, granddaughters, plenty to choose from. Pick one, your grace, and make her your queen. Oh, and I'll have one of my grandsons as your squire, to serve at your side. Ricard's face reddened, his voice rising. A Frey queen? By the gods, if a Frey woman sits the throne, the world's surely coming to an end. You overreach, later Valder. Valder's eyes narrowed, but he waved a hand dismissively. Fine, fine, no queen then. But I've another proposal. Lord Stark, your eldest son, Robb, is unwed. And your youngest daughter, Arya, she's of age, isn't she? Give me Robb for one of my granddaughters and Arya for one of my grandsons. A fair trade, don't you think? Eddard's jaw tightened, his honor warring with necessity. He opened his mouth to agree, knowing the army's passage hung in the balance, but Aemon raised a hand, his voice cutting through the hall like a blade. Enough, Aemon said, his eyes locked on Valder. We'll not barter our kin like cattle. You speak of profit, Lord Frey, but you forget who stands before you. I am Aemon Targaryen, king in the north, and I do not beg. If you will not open your gates, we will make a passage of our own. Valder's smirk faltered, his eyes darting to the guards lining the hall. Bold words, boy. But words don't cross rivers. You need my bridge, and you'll pay my price. There has never been an army that has conquered the twins. Aemon stepped closer, his voice low and dangerous. I am no boy, and I need nothing from a man who'd sell his loyalty like a peddler's wares. The North remembers, Lord Frey. Pray that you will survive until tomorrow's end. With that, Aemon turned, his cloak swirling, and strode from the hall, Eddard and Ricard following. Outside, the northern army awaited, its banners snapping in the wind. The twins loomed behind them, but Aemon's resolve was iron. The north would find its own way south, and Valder Frey would learn the cost of crossing a Targaryen. Chapter 37, The Fall of the Twins. 299 AC Twins, third-person POV. The northern army stirred beneath the shadow of the twins, their breath misting in the chill air. King Aemon Targaryen stood before his lords and soldiers, his dark cloak snapping in the wind. His grey eyes burned with resolve as he addressed the gathered host, his voice carrying over the murmurs of confusion. My lords, Aemon called, prepare your men. When I give the signal, we strike. The twins will not bar our path. The northern lords exchanged wary glances. Lord Umber's brow furrowed, and Ricard Karstark leaned toward Robb Stark, muttering, what's the lad planning? He can't mean to storm the gates alone. Yet none dared question their king aloud, not after his defiance of Valder Frey the day before. The army readied itself, swords sharpened and banners raised, waiting for Aemon's command. Without another word, Aemon turned and strode toward the twins' eastern gate, alone. His boots crunched on the frost-kissed ground, and the northerners watched, baffled, as their king approached the fortified towers. On the battlements, Frey archers knocked arrows, their eyes narrowing as Aemon entered range. At a shouted command, a volley of arrows arced through the sky, a deadly rain aimed at the solitary figure. Iman raised a hand, and the air shimmered with cold. Ice surged from the ground, forming a shimmering dome around him. The arrows struck the frozen shield, splintering harmlessly. Gasps rose from the northern ranks, and even Eddard Stark's stoic face flickered with awe. "Gods be good," he whispered, gripping the hilt of his sword. Gasps rose from the northern ranks as Iman raised a hand. Ice erupted from his palm, shimmering and crystalline, forming a towering shield around him. Arrows struck the ice and shattered, their tips useless against the unnatural barrier. Lord Umber's jaw dropped, his booming voice silenced for once. "By the gods," he muttered, gripping his sword hilt. "What sorcery is this?" Ricard Karstark, his eyes wide, whispered to Roose Bolton, "He's no mere man. Targaryen blood, aye, but this is power beyond the wall." Roose's pale eyes narrowed, his voice a low hiss. "Aemon Targaryen wields the might of dragons and ice. We'd best pray he's truly ours." On the Frey side, panic seized the archers. "He's a demon," one shouted, fumbling his bow. Another, older and grizzled, spat over the parapet. "Targaryen witchery. Keep shooting, you fools." But their arrows were futile, splintering against Aemon's ice as he broke into a run, his cloak trailing like a shadow. The Freys atop the walls faltered, their shouts of alarm echoing. Aemon broke into a run, his cloak trailing like a banner. Another volley of arrows loosed, but Aemon summoned walls of ice, each one rising to deflect the barrage. The Freys' panic grew, their shots wild and uncoordinated. As Aemon reached the gate, he thrust his left hand forward, and a torrent of fire erupted from his palm, a blazing inferno that consumed the heavy oak and iron. The gate shattered in a burst of flame and ash, the explosion shaking the towers. Aemon turned, his voice a thunderous roar. "Northmen! Charge!" The northern lords snapped from their stupor. Great Jon Umber bellowed, "To the king," and the army surged forward, a tide of steel and fury. Robb Stark led the van, his dire wolf grey wind at his side, while Ricard Karstark and Lord Manderley rallied their men. The northerners poured through the breached gate, their war cries drowning out the Freys' desperate orders. Aemon stormed into the twins, his hands weaving ice and fire. Frey soldiers who dared approach were frozen mid-step, their bodies encased in glittering frost, their faces locked in terror. Others fell to his flames, reduced to ash before they could raise their swords. The northerners poured in behind him, cutting down the disorganized defenders. Within 2 hours, the twins were theirs, the Frey banners torn down and replaced with the dire wolf of Stark and the dragon of Targaryen. In the great hall, Valder Frey and his sons were dragged before the northern lords, their wrists bound in chains. The old man's pinched face twisted with defiance, but fear glinted in his eyes. His sons, Stavron, Ryman, and others, stood silent, their heads bowed. The northern lords gathered, their expressions ranging from awe to unease as they regarded Aemon. Great Jon Umber, still shaken, spoke first. "Your Grace, that was no mortal work out there. Ice and fire from your hands, you're a god among men." Aemon's gaze was steady, but he shook his head. "Not a god, Lord Umber. A Targaryen, gifted by allies beyond the sea. My power serves the north, nothing more." Ricard Karstark, his voice gruff, added, "I've seen men fight, but never like that. You broke their walls, their will, in moments. The Freys thought themselves untouchable. They'll sing of this day." Roose Bolton, ever calculating, tilted his head. "A king who wields such power changes the game. The Lannisters will fear you, your grace. But so might some of our own." In the great hall, Valder Frey and his sons were dragged before the northern lords, their hands bound in chains. The old man's face was a mask of defiance, though fear glinted in his rheumy eyes. His sons, Stavron, Lothar, and others, stood silent, their heads bowed. The northern lords gathered around a long table, Aemon at its head, Eddard and Robb flanking him. The air was heavy with the weight of justice. What's to be done with them? Lord Umber growled, glaring at Valder. The old weasel betrayed his duty and mocked our king. I say we take his head. Lord Manderley nodded, his voice calm but firm. Valder Frey's greed has cost lives. He'd have sold us to the Lannisters if it suited him. Death is the only answer. Ricard Karstark leaned forward, his eyes cold. And his sons? They're cut from the same cloth. Let them share his fate. Eddard Stark raised a hand, his voice steady. Justice, not vengeance. Valder Frey's crimes are his own. His sons may yet serve a purpose, but we cannot slaughter a house root and stem. Aemon listened, his gaze fixed on Valder. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a king's judgment. Valder Frey, you defied your liege, mocked your king, and sought to profit from the North's struggle. For this, you are sentenced to death. Your head will be struck from your shoulders before the day is done. Valder's face twisted, but before he could speak, Aemon continued. Your sons of age will be sent north, to the wall, to serve the Night's Watch when their brothers come to claim them, or until this war is won. They'll rot in dungeons until then. Your grandson, Oliver Frey, not yet of age, will wed the daughter of one of our allies and rule the twins under our oversight. House Frey will continue, but it will bend the knee. The lords murmured their agreement, and Valder's defiance crumbled, his shoulders sagging. The hall fell silent as the sentence was sealed. That afternoon, Valder Frey was led to the courtyard, his hands bound. Aemon himself wielded the blade, eyes gleaming in the sunlight. With a single stroke, the old man's head rolled, his blood staining the stones. The northerners watched in grim silence, their victory tempered by the cost of war. As the dust settled, the northern lords whispered among themselves. Lord Glover, his voice low, said to Umber, ice and fire in one man, it's unnatural, but I'll not deny it won us the day. Umber grunted, his awe undimmed. Unnatural or not, he's our king. Let the Lannisters tremble. On the Frey side, the surviving kin were less reverent. A young Frey knight, chained and awaiting transport, spat to his brother, Targaryen sorcery. He's no king, he's a monster. We'll have vengeance yet. But for now, the twins belonged to the north, and Aemon Targaryen's power had carved a path through stone and treachery alike. Chapter 38, The Battle of Riverrun 299 AC. On the way to Riverrun third-person POV. The Great Hall of the Twins, newly claimed by the North, hummed with the urgency of war. The northern lords gathered around a scarred oaken table, their faces grim under the flickering torchlight. King Aemon Targaryen sat at the head, his presence a quiet storm, his grey eyes scanning the map of Westeros spread before them. To his right, Eddard Stark traced the lines of rivers and holdfasts, while Robb Stark, to his left, leaned forward, his jaw set. The lords Umber, Karstark, Bolton, and others waited, their breaths heavy with the weight of the choices ahead. Eddard broke the silence, his voice steady but laced with concern. The Riverlands are burning. Ed Muir Tully, fearing for his people, has spread his forces too thin. He's sent men to every village and holdfast within a day's ride of the border, trying to shield them from Lannister blades. Ricard Karstark snorted, his grizzled beard twitching. A noble gesture, but a fool's one. He's scattered his strength like chaff in the wind. Great Jon Umber rumbled, slamming a fist on the table. Jaime Lannister saw the weakness and pounced. How many men does the Kingslayer command? Robb, who had been studying reports from scouts, answered grimly. 15,000 Lannister troops, well armed and disciplined. They're besieging Riverrun as we speak. Ed Muir's rivermen are outnumbered, stretched beyond breaking. And Tywin? Aemon's voice cut through, sharp and focused. What of him? Roose Bolton's pale eyes gleamed in the torchlight. Lord Tywin marches from the south with another 20,000 men, conquering every fort of Riverlands on his way north. That makes 35,000 Lannisters in the field, your grace." The hall grew quiet, the numbers sinking in. The north had mustered a formidable army of 40,000, but a third, some 13,000, had been sent to guard the western coast against the Ironborn. The remaining 27,000 were a match for Jaime's host, but if Tywin's forces joined him before the north reached Riverrun, the Riverlands would fall. "What of the other pretenders?" Lord Manderley asked, his jowls quivering as he leaned forward. "Renly and Stannis." A young Glover knight, fresh from the road, spoke up. "Renly's made his move. He's marching on King's Landing with an army of 100,000 Stormlanders and Reachmen, the largest host in the field. If he reaches the capital first, he'll claim it for himself." Murmurs erupted, a tide of unease sweeping the hall. Great Yon's face reddened. 100,000? That popinjay will sit the Iron Throne before we've even crossed the Trident. "Not if Stannis contests him," Ricard Karstark countered. "What of the elder Baratheon?" The Glover knight shook his head. "Stannis lingers at Dragonstone. His fleet is formidable, but his army's no threat, barely 5,000, by our scouts' count. He's biding his time, like as not." Robb leaned back, his voice low but firm. "So we have 3 pretenders: Renly, Stannis, and Joffrey, and one rightful king." He glanced at Aemon, his eyes steady with loyalty. Aemon rose, his hands resting on the table, his voice ringing with quiet authority. "The Riverlands are burning, and our allies falter. We waste no more time. We march for Riverrun tomorrow." No lord argued. The weight of Aemon's words, coupled with the memory of his ice and fire shattering the twins' gates, silenced any dissent. The council dissolved, and the north prepared to move. At dawn, the northern army marched south, a sea of steel and fur under the dire wolf and dragon banners. The air was crisp, the ground hard with early frost, but the men moved with purpose, their king's resolve kindling their own. Aemon rode at the forefront, his black cloak stark against the grey sky, while Eddard and Robb flanked him, their dire wolves padding silently alongside. Halfway to Riverrun, the host encountered a small band of riders bearing the leaping fish of House Tully. At their head was Brynden Tully, the Black Fish, his weathered face grim as he dismounted and knelt before Aemon. "Your Grace," he said, rising. "I bring dire news from the Riverlands." "Speak, Sir Brynden," Aemon said, his voice calm but commanding. Bryndon's eyes flicked to Eddard and Robb, then back to the king. "Riverrun holds, but barely. Jaime Lannister's host surrounds it, 15,000 strong, with siege towers and trebuchets pounding the walls. Ed Muir's men are valiant, but they're stretched thin, too many garrisons, too few swords. The small folk suffer most, villages burn from Harrenhal to the Red Fork. And Tywin's coming with 20,000 more. If Riverrun falls before you arrive, the Riverlands are lost." Eddard's face darkened. Ed Muir's heart is true, but his strategy falters. "We must reach Riverrun before Tywin does." Robb nodded, his hand resting on his sword. "How many men can Riverrun still muster?" 5,000, at best, Brynden replied. "Enough to hold the walls for now, but not if Tywin's host joins Jaime's." The rivermen looked to the north for salvation. Aemon's gaze was unwavering. "They'll have it. We march with all speed. Sir Brynden, ride with us. Your knowledge of the Riverlands will guide our path." Brynden bowed. "As you command, Your Grace." The army pressed on, the Blackfish's riders folding into their ranks. The northern lords, still awed by Aemon's display at the twins, whispered of his powers: ice to shield, fire to destroy. Yet now, their thoughts turned to the battle ahead. The Riverlands burned, and the north marched to douse the flames, led by a king whose blood sang of dragons and whose will was forged in ice. 299 AC, Riverrun, third-person POV. The northern army marched relentlessly toward Riverrun, their boots pounding the earth of the riverlands, their banners of dire wolf and dragon snapping in the wind. For 5 days, they pressed southward, their pace unrelenting despite the muddy paths and lengthening shadows. Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, rode ahead with his outriders, cutting down Lannister scouts with ruthless precision. Each skirmish cleared the way, ensuring the northern host approached Riverrun unseen, a storm gathering on the horizon. On the 5th day, the towers of Riverrun came into view, their stone walls battered but defiant against the Lannister siege. Jaime Lannister's host of 15,000 sprawled around the castle, their crimson banners like bloodstains against the green of the Tumblestone and Red Fork. Siege towers loomed, and trebuchets hurled stones, their impacts echoing like thunder. The northern army, 27,000 strong, crested a low hill, and King Aemon Targaryen raised a hand, halting the advance. Aemon, his black cloak billowing, stood at the forefront, his grey eyes blazing with purpose. He turned to his lords Eddard Stark, Robb Stark, Great Jon Umber, Rickard Karstark, and Roose Bolton and spoke, his voice a low growl. "We strike now. No mercy for the lions." The northerners roared their approval, and with a shout, Aemon led the charge. He surged down the hill, his sword gleaming, cutting through Lannister outriders like a scythe through wheat. His enhanced strength made each swing a death sentence, armor crumpling and men falling before they could raise their blades. Behind him, the northern army poured into the fray, their war cries drowning out the Lannister horns. Inside Riverrun, Edmure Tully, haggard but resolute, heard the clamour of battle. Peering from the ramparts, he saw the dire wolf banners and the lone figure of Aemon carving a path through the enemy. The north. Edmure bellowed, his voice cracking with relief. "Open the gates! Strike the Lannisters now!" The gates of Riverrun swung wide, and 5,000 rivermen poured out, their fish-emblazoned shields glinting as they fell upon the Lannister rear. Caught between the northern hammer and the Tully anvil, Jaime's army faltered, their lines buckling under the twin assault. Men screamed as northern axes met Lannister steel, and the rivers ran red. Aemon, a whirlwind of ice and fire, carved his way toward the heart of the Lannister host. His hands flared with power, ice walls rose to block enemy charges, while gouts of flame incinerated those who pressed too close. Lannister soldiers whispered of sorcery, their courage crumbling as their comrades froze or burned. Aemon's eyes locked on a figure in golden armor, lion-crested helm gleaming, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Jaime, sword in hand, met Aemon's gaze with a defiant smirk. "So, the bastard's a king now," he called, twirling his blade. "Let's see if you fight as well as you claim your throne." Aemon's response was a blaze of fire, forcing Jaime to dive aside. The two clashed, but Aemon's serum-enhanced strength overwhelmed the Kingslayer. With a single, bone-crushing blow, Aemon disarmed Jaime, sending his sword spinning. A second strike, a fist wreathed in frost, knocked Jaime to the ground, unconscious before he hit the dirt. "Bind him!" Aemon commanded, and northern soldiers dragged the Kingslayer to Riverrun's dungeons, his golden armor dulled by dust and blood. The battle raged for hours, but the Lannister host, leaderless and trapped, broke under the combined might of North and Riverlands. By dusk, the field was littered with crimson cloaks, and Riverrun stood triumphant. The northern lords gathered in the castle's great hall, their faces flushed with victory but wary of the war still ahead. Eddard Stark clapped a hand on Aemon's shoulder, his voice thick with pride. "You fought like a dragon, Your Grace. The Riverlands owe you their freedom." Great Jon Umber, his beard flecked with blood, roared with laughter. Ice and fire from his hands, and strength to fell a knight in one blow. The Lannisters will sing of this day in terror. Edmure Tully, bowing deeply, added, "You've saved Riverrun, King Aemon. My men were faltering, but your arrival turned the tide. The Riverlands are yours." Aemon, wiping blood from his sword, met their gazes. "We've won a battle, not the war. Tywin's 20,000 march from the south, and Renly's host looms over King's Landing. We rest tonight, but tomorrow, we plan our next move. As Jaime Lannister languished in Riverrun's dungeons, the Northern Army and their Tully allies fortified the castle, their eyes turning south. The Riverlands were saved, but the Iron Throne remained a distant prize, and Aemon Targaryen's fire and ice would light the path ahead. Chapter 39, The Game of Thrones Titans 299 AC, The Small Council of King Joffrey Baratheon. The Red Keep, King's Landing. The small council chamber in the Red Keep was a crucible of dread and scheming. The air was heavy, the silence broken only by the faint scratch of Lord Varys's fingers drumming on the polished table. Cersei Lannister sat at the head, her golden hair framing a face taut with fury, her green eyes blazing as she absorbed the catastrophic news: Jaime, her brother and lover, defeated and chained in Riverrun's dungeons. Worse still, the Stark bastard now Aemon Targaryen was no mere pretender but a sorcerer wielding powers of ice and fire, a force that had shattered the Lannister host. Cersei's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. How? She thought, her mind racing. She had clawed her way to power, plotted and murdered to secure Joffrey's throne, and now this abomination threatened to unravel it all. Her son, the boy king, slouched in his chair, his pale face twisted in a petulant sneer. I want them dead. Joffrey's voice cracked as he slammed his goblet against the armrest, wine sloshing over the rim. The Starks, the Tullys, the Targaryens, all of them. The chamber fell silent. Grand Maester Pycelle, hunched and trembling, looked as if he might choke on his own fear. Lord Varys's eyes flickered with calculation, while Peter Baelish's lips curled into a smirk that set Cersei's teeth on edge. If only it were that simple, Your Grace, Littlefinger said, his voice smooth as silk, laced with mockery. Joffrey's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring, but Cersei cut in, her tone sharp. Speak plainly, Lord Baelish. We've no time for your games. Littlefinger steepled his fingers, his gaze sliding across the table. The North and the Tullys were already a thorn in our side, but if the Vale joins them, we face a host of 70,000 Starks, Tullys and Arryns combined. Against our 20,000, and perhaps 10,000 more if we raise new levies, we are sorely outmatched. Cersei's nails dug deeper, drawing blood. He was right, and that truth burned worse than any defeat. Aemon Targaryen, with his unnatural powers, was a threat unlike any other, not Stannis with his grim fleet, nor Renly with his vast host. Varys, silent until now, spoke in his soft, lilting voice. This changes the game entirely, my queen. Whispers fill the streets of King's Landing. Some call him the dragon, others the true heir. The realm is watching, and belief in his claim grows with every tale of his sorcery. Cersei's blood ran cold. The small folk's whispers could topple thrones as surely as armies. Then what shall we do? She demanded, her voice low but edged with desperation. Littlefinger leaned forward, his smile never reaching his eyes. I will travel to the Vale and speak with Lisa Arryn. I can persuade her to keep her lords out of this war. Her love for me is a lever I know well. As for allies, I ask your leave to treat with the Tyrells. They might be swayed to our cause. Varys raised an eyebrow, his tone skeptical. And why would the Tyrells abandon Renly? They back him for Marjorie's crown. Littlefinger's smile widened. Renly is an usurper, and the Tyrells are pragmatists. They want Marjorie as queen, yes, but if we offer her to Joffrey, the rightful heir of Robert Baratheon, they may see reason. A marriage alliance could shift their banners to our side. Varys's lips pursed, his disbelief plain, but he said nothing. Cersei, too, doubted Littlefinger's plan. His honeyed words always hit a knife, but she saw no harm in letting him try. Go to the Tyrells, she said, her voice flat. But do not fail me, Baelish. Littlefinger bowed, his mind already elsewhere. The Lannisters were a sinking ship, and he knew it. His true plan was to slip into Renly's camp, to broker a deal with the younger Baratheon and secure his own place in the new order. The same day Littlefinger left King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister arrived that evening. Upon hearing what his sister had done, he thought, "Every time I think she can't do anything more stupid, she proves me wrong." The camp of King Renly Baratheon, the Reach in the fertile fields of the Reach. Renly Baratheon's command tent was a riot of color, its silken walls adorned with stag and rose sigils. 80,000 men camped across the rolling hills, their tents a sea of green and gold. Renly sat at a carved table, his youthful charm tempered by the weight of war. Beside him, Sir Loras Tyrell polished his sword, his scowl deepening with every stroke. Lord Randall Tarley, the Reach's finest general, stood before a map, reading aloud from a scout's report. Jaime Lannister, defeated and captured at River Run, Loras Tyrell said, his voice steady. Tywin Lannister marches to King's Landing with 20,000 men. We should march on the capital now, Tarley urged, his tone unyielding. We have the numbers 100,000 strong. If we move swiftly, we can take King's Landing before Tywin arrives. Renly exhaled, his fingers drumming on the table. And what then? Even if we seize the city, we'd still face Aemon Targaryen and Stannis. This sorcerer king in the north, with his ice and fire, he's no mere rebel. Loras looked up, his eyes flashing. He's a threat, yes, but so is King's Landing. If we take the throne, we legitimize your claim. The realm will rally to you. Renly shook his head, his charm giving way to calculation. No. We stay here. Let Aemon and the Lannisters bleed each other dry. Let Stannis skulk on his island. When they're exhausted, we'll make our move. Randall Tarley opened his mouth to protest, but Mace Tyrell, ever eager, clapped his hands. Excellent idea, Your Grace. Let them weaken themselves, and we'll sweep in to claim the prize. Renly nodded slowly, regaining his composure, though his eyes lingered on the map, where the north burned with the fires of a dragon reborn. The War Council of King Stannis Baratheon Dragonstone in the shadowed chamber of the painted table, Dragonstone's heart, candlelight danced across the carved map of Westeros. Stannis Baratheon stood at its head, his jaw clenched so tightly it seemed carved from the island's black stone. Davos Seaworth, his loyal hand, delivered the news with a sailor's bluntness. Jaime Lannister is captured at River Run, my lord. Aemon Targaryen's work. Silence hung heavy. Melisandre of Asai, her red robes glowing in the dim light, smiled, her eyes alight with fervor. It is as I have foreseen. Stannis turned to her, his blue eyes cold as steel. What more have you seen? A fire reborn, she intoned, her voice like a chant. A king of ice and fire, forged in the crucible of war. Aemon Targaryen is no ordinary man, but the Lord of Light has chosen another champion. Davos shifted, uneasy. And what does this mean for us, my lord? Stannis's gaze dropped to the painted table, his fingers tracing the outline of King's Landing. It means this war is no longer between Baratheons. Aemon Targaryen is a real threat to the throne more than Joffrey, more than Renly. Melisandre stepped closer, her presence radiating heat. The Lord of Light has chosen you, Stannis Baratheon, as Azor Ahai reborn. The red star bleeds, and you will wield Lightbringer against the darkness. Stannis's face remained stone, unyielding. The Baratheons no longer kneel to Targaryens. His fingers curled into a fist, crushing the air. Let this sorcerer king come. I will meet him with steel and fire of my own. The Game of Thrones tightened, and across Westeros, the players moved their pieces, unaware that a dragon of ice and fire was rising to reshape the board. Chapter 40, The Shadow Falls and the Fire Rises. 299 AC, Westeros, third-person POV. The winds of war howled across Westeros, carrying whispers of betrayal and flame. Peter Baelish, ever the schemer, rode through the Reach toward Renly Baratheon's camp, his mind spinning webs of alliance and deceit. His plan was to sway the Tyrells, but the Game of Thrones was about to shift beneath him. Outside the ancient walls of Storm's End, Stannis Baratheon and his younger brother Renly met under a grey sky, their banners stag on black and stag on green flapping in the salt-laced wind. The parley was meant to forge peace, to unite the Baratheon brothers against their common foes. Stannis, rigid as iron, stood with Davos Seaworth at his side, while Renly, clad in resplendent green and gold, was flanked by Loras Tyrell and Randall Tarly. The air crackled with tension, each brother's claim to the Iron Throne ablaze between them. "You have no right to the crown," Stannis said, his voice grinding like stone. "I am Robert's heir by law, the eldest. Bend the knee, Renly, and I will make you my heir until I have a son." Renly's laugh was sharp, his charm a weapon. "The realm loves me, brother. 80,000 men march at my back, while you skulk on Dragonstone with a handful. The lords and small folk alike will never kneel to a man who grinds his teeth in his sleep." Davos shifted, uneasy, as Melisandre's red eyes gleamed beside Stannis. "The Lord of Light has chosen your brother," she intoned, her voice a low fire. "Kneel, or face his wrath." Renly's smile faltered, but his resolve held. "I'll not kneel to a fanatic or a shadow. The throne is mine by right of strength." He turned, his cloak swirling, and rode back to his camp, the parley shattered. That night, in the darkness of Storm's End, Davos stood by the sea, his face was that of horror. Melisandre, her robes glowing faintly, whispered of power beyond mortal ken. At her bidding, a shadow was born, a wraith with Stannis's face, conjured by the Red Priestess's sorcery. It slipped through Renly's camp, unseen by guards, and entered his tent. Renly slept, unaware, his dreams of crowns and glory cut short as the shadow's blade pierced his heart. By dawn, Renly Baratheon, king of the Reach, was dead, his murder a mystery that sent ripples of fear through his host. Peter Baelish, arriving at the Tyrell camp, found it in chaos. Lords and knights milled about, their faces pale with shock. Loras Tyrell, grief-stricken, clutched Renly's cloak, vowing vengeance, while Mace Tyrell wrung his hands, his dreams of a Tyrell queen fading. Littlefinger, ever quick to seize opportunity, approached Mace with a silken smile. "My lord," Baelish said, bowing low, "the loss of King Renly is a tragedy, but House Tyrell's ambitions need not die with him. Margaery remains unwed, and the Iron Throne still seeks a queen. Joffrey Baratheon, the rightful king, could make her his bride." Mace's eyes narrowed, but greed flickered within. Littlefinger's voice was honeyed, his lies seamless. "Joffrey sits the throne, backed by Tywin's gold and swords. Marry Margaery to him, and House Tyrell gains the crown it seeks. Renly's cause is lost, but yours can rise higher." Loras, overhearing, spat, "You'd sell us to that monster? Renly's blood is barely cold." But Mace, ever pragmatic, waved his son down. "Enough, Loras. Littlefinger speaks sense. Margaery as queen secures our future." After heated debate, the Tyrells agreed, and Baelish's deal was struck. Margaery would wed Joffrey, binding the Reach to the Lannisters. Littlefinger, however, kept his true thoughts hidden. He had whispered to Renly's bannermen before leaving, planting seeds of alliance with the fallen king's cause, ready to play both sides. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister, newly named Hand of the King, fought to hold a fracturing city together. The small folk rioted in the streets, hunger gnawing at their loyalty, while Cersei's rash decisions and Joffrey's cruelty threatened to unravel the throne. When word arrived of Stannis's fleet sailing from Dragonstone, its black sails darkening the horizon, Tyrion's mind turned to war. "He's coming for the city," Tyrion said, poring over maps in the Tower of the Hand. "Stannis's fleet is his strength, hundreds of ships, carrying thousands of men. Our walls are strong, but our garrison is thin, barely 2,000. Bronn, his sellsword guard, leaned against the wall, sharpening a dagger. So we fight smart, not hard. Got any tricks up your sleeve, imp? Tyrion's eyes gleamed. Wildfire. The alchemists have been brewing it in secret. We'll turn the Blackwater into a pyre. When Stannis' fleet entered Blackwater Bay, Tyrion's trap was sprung. Ships laden with wildfire drifted toward the enemy. As Stannis' galleys closed in, a flaming arrow ignited the green inferno. The bay erupted in emerald flames, consuming half the fleet in a cataclysm of fire and screams. Ships splintered, men burned, and the water itself seemed to blaze. Stannis, aboard his flagship, watched his strength crumble, his face a mask of fury. The surviving ships landed, disgorging Stannis' men onto the shores of King's Landing. The city's meager defenders fought bravely but were overwhelmed, their numbers too few to hold the gates. Joffrey went cowering into the Red Keep, wailed for his mother, while Cersei's nerve faltered. Just as the walls began to breach, horns sounded in the distance. Tywin Lannister, with 20,000 men, thundered into the fray. The Lannister army smashed into Stannis' flank, cutting through his depleted forces like a scythe. By dawn, the Blackwater ran red with blood, not fire. Stannis' army was broken, his fleet a smouldering ruin. He fled with what remained, retreating to Dragonstone, while Tyrion, exhausted but victorious, surveyed the city he had saved. In the Red Keep, Cersei embraced Joffrey, her relief tempered by fear of the Sorcerer King in the north. Littlefinger, returning with the Tyrell's pledge, smiled his secret smile, knowing the game was far from over. In the north, word of the Blackwater reached Riverrun, where Aemon Targaryen and his lords planned their next move. The Lannister-Tyrell alliance was a new hurdle, but Aemon's powers and the North's 40,000 swords remained a force to be feared. The Riverlands, now secure, bolstered his cause, and whispers of his sorcery spread, drawing men to his banners. The Tyrells, newly allied with Joffrey, prepared to march on King's Landing, Marjorie's betrothal a seal on their ambition. Mace Tyrell dreamed of a queenly daughter, while Loras burned for vengeance against Stannis. The Reach's fields would fuel the Lannister war machine, but their loyalty was as fickle as Littlefinger's promises. In King's Landing, the small folk cheered the victory, though fear of Aemon's name lingered. The Red Keep stood as a fortress of intrigue, with Cersei, Tyrion, and Tywin each playing their own game. Joffrey, oblivious to the fragility of his crown, demanded more heads, unaware that the North's dragon was rising. The Battle of Blackwater had saved the Iron Throne for now, but the war was far from over. Across the narrow sea, in Uruk, demonic Augustus watched and waited, his own conquests reshaping the east. In Westeros, the Game of Thrones grew bloodier, and Aemon Targaryen's ice and fire cast a shadow over all. Chapter 41, Small Council 299 AC, King's Landing, third-person POV. King's Landing buzzed with the uneasy calm of a city spared from Stannis Baratheon's grasp. Tyrion Lannister, clad in a doublet of crimson and gold, limped through the Red Keep's corridors, his steps echoing off the stone. The small council chamber had been moved to the Tower of the Hand, a decision by his father, Tywin, to centralize power. As Tyrion approached the heavy oaken door, his mind churned with the weight of the war, Aemon Targaryen's sorcery, and the fragile alliance with the Tyrells. He pushed open the door and stepped into the chamber, its air thick with the scent of wax and ambition. At the head of the table sat Tywin Lannister, his golden-green eyes unyielding, his presence a storm held in check. To one side, Peter Baelish lounged with his characteristic smirk, beside him Varys sat with his hands folded, and Grand Maester Pycelle hunched over, his chains clinking faintly. Tyrion's gaze lingered on them, but a rustle behind him announced Cersei's arrival. She swept past, her crimson gown trailing, and surveyed the room with a predator's gaze. Spotting an empty chair at the table's far end, she dragged it with deliberate force, placing it beside Tywin on the opposite side of the others, and sat with a queen's poise. Tyrion, not to be outdone, strode to the remaining empty chair, dragged it opposite his father, and settled into it with a defiant thud. The room's tension tightened, a silent battle of wills playing out in glances and gestures. Peter Baelish broke the silence, his voice smooth as polished glass. "My lords, my queen, I bring good tidings. The Tyrells are ours. Marjorie will wed Joffrey, securing their 100,000 swords and food for small folk. And I've ensured the Vale remains neutral. Lisa Oren, swayed by personal assurances, will keep her knights from joining the Stark-Tully alliance." Tywin's gaze flicked to Baelish, his expression unreadable. "Well done, Lord Baelish. When this war is won, Harrenhal will be yours." Baelish bowed, his smile deepening, though his eyes gleamed with unspoken plans. "You honor me, Lord Hand." Cersei leaned forward, her voice sharp. "And when will the Tyrell army arrive?" "Within 2 weeks, Your Grace," Baelish replied. "The Tyrell family themselves, Mace Tyrell and his family, will be here in 3 days." Nods rippled around the table, the promise of reinforcements a rare spark of hope. Tywin turned to Varys. "Any news worth mentioning, Lord Varys?" Varys's soft voice carried a chill. "In Essos, King Demonic Augustus of Uruk has conquered Volantis in a single day, shattering its black walls with his power. The slaves rose, slaughtering their masters, and the Unsullied now patrol the streets. Bravus has knelt to Uruk, and Pentos, Qohor, and Norvos muster an army sell swords, 100,000 Dothraki of different Khalsars, and sorcerers to defy him." Pycelle's chains rattled as he gasped. "Sorcerers? Gods preserve us, this Uruk king is a demon." Baelish's eyes narrowed, his smirk fading. 100,000 Dothraki? Even sell swords can't tame that horde. Cersei's lips tightened, her voice cold. "Another sorcerer with unnatural power." Tyrion leaned forward, his voice dry. "A king who breaks cities in a day? Sounds like someone we'd rather not invite to the capital." In Volantis, the aftermath of Uruk's conquest was a tableau of awe and terror. A surviving Volantine merchant, trembling in the ruins of his manse, whispered to a freed slave, "He came like a god." Walls fell, flames roared. No man could stand against him. The slave, now armed, nodded fiercely. "Demonic Augustus is our savior. The masters deserved their end." On the streets, an unsullied captain surveyed the crowds, his voice flat but firm. "The king's justice is absolute. Volantis is his, and we keep his peace." A young boy, clutching a stolen dagger, shouted to his friends, "I saw him." Fire and thunder from his hands, the triarchs burned like kindling. Tywin's voice cut through the council's murmurs. "Watch Uruk closely, Varys. If Daenerys Targaryen looks west to her ancestral seat, we'll face another player in this game." The discussion shifted to Aemon Targaryen, the Sorcerer King of the North. Tywin's tone was cold, assured. "With the Tyrells, we command 120,000 men. Aemon, sorcerer or not, cannot slay thousands at once. Victory will be ours." The council nodded, bolstered by the numbers, though Tyrion's gut twisted with doubt. Aemon's ice and fire had broken the twins and Riverrun, underestimating him was folly. But he held his tongue, knowing his father's mind was set. As the meeting ended, Baelish, Varys, and Pycelle departed, their steps quick and purposeful. Tyrion rose to leave, but Tywin's voice stopped him. "Tyrion, you will serve as master of coin." Tyrion froze, his lips curling in disbelief. "Me? I know how to spend gold, father, not manage it. Find another fool for your ledgers." Cersei, still seated, laughed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm sure you'll do a splendid job, brother. Counting coppers suits you." Tyrion shot her a withering look but said nothing. Cersei rose, her gown rustling, and swept from the room, leaving a trail of venom in her wake. Tyrion inclined his head to Tywin, who dismissed him with a curt nod, and made his exit. Outside, Bronn leaned against a wall, his sellsword's grin sharp as a blade. Tyrion approached, his voice dry. Behold, Tyrion said, the new master of coin. Bron's eyebrow arched. You, keeping the books? They'll be bankrupt by next moon. Tyrion snorted, leading Bronn to his chambers. Inside, he poured arbor red into goblets, handing one to Bronn. They settled by the hearth, the wine loosening their tongues. To Cersei, Tyrion toasted, mockingly. Whose love for me is matched only by her talent for disaster. Bronn clinked his goblet, grinning. And to Joffrey, the little prick who'd rather skin a puppy than sit a throne. Tyrion took a deep gulp, his eyes glinting. If I could sell Cersei's spite and Joffrey's tantrums, I'd balance the realm's debts in a day. Bronn leaned back, his voice sly. Master of coin, eh? You'll be counting pennies while your sister plots to stab you in the back. And your father hells, he'd sell you for a good horse. Tyrion chuckled, though it was hollow. Oh, Bronn, my father thinks me a stain on the Lannister name, but he needs my wits. For now. Cersei, though she'd sooner feed me to the scorpions than share a table. Bronn drained his goblet, wiping his mouth. And this Uruk king? Breaking cities like you break bottles. What's your play if he sails west? Tyrion's smile faded, his mind turning. If demonic Augustus brings his fire to Westeros, we're all fucked Lannisters, Starks, Tyrells. A man who conquers Volantis in a day doesn't play by our rules. Bronn shrugged, pouring more wine. Then you'd better learn to count gold fast. Armies don't march on empty purses, and I don't fight for free. Tyrion raised his goblet, his voice dry. To empty purses and emptier promises. May we live long enough to laugh at them. They drank, their laughter sharp against the Red Keep's stone, but Tyrion's thoughts drifted north to Aemon's ice and fire, and east to Uruk's rising shadow. The Game of Thrones grew deadlier, and the Master of Coin knew his wits were his only shield. In the north, Aemon Targaryen marshalled his forces at Riverrun, the Tyrell-Lannister alliance hardening his resolve. Across the narrow sea, demonic Augustus sat in Volantis's conquered halls, his queens Daenerys and Missandei at his side, their eyes on the free city's doomed army and, perhaps, the distant shores of Westeros. Chapter 42, The Conquest of the Free Cities 299 AC, Uruk, third-person POV. Within the grand halls of Agalma, the palace of Uruk, King Demonic Augustus sat with his queens, Daenerys Targaryen and Missandei, their faces lit by the flickering glow of braziers. The chamber was vast, its walls adorned with captured banners from Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, Astapor, Yunkai, Mirian, and now Volantis. The trio discussed their next move against the alliance of Pentos, Norvos, Qohor, and Lorith, whose combined army of 150,000 sellswords, Dothraki of different Khalsars, and sorcerers stood poised to challenge Uruk's dominion. Demonic's plan was simple: he and Daenerys, wielding their formidable powers, would crush the Alliance's army, then send Uruk's forces to root out every master, magister, and prince in the cities. Missandei, seated to Demonic's side, her eyes sharp with resolve, spoke up. I wish to join the battle, my king. My powers may not match yours, but I can fight. Demonic, his expression softening, shook his head. Your powers are not suited for open war, Missy. Dany has the firepower. I wield earth, magic, and more. We'll handle the field. Missandei's face fell, her hands clenching. Seeing her sadness, Demonic summoned his status panel, a shimmering interface only he could see. It displayed his vast array of powers and assets: Toph Bafong's earthbending, Gellert Grindelwald's dark magic, Gold Rogers' haki, and a body enhanced by super soldier serum, alongside artifacts like Captain America's shield, the Elder Wand, and Gilgamesh's golden armor. His allies, including Daenerys with her fire-based Mara Mara no Mi and Missandei with her telepathic abilities, were listed, as were his Pokémon and 45,354,400 gold dragons. His gacha points stood at 50. Demonic added 100 gold dragons to the system, boosting his gacha points to 150. He activated the gacha machine, rolling 50 times. Among the rewards were the Mori Mori no Mi, a green arrow template, 100 kilograms of Valyrian steel, a Tsunade Senju template, and Andural, the Flame of the West. He plucked the Mori Mori no Mi, a gnarled, green fruit, and handed it to Miss Sandai. This will match Danny's power. Eat it. Miss Sandai hesitated, then bit into the fruit, her face contorting in disgust at its foul taste. She gagged, nearly vomiting, but Demonic urged, swallow it, Missy. It's your strength now. With a grimace, she gulped it down, the Mori Mori no Mi granting her control over plant life. Demonic then applied the Tsunade Senju template, endowing her with superhuman strength, healing, and chakram mastery, and used a weakness removal card to perfect her abilities. Now you command trees and life as Daenerys commands fire. The Mori Mori no Mi lets you summon forests, entangle foes, and bend nature. Tsunade's power gives you strength and healing beyond mortals. Miss Sandai's eyes lit with newfound confidence. Over 2 weeks, Demonic trained her, guiding her to summon towering trees, weave vines into snares, and heal wounds with a touch. Daenerys, her flames dancing, sparred with them, their powers a symphony of fire, earth, and green life. The plan shifted, Demonic, Daenerys, and Miss Sandai would face the Alliance's 150,000 alone, a testament to Uruk's might. The battle came on a windswept plain outside Pentos, where the Alliance's army sellswords in gleaming armor, Dothraki screaming on horseback, and sorcerers cloaked in shadow arrayed in a vast crescent. Demonic, clad in Gilgamesh's golden armor, stood at the forefront, Daenerys and Miss Sandai flanking him. The Dothraki charged first, their araks flashing, but Demonic raised a hand, earth bending the ground into a chasm that swallowed 1,000 riders. Their screams echoed as the earth closed over them. Daenerys unleashed her Mara Mara no Mi, a torrent of fire sweeping across the sellsword ranks. Men burned, their armor melting, as she wove flames into a dragon's shape, its roar shaking the sky. Her Boa Hancock charisma froze stragglers in awe, rendering them easy prey for her fire. A sellsword captain, rallying his men, shouted, "She's a witch," before a fireball reduced him to ash. Miss Sandai, her Mori Mori no Mi awakened, raised her arms, and the plain erupted with towering trees, their roots bursting from the earth to ensnare Dothraki horses. Vines lashed out, crushing sorcerers before they could cast their spells. "The forest fights for Uruk," she cried, her voice carrying Tsunade's authority. A Dothraki, trapped in vines, roared, "What demon commands trees?" before a root snapped his neck. Demonic wielded Grindelwald's dark magic, the Elder Wand flashing as he summoned bolts of black lightning, felling entire companies. His haki, drawn from Gold Roger, let him sense every foe. A sorcerer, hurling a fireball, screamed, "He's no man," as Demonic's earth-bending crushed him beneath a boulder. The Alliance's sorcerers countered, weaving spells of shadow and ice, but Miss Sandai's healing kept her unscathed, her chakra sealing wounds mid-battle. A sorcerer, his eyes glowing, chanted, "We'll bury them in darkness," but Miss Sandai's trees impaled him, her voice cold, "Darkness falls before life." Daenerys danced through the fray, her flames a whirlwind that incinerated a Dothraki Khalasar. Her charisma disarmed foes, leaving them kneeling before her fire consumed them. A sellsword, fleeing, stammered, "She's a goddess of flame," only to be engulfed by her next blaze.